where he has honed his expertise in cloud computing, storage solutions, and technical sales. He is recognized for his strategic vision and ability to drive technology adoption among top clients, and holds a bachelor's degree in computer applications and a diploma in engineering from Madurai Kamaraj University. He is fluent in English and Tamil and actively engages with C-level executives and industry analysts. His passion for technology is matched by his commitment to mentoring the next generation of leaders in the tech space. Welcome to the panel, sir. Up next, let's put our hands together and welcome to the stage Mr. Vikram Balakrishna, CTO, Atos. As a dynamic Chief Technology Officer at Atos, he redefines how businesses harness the power of innovation and technology. With a deep passion for blending creativity and cutting-edge advancements, he leads transformative initiatives that enable organizations to stay agile and future-ready in an ever-evolving digital landscape. His leadership is focused on driving meaningful change through real-world solutions, from integrating emerging technologies to fostering a culture of innovation that delivers measurable business impact. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Balakrishna. And our fourth panelist this morning is Mr. Jay Jenkins, CTO, Akamai Technologies. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen. As the CTO for Akamai Cloud Computing, Mr. Jenkins helps organizations solve their most complex challenges by embracing modern technologies. Under his leadership, Akamai's teams design, build, and modernize applications using cutting-edge cloud and distributed computing solutions, co-creating the future alongside customers and partners. He has over 2 decades of experience in agile transformation across diverse industries worldwide and brings deep expertise in driving innovation and operational excellence at scale. Before joining Akamai, he served as a technology strategist and evangelist at ByteDance and Google, and held leadership roles at global consulting firms where he led large-scale digital transformations in the finance and government sectors. Welcome to the panel, gentlemen. I'm going to hand the stage over to Mr. Hakim.
Thank you very much for the kind introductions. Very well warm welcome to all of you today who've come in on a Saturday morning to hear us today. I know there's a slow start to the day, but then we'll start going. We're discussing today on how deep tech is emerging, and is there a road, is there a light beyond the hype that we see today? Essentially, we'll cover probably 3 or 4 themes revolving around how does the commercial value creation through deep tech, how does it look like? What are the kind of monetization strategies that could be there? Also looking at real-world examples and some real-world impact, and also if there could be any solutions to technical roadblocks that we have. And also a brief touch upon reliability, resilience, and some bit on governance and compliance as they may be. We'll start with Jay first. So Jay, talking about yourself, you lead very large operations and very complex operations and use AI at scale now. From your perspective, what is the core value proposition of deep tech innovating in AI and design? And from your experience, what are the kind of monetization models that would typically scale and be commercially viable?
Yeah, great. Thank you. So first of all, hi, everybody. I'm really excited to be here and talk to all of you about what we're doing at Akamai, but also just about what you're doing as well. And I hope after this we have an opportunity to talk and discuss what it is you're building. I think the first thing to realize, and this will probably help set up the panel, is especially in regards to AI, is that the model is not your product, right? And unless you're going to license that model directly or sell that model to somebody, the model is not your product. Chances are you have a service that you're trying to build, and that service is your product, right? It comes with service level agreements, it comes with operations, and you really need to focus on what it takes to build those things out. Now, for monetization of those things, you have a few choices, right? The simplest way to go is a simple software as a service model, right? You charge a fee, they use the service. But that simplification probably leaves a little bit of value on the table. The other model that you might consider is usage-based, right? So they use a certain amount and therefore they pay a certain amount. This allows you to align more closely with the customer's value, what the customer is trying to do. But you really have to understand what it actually costs you to deliver those models in order to do usage-based monetization. Now, there's a company that I'm personally investing in, and they are going beyond usage-based, and they're actually looking at outcome-based charging. So they have a service where they are helping control cloud costs, and this particular one, it's Google Cloud costs, and they only make money if they save their customers money. So they get a portion of the saved costs. Now, in order to do that, you definitely need to understand what it costs you to deliver, but you also need to have a way to sort of track that and understand what that value is you're bringing to the customer and how you're going to take that information and put that back into your cost model.
Thank you, Jay. I was about to ask you on the outcome-based pricing. Is there also value in shared value creation or co-creation of assets?
It can be, right? But those tend to be a little bit more custom and structured per customer, right? So those have a little bit more overhead. In this particular one, where it's where it's outcome-based, it's very similar to like ad tech, right? You only pay if they get the click-through. And there's a very clear sort of easy way to measure that metric and a very easy way to then charge the appropriate price. Again, with the startup that I'm invested in, it's based on direct savings. So their tool actually measures the costs. And so they already know what the overall cost is. And they have automation in place to lower that cost. So they can directly see, oh, well, you were at this price. We've actually lowered your spend by this much, and therefore we know to charge you that much. So it makes it a little bit more easy to implement. The type of structure you're talking about, it requires a little bit more work with that particular end customer.
Thank you, Jay. Now, I moved to Sarwan, talking about trade-offs. When you adopt such models, are there any trade-offs that enterprises have to look at or founders have to look like? How do you go about solving for that?
Let me chip in here. See, there are two things. Two technologies we're talking about. One is the AI, other is the deep tech, right? The deep tech standpoint, it's addressing the complex business problems or complex world problems, right? Not a common problem, we are solving it. Therefore, there's a lot of investment happened, there's a lot of development, and a lot of technology advancements required. Now, when you want to monetize this, you can look at a simple SaaS-based monetization, which is you consume the service and then monetize it of it, right? But then, these are all solving a complex problems, which means the volume is much higher. Therefore, it looks at more towards API-based charging or error-based charging, compute-based charging. Those are the models, the charging mechanisms can really help the entrepreneurship to monetize the product of it, right? There's another element which is a hybrid approach, wherein you embed your product with others or larger technology. Could be a SaaS or could be in larger applications, and that can give you other monetization aspect of it, right? Today, that's on the deep tech aspect of it. From the SaaS aspect of it, from the AI aspect of it, today there are multiple AIs going on. One is the embed AI, wherein you create an AI product and embed with certain tools and tech, like a HR system or CX or ERP, and embed that, and that becomes a product by itself, and then you can generate the revenue of it, right? The other elements are where you build a product which everyone can consume it as a service. Today, OpenAI does it, or Perplexity, or everybody does it service, right? That's other model, but then that needs a large volume, right? You have a lot of, you need to go across volume. Whereas if you want to tie up to the enterprises or the banks, the option is to build a product, embed with a common solution, maybe a risk or fraud.
Because we see a lot of products which sometimes eventually end up being just features. But how do you say that you build a product and it's a scalable enterprise grade product that people are really willing to use and pay for, rather than just becoming a POC, a glorified POC? How do you go beyond that?
So, see, I think today's greatest challenges lie in governance and interoperability more than anything else, and of course, data gravity, right? We are, challenged with that due to sovereign and a lot of compliance norms and other things. So we don't have to necessarily look at managing GPUs at scale and stuff like that. But when it comes to this, pervasive distributed models, it is an imperative that, how we address the security and compliance for this landscape as a whole. And, to a certain extent, we have to move beyond horsepower into architectural intelligence, right? In simple terms, I think we need to really address the need for interoperability, because there are a lot of challenges with respect to vendor lock-ins and, disparate ways of interconnectedness amongst hyperscalers in the way they definitely manage within their own ecosystems and, what has been implemented at enterprise scale. So that is something which has to be taken into account primarily before anything more.
I really like when you talked about, having a thought around architectural intelligence. And that's why I go back to both Jay and Savan. You're talking of a very different kind of workload that we are processing today, right? And then because the whole change is happening in terms of how you process, how you compute. So Jay can start first. And how do you think rethinking the design patterns, is going to serve for a better population tomorrow?
See, I think the principles have to be redefined, the design principles at the start. Now we are talking of AI for AI of sorts, right? We are going to see a lot of, AI workloads, and the whole infrastructure will not just host, applications, but we need to cater for various models, the various inference engines, and the kind of discipline which has to be brought into, let's say, maximizing AI native elasticity and the kind of observability with MLOps, I think is going to become very critical. And that only also speaks into, the ways of sustainable modeling which we need to do to, preserve the costs. We saw, the very interesting, pricing models and, the whole economics developing around it. So this can only be done through a holistic governance model, which has to be baked in right from the beginning. AI-built delivery is going to be the key.
Okay. Jay, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I think some of it, also goes back to, yes, so first of all, every challenge that you're going to run into is a huge opportunity for some startup to step in and help solve that problem. So that's the first one. But the second thing is sort of around new architectures. Data gravity was mentioned, and interoperability, and I think those things are key. I think all of us know that the true solution for a lot of this is to do multi-cloud, to be able to use the services wherever you're going to get the best price for performance from wherever that is. But there are a few things stopping that. One of them is data gravity, but I would also say data gravity itself is a bit of it's no longer a true constraint, because data can actually be moved anywhere. The true constraint is the cost models that the hyperscalers use to keep you inside of their ecosystem. It costs you so much to move your data someplace else, to process it someplace else. We all know, that NVIDIA has a limited number of GPUs that it can give everybody. But in order for you to be able to use those, currently you have to sort of choose one provider and be locked into that. And once you're locked in, it's not just about being locked in because you can't move your data, then you're locked in operationally, you're locked in from a talent perspective. And we really need to not just build new things, but we also need to challenge existing constraints. We need to challenge existing cost models and make sure that those align with the type of services that we want to build and provide, and the types of architectures that are going to be required for artificial intelligence to truly democratize access and democratize capability and access for the users as well.
So one more thing, Jay. So for teams, talking about transitioning from an R&D prototype to an enterprise grade scale, what kind of mindset shift do you think, and that's a human aspect of it, do you see teams to have?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think we've all seen a lot of prototypes that end up as the product, right? And I don't think that that's where we want to be. when we think about moving from your R&D stages into actually providing a service, you're going to have to realize that you were a builder, now you're an owner, right? You own that. You earn the service levels for that. You have to think about your day 2 operations. You have to think about your monitoring capabilities. You have to be willing as well to listen to your customer and realize when you've built something incorrectly or you're wrong. And you need to be able to have that humility in order to pivot your product in order to meet the needs that your customers need. That particular startup that I was talking about earlier, they started off with a clear vision of what they wanted to do, which was actually wanted to be a multi-cloud cost provider. But they realized very quickly that for them, there were enough customers inside of Google Cloud that they could actually help them monitor costs. And by doing that, by focusing more on that single customer and what their customers were telling them they needed, they were able to build this product specifically around saving costs for BigQuery and move to this, this outcome-based pricing model, which has been very successful to them. So you really need to think about yourself not as a builder, but as an owner of a product, and realize everything that goes along with that from an operational perspective, but then also from a feedback perspective, and be willing to pivot.
Thank you, Jay, there. So, next question to Sarvanan. Sarvanan, we talk about, scaling, we talked about a mindset shift. Are there any things when it comes to lessons learned, when you're scaling distributed AI, any specific lessons that people should be looking at?
Yep. We are in the AI era, so we have to rethink about the infra design itself, right? If I can step back, we used to have a 2-tier, 3-tier, those are all the old type of architecture. Then we moved to the cloud native design. When we moved to the cloud native design, what we do is we fundamentally change the way we consume the infrastructure, right? We made it distributed, and it can use the compute cores wherever it's available, and use the network to transform the data much faster, right? And use the storage to pick the data in a smaller chunks and process it. So you get the better outcomes by distributing your workload rather than vertically scaling your infrastructure, which is practically has a limitation, right? Today in the AI world, this further drifted from, if I can tell you, we focus more on the north-south traffic. In the AI world, it will be the east-west traffic is most important, because the training data you consume and the large amount of data to be trained is much larger than what is the north-south traffic of it, right? So therefore, the network element plays a fundamental aspect of AI infrastructure scaling, right? Be it from the multiple GPUs to the storage, and these GPUs has to work together as a one cohesive, right? So there are, like, we started off with InfiniBand, which is a low latency memory-based protocols. Today we have something called RoCE, RDMA over converged Ethernet, which is basically keeping the Ethernet, taking up the Ethernet speed, which is from 100, 200 to 800, and use the memory to communicate between the GPUs. That give us the, I would say, the uptake of moving from maybe a smaller GPU sets to all the way to 330,000 GPUs in a one larger cluster, which is what been trained, which has been used to train the OpenAI or XI or all the large models, could be Meta and very other models, right? The intent is move the east-west traffic to be larger, so the data gets trained much faster. Now, when the data gets trained, you need to have the clear observability, which is what, we spoke about. The observability matters a lot because when during the training, there will be a lot of errors, and there will be a lot of commit has to happen, and if there's certain challenges, you have to retrain the entire model, which means you wasted the entire cycle, right? So the observability plays a very important role to keep the track on what's happened, how much model has been trained, and what should be the next step of it. That's the second aspect of it, right? The third element is more about how we complete this entire model and give it as a service to the end customer, right? How then comes to the API-based calls or the complete model as prompting. Those are the next step which you can scale that up as well. So put together, if you look at it, we move from the cloud native. The cloud native should move further into the GPU slicing and inferencing through the large data traffic, and that gives the scale of a given workload to scale to the level.
Thank you. And in fact, instantly, Jay and I talked about, the blurring of the lines between the core and the edge, because the compute is so strong now, even at the edge. So eventually, how do you balance it out altogether? Because a lot of it that could only need a core can also now be done at the edge also. So it also changes the perspective how you essentially look at your compute as well.
Oh, interesting question, Raghu. I think I missed to cover that part, to be honest. Today, in the AI world, while there's a lot of infrastructure requires to train the model, but for inferencing, you don't need so much of data, right? Inferencing is a small, the model is trained, well optimized, gives a higher accuracy. Now, this can be put into as small as in your phone, right? The simple example is, I'm sure, if I ask you how many uses Nano Banana, many of you raises your hand, right? It's a simple workload. So likewise, many such inferencing workloads will come to the edge infrastructure. The edge as a phone or as the next to the telecom network sitting in the corner to serve the render the service. So that's going to be more and more available, more and more enhances, and that edge will work with the core to pull the data and make it forward.
Thank you, Sarwan. So Jay, your thoughts on embedding security, reliability, compliance in the entire framework?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, I want to expand a little bit on that, because this comes sort of, I think, core for what Akamai is trying to do. So for those who don't know, Akamai 27 years ago invented the CDN, the Content Delivery Network. And since then, we've been doing security at the edge and compute at the edge. And now with the announcement this week with NVIDIA, we're partnering with NVIDIA to start delivering AI at the edge as well. And I think Akamai has a very different viewpoint. We've always been sort of like this edge to core company and not really a core to edge company. And I completely agree, that these models are changing. How they are inferred is definitely changing. You can do inference on, much smaller GPUs or slices of GPUs, or perhaps even on CPUs, depending on what it is you're trying to do. And in customers that we've talked to, that is where we've actually seen the most wastage. It's one thing to waste in R&D because you're doing R&D. It's another thing to waste operationally. I think we can do better. And we worked with one customer to actually help them optimize their model, got them off of an over-provisioned GPU, and ended up saving them 86%, and at the same time increased the performance of their models as well. So there's a huge opportunities for a startup to do this right the first time. As they're moving these products into production, really trying to understand how you want to operate that, making sure that you're sized correctly for what it is you want to do and what you want to accomplish. Now, back to the edge, one of the things that is possible with now this distribution of compute, once we can figure out how we manage the costs with these hyperscalers for egress, is we can actually do a lot of this compute at the edge, like in a metro area. So think about what that means in terms of privacy and compliance. A hospital can do inference and use these large scalabilities at the edge, but can do so in a way where that customer's data, that patient's data, never leaves the metro area. Think about what it means in terms of governmental compliance, and particularly in places like Southeast Asia, which have a lot of different countries with a lot of different legal regulations and not many data centers. So one of the things that Akamai we're trying to do is, we have these 4,350 points of presence around the globe in order to deliver content. What if we could actually activate each one of those with compute and AI as well? It's going to allow us better compliance, better privacy in each one of those differently regulated countries in Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Jay. Because you talked about some bit on optimization, I'm moving to both Sarvanan and Vikram. So scaling deep tech has costs, both financial, environmental, and others. So how do you manage those costs, and what are the kind of optimization strategies you can start with?
See, I think as Jay has already established and Sarvan mentioned as well, the kind of sprawl which we are dealing with in terms of the kind of AI workloads and everything else, and the increasing pressures on environmental sustainability and stuff like that, I think it is going to be a world where FinOps for AI meets GreenOps sort of a thing, which is what has to be instilled right from the beginning in terms of the way the workloads are managed, and the costs are kept at bay. Every gigawatt saved, I think, is going to be monumental, and these have to be embedded as part of the core KPIs. See, we as an organization in Atos, we support clients from world over and manage their entire environments at large scale. So it is very important for the engineers to own that mindset. I mean, they need to think like product owners of efficiency. That is going to be a very critical factor, and that presents a huge opportunity in terms of how do you manage this whole control plane to ensure that you are maximizing the services offered by hyperscalers and the custom built solutions, and you work eventually with an ecosystem of numerous products. So that has to be very mindfully built in to, as I mentioned, the architecture intelligence, which plays a very critical role at the end of the day. And this marriage between integration and imagination to allow for the discipline in managing the costs all through, I think is very vital, and that is the constant endeavor, right? And only, when you bring in discipline, you can really scale up. It's what takes a proof of concept to a proof of value, and much beyond. So we need to stop thinking like experimenters all through.
Yeah, I just want to add a quick point there, because I think this is extremely important. So, I think, many of us have heard about shifting left with security, taking security and introducing that earlier in the developer chain. And there aren't many companies doing it today, but I would say certainly the more progressive ones are. And that is actually shifting left on financial ops as well. So really understanding at a developer level, like, what is this actually costing? How can I actually make this more efficient? And then, back to what your earlier point, because I love this, the greenest compute is the compute you never use, right? So, if we're really committed to the environment, if we're really committed to actually being sustainable, we also need to be efficient, and it will also save us money. So, it's a win-win.
Yeah. Rahul, just add a couple of points there. Okay. As an entrepreneur, I think two things is very critical for you. If I put in your shoes, one is this: time is very important, and there's money. The money you have to sustain it and build the product, right? Therefore, what we have seen as a company, more than that as an individual, if you look at it, certain evaluation parameters which helps you to do to the right hyperscalers or right tech adoption, which can help you that, right? Number one is everything need not to be in a large language model. Today, the world is moving towards agentic AI, and if you look at certain white papers being written by the researchers, the agentic AI requires a SLM, need not to be an LLM, right? What does it mean is some of the small tasks can be fine-tuned with SLM, which doesn't require a GPU to host. Rather, it can be completely hosted in a powerful CPU to run the workload. Therefore, evaluate your requirement, whether should we really need a GPU or a CPU, or even if that, is it be a high-tech model, which are primarily a multiple teraflops, or can be a lower model, which can easily meet the requirement, meet the outcomes, as Jay mentioned, the outcomes what you achieve out of that, right? That's A. The B is about the egress. It's your data. Why should you pay for accessing your data to a given hyperscaler, right? Therefore, carefully consider what is the egress and how I can minimize it. Could be one option. What Jay spoke about it. Hey, I cache the content, and that can solve many of the, you kind of avoid 99% of the egress charges. But at the same time, there are other options where you can reduce the egress, which can be, some of the hyperscaler offers it, right? Evaluate that option or optimize the content of your outcome messages that will reduce the egress largely, right? That's the second aspect of it. The third aspect is most important is the non-predictable costs in any of the elements, right? Non-predictable cost is you cannot estimate certain things like how much traffic I get, how much intercommunication between the services I'm going to have, right? And what is the, for a given request, how much is the inter-processing going to happen? Those are all non-predictable, right? Therefore, find a cloud provider who can make it zero for you, or how I can make it predictable. Then, with FinOps and the other optimization, you can bring down the overall tech cost, which is typically entrepreneurs burning much larger. Typically, sometimes goes to 30 to 40%, depends on the segment you are in. If it's a deep tech, it's going to be much larger. But then these are the areas where you can bring down the tech cost largely, right? And that gives you a lot of fun to accelerate your development, right? Generally, we say, hey, I will go with the X provider, X hyperscaler to get the quick start. But then evaluate carefully whether what is the pitfalls you're getting into it in these aspects of it, egress, storage. I mean, another one important element is the defined compute shapes. Many of the scalers has a t-shirt size. Whether you are using it or not, you should define to the t-shirt size. That's not the way. I mean, today we need it's a custom model, right? Everything is custom, right? So go with a custom shape, which will help you to drop the cost. And elastic scaling helps it out, right? So these are the areas which can bring down the cost and improve or accelerate your development force of it.
That's giving away a lot of trade secrets. Your revenues depend on it ultimately. Thank you. I think we haven't talked about one thing which is on solving for poor data quality. Because especially if LLMs get trained on poor data quality, and we talk deep tech, and it's eventually not of the quality of that what we desire. How do you solve for that before you get to use cases?
So I think the quality of data. See, we are today, I think, battling something with. It's not just man versus machine, right? It's man and machine versus mediocrity. So I think a lot of it resides on, the kind of quality information which we are feeding through the entire pipeline, and the use cases getting crafted appropriately in order to, let's say, it's a whole new different world today, right? In our businesses, we deal with two kinds of broad spectrum, applications. One where it is AI for everyday use, and another one is AI for business. And each of these have to be addressed in different paradigms. So one of the things which all of us require is, how do we support our, support functions with the right usage of AI, whether it is, our internal operations, our HR functions, our finance functions, our legal and compliance, the way we do contractual models and stuff like that. And there is this whole new ball game of how do you address for verticalized systems, right, which are catering to numerous, industries, right, whether it is manufacturing, healthcare, finance, stuff like that, where it becomes almost like a precision scale approach to driving. I mean, we sometimes have to think like, how airlines or like, aerospace industries work in wind tunnels, yet achieve precision scale when they are on flight. So that is the kind of endeavor we have to look towards, balancing between the right guardrails and, the dependability. It has to be that kind of a unison which has to exist.
So till that time, we still need human oversight and continuous human oversight to make sure that what gets in is of a significant quality so that the outputs don't get impacted. I think we've covered for most of it.
I just want to borrow the Vinod's aspect of it. Today, we have AI for daily use and AI for business, right? That's a starting point where we always say, hey, there are ways to use it on a daily life, which are primarily a next version of automation, I would say, right? It's we put a rule engine or we automate it. Now that becomes a little bit more. For example, you want to write a letter, how I can use the Gen AI to compose it in a nice way and cut down the timing, but at the same time go through, you add your human element into it and then move on to this aspect of it, right? That's one aspect. But then most important is this enterprise aspect of it is where you bring the enterprise use cases on the Gen AI, which can do a lot of, I would say, the risk algorithms. Today, the banks uses, Basel, many reports to look at what is the current state of the cash ratio and multiple other parameters and how it's going to be changed if it continues to be. There, the use case is a little different, where you use the Gen AI to build much more modeling, which can really help them to look at what parameter they should change or which area to focus to change the paradigm, right? Similarly, on the quantum computing, there are much more developments happening in terms of genome sequencing, right? Huge. It takes, if you do it in a quantum computing vis-a-vis the standard computing, it takes 13,000 compute hours to do this part, which do it in quantum in a much shorter time. Those are the, I would say, a practical use cases can really help from the enterprise side, which addresses a business and a common man.
Vikram?
Yeah, as I already mentioned, right, this is going to be a world where we are going to be seeing a sprawl of AI agents, and we will see numerous, agents being available and published as marketplace, commodities. And you have these super agents which are going to come into play for industry specializations, which eventually will have to work in that, kind of interoperable environment. So, and needless to say, I think when it comes to the edge models and other things, digital twins are going to evolve as well. And how do we apply, the right balance of, the sectoral use case in optimizing the, leverage of digital twin ecosystem. These are some of the use cases which are going to reshape certain industries, right? Particularly, I think we have seen a lot of advancement in, what they're starting to call as Industry 5.0 now. In the manufacturing space or automotive, and of course, retail and consumer products industries are taking it to a different level with the kind of sentiment analysis and how they are optimizing it to churn their business into a different galaxy altogether. And finance is very guarded. We will see, we have to ensure the security and the trust models are in a position to catch up to this pace of AI innovation, because it's very easy today, to come up with some small use cases, but how do you put this all together in order to ensure it's really scalable, it's going to sustain, and it is, you have to move from it works to it lasts.
And it's essential. Yeah.
It's essential, absolutely.
Yeah, I think in terms of use cases, one of the things that is exciting about any new technology is, the new technology is always used for old things first, and then only after a little while does it begin to get used for new things that weren't possible before. And maybe what I'll do is I'll share like a little inspiration here, because University of Auckland did this project where they used AI inside of beehives. And they used the sound of the bees to figure out whether or not there was something wrong with the hive. For instance, if the queen was dead. And it turns out that they could actually predict this very accurately, so they didn't have to go in and look for the queen bee themselves. They could know if that queen bee had died, and they could remedy the situation quickly. Now, first of all, that's really interesting and cool. But they've actually expanded it since then. They're now actually using that same data, that same information, to detect whether the surrounding area is in danger of a forest fire. So again, they can actually use the sound of the bees along with other data, weather data, combine that data together and actually detect whether or not the area was at risk for forest fires. This is, the use cases here are endless. It's kind of as big as your imagination. Now, what do I see in like the immediate future? What do I see right now, and especially in terms of edge AI, which is where we're focused? So IoT devices, obviously, but also expanding to things like autonomous vehicles. Because it's not just about the AI that's in the car, it's about the AI that's in the metro area that can look at traffic, that can actually help coordinate messages in between cars to understand that the dangers might be in the road. It's about smart cities, being able to have this edge capability with large-scale compute that might be bigger than what you would have on an on-premise implementation or on someone's phone or in a vehicle. It's about streaming data. So at Akamai, we do a lot of work with media and gaming. Those are industries which require low latency edge type implementations for things like AI as well.
Thank you, Jay, for that engaging conversation and very interesting use case. I'll definitely read upon it. And thank you, everyone, for attending this session. We have come to the end of our time. And thank you to the organizers for having us all here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for this eminent panel. What a great start to the day. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I request you all to please stay on stage. I'd like to invite Mr. Srini Chilukuri, founder and CEO Tensor Go, to join us on stage and present our panelists and moderator with a token of appreciation. Could we have a round of applause, please, to welcome Mr. Srini Chilukuri to the stage. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, do keep in mind that this panel has been powered by Akamai. And sir, if you could please do the honors. We'd like to say thank you to each of our panelists here. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Of course, thank you, Mr. Vikram Balakrishna and Mr. Saravanan Palanivel for taking time out and sharing your keen, valuable insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, keep that applause coming. Let's applaud each panelist. Of course, we have the president of TiE Hyderabad, Rajesh sir, on stage as well. To Mr. Rahul Hakim for moderating this panel discussion. Mr. Hakim is also the CM champion who curated this entire panel discussion, so thank you, sir. We'll just get a group photograph as well. Tech, fintech, and software. Managers, let's put our hands together for Ashwani Chaitanya, partner, capital A. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Chaitanya. He's an entrepreneur turned VC with over 15 years of corporate experience, including leadership roles at Deutsche Bank and Goldman Sachs in the US and UK. And before capital A, he found...
It's now counting 10 years almost to its completion in terms of a journey. Just to remind us all, the background of Make in India was to basically make India manufacturing world power. And especially if you remember it, there were 3 goals set in those days for Make in India. The first goal was that can India have 25% of its GDP coming out of manufacturing, which means that manufacturing plays a big role in our economy. That was goal 1. Goal 2 was to create 100 million jobs out of manufacturing. And the goal 3 was to make the manufacturing sector a high growth sector, which means that can it grow between 12 to 15% a year, which means can it double every 5 to 6 years. All of you here are math wizards for venture capital, so you know this math. Now, if you look back and the track record of this, results have been, I would say, very mixed. I think the 25% of GDP has, I think, stuck at 16, 17%, which is not great and not terrible. It's reasonable, I would say. The second goal has been a complete washout, right? 100 million jobs in manufacturing, I think the numbers are well below 10 million. So that really hasn't worked. The third one, about 12 to 15% annualized growth, CAGR over 10 years, I think we're at 6 to 7%. So that's also not really hot. So all in all, it's clearly a mixed bag. It's certainly not an unqualified success. It is not a disaster either. So we are sitting in that middle of that 10, 11-year scorecard looking back situation. So I just want to set that context of Make in India. With that being the case, let's get started. We have, as you know, some very eminent investors here with great funds. And what I really like about this panel, and I suppose it's by design, but could also be otherwise, is that the sectors they represent are so different and so unique. I mean, Tessa has got space tech and defense tech to talk about, extremely hot sector, and currently, you know, in the eye of the storm, so to speak. We've got Ashwini, who's representing a relatively younger firm, and I think their focus, and I'm sure he'll tell us more, is manufacturing, climate, and perhaps even financial infra and deep tech and so forth. So, but I'm assuming that climate and manufacturing is big. And of course, we have Sanchayan representing Avishkar, one of India's most, storied impact investment firms. And I think the work in financial inclusion, agri, etc., microfinance, I'm sure all of you know it's legendary work. So congratulations to all of you for doing some great stuff. With that being the case, let's kick it off. So Tessa, why don't we start with you, right? Space tech, defense tech. Tell us what is, in your view from the Make in India perspective, what is going right and what is going well for your sectors?
First of all, good morning, everyone. Thanks for making the time on a Saturday morning. And thanks, Shantanu, for the question. I think at the very top, right, if you think about where India was, and I'll speak about it more from an early stage venture capital investor point of view in space and defense. A decade ago, we were importing drones, we were renting satellite capacity, and defense manufacturing largely meant subcomponent manufacturing and export. Today, just to contextualize sort of where we are, our exports in the last decade alone has increased 34 times. We have over 300 private sector space tech companies. And ISRO is partnering with some of the best deep tech minds in the country and not the only player in the room. And that's just not incremental, right? I think that's truly identity shifting as a nation. And you'll see that, I think Shantanu sort of alluded to it at the top, you'll also see that reflect in public market sentiments as well. Today, you're seeing a defense company trade at multiples that were only known to SaaS companies. So you're actually seeing a lot of momentum in the sector. I think the first venture capital money in space tech went in to this company called Bellatrix less than a decade ago. So that's how much headway we've made in the space. So now I think two things have really meaningfully helped move that needle, if I may. I think one, policy has been truly at the heart of this, right? Be it your PLI, be it the defense procurement reserves, reforms that's come in, or the defense corridor build out, the private space policy, all of that has unlocked, I think, a private sector market that just did not exist before. And you're also seeing capital follow some of this, right? And that obviously has also led to some of the best talent. And that's, I think, been at the center of this. That you're seeing folks from an ISRO, from a DRDO, from the officers at the forces, today coming and becoming startup founders. And not just, coming out and writing a memoir. That's actually been sort of what is defining. In our portfolio, we have a company called CICIR Radar. The founder is Tapan Mishra, was a chief scientist at ISRO and was in the business for 40 years before he started up now. So I think...
Second point, of course, is just 10 years since the first venture investment, and here we are talking about a very sort of really strong, large, high potential market. So yeah, we'll come back to that. So Ashwini, turning to you, I know there is common interest in terms of what you are doing as a fund, but in your view in climate manufacturing or any of the areas you're focused on, maybe you can tell us what is your primary thesis, and within that, what is Make in India doing that is working well?
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot for this opportunity. We at Capital A, we would like to invest in advanced manufacturing, climate, sustainable, deep tech kind of companies. The reason for that is, if you go 30 years back, most of us here would have been working in HAL, BHEL, ISRO, so on and so forth. But something like software services, software industry has taken us or given us a great opportunity where a lot of engineers definitely went into that and got a name for India. And we feel that this is the time where production, manufacturing, deep tech is the new wave which is going to ride for the next 15 to 20 years and take shape. That's the reason we believe in this industry. And clearly the macroeconomics, the world politics, the DLIs, the PLIs, what governments are giving is really helping this sector. And the most important thing when you want to grow, you need to measure, you need to improve, and you need to work on it. And digitalization is playing a big role in that. So with all the advancements, collecting of data, high quality people getting into this industry because there is a bright future, we feel that advanced manufacturing, production, China plus one story is playing up big time. That's the main area. And we invest early stage companies in semiconductor, space, defense, manufacturing, industry, 4.0, 5.0, anything to do with the horizontal as a manufacturing is what interests us. That's the take, Shantanu.
Okay, great. I think in a subsequent round we can talk about specific companies that might be of illustrative. People get examples out of that. But thank you for this. So coming to you, Sanchayan, different sector altogether compared to the first two speakers here. What is your take? What is the connection between an Avishkar thesis and Make in India? Let's start there, and then you can tell us how to connect the dots.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Shantanu. Yeah, so maybe just a quick brief on Avishkar. So we've been around 20 years. We are impact investors. What that really means is we invest in businesses which has a positive impact on the lives of the poor people and or the climate, right? So how it connects, Shantanu. So we've been actually, we talk about investing in Bharat. We've been investors in Bharat from the get-go. That was the whole thesis, that we will invest in, places where a lot of people are not investing in. We didn't do any sort of originally tech investing. We do a lot of that now. Because it has a linkage to impact. So we do a lot of, investing in the SME sector, which is a core to, to what Make in India is also trying to achieve. We invest a lot in financing. A lot of that financing goes to fuel some of these manufacturing, that Make in India is trying to achieve. And then, basic stuff like agriculture, food processing, and so on. All of that forms part of Make in India in some way or the other, right? So, I guess what, maybe what I can talk about is maybe, some indirect references to how some elements of Make in India has worked, right? So if you step back a bit and say, what is fueling that? What is fueling some of this growth that we are seeing across sectors? Also availability of capital. So what we invest a lot in financial services, right? And financial services on the SME sector, financial services on microfinance. Microfinance, incidentally, is meant for productive manufacturing use and, other sort of productive uses, right? So if you look at just these sectors, so microfinance sector has grown by about 10x in the last 10 years, from 50,000 crore to about 5 lakh crores today, right? If you take the SME financing sector, and not all SMEs obviously are manufacturing, so it's a mix of, mix of everything. But if you look at SME financing sector, that's grown by about 8 times in the last 10 years, right? So talks to the growth. Obviously, we've seen Indian economy grow and financing, sort of lending supports that growth. Specifically on manufacturing, we have actually lent to companies which are lending to manufacturers. We have a company called Electronica Finance. They have grown about 8 times. They're growing at about 25 to 30% every year now. So they actually lend to small and medium-sized enterprises who set up small manufacturing units like lathe machines and so on and so forth. That feeds into the larger sort of manufacturing. Very important base, by the way, from a Make in India perspective, right? If you just take the SMEs themselves and their job creation, we talked about employment. India today has about 72, 73 million SMEs. This is about a 10 million addition from 10 years back. On an average, an SME employs about 6 to 7 people. So that's actually 60 million jobs created in the SME sector, right? Now, not all of that is manufacturing clearly, but some of that is. So, when we say, look, out of 100 million that we wanted to create employment for, we only got 10 million. I don't know if some of this is getting counted, right? We really don't know that, right? So those are some of the indicators. Then I think there are sectors like, agro processing where there's been a significant growth. There are challenges to that as well, but clearly there's significant growth. One element of the Make in India campaign is actually, or the sort of what government drive wanted to do is actually startups themselves. So we talked about some growth in the startups, but if you just look at some stats, about 7-8 years back, registered startups in India under DPIT was about 7 or 8,000. Today, just take a guess how many we have. We have about 1.7, 1.6 lakhs, I think, right? So that obviously is fueling a lot of the sort of manufacturing growth. Some of that is fueling a lot of the manufacturing growth. We expect a lot more will happen. We're starting to see some sort of green shoots of that now over the last few years. But that has all sort of happened over the last 10 years. Right?
Yeah, I think I got the mic to work. Yes. So I think you gave a good example of electronica finance. Is that what you said? Okay. So using that as a metaphor, maybe I can go back to Tessa and then to Ashwini one more round on pick a company in your portfolio or of interest to you that you think is a very good representation of what Make in India is about. And use that as an example to help the audience. And we will go into the next stage later after that round. So maybe anything that comes to mind that you are proud of? Law of fixed number of working microphones.
Battery. No, maybe I'll continue on with the example of Radar, for example, right? And that fits nicely with the sort of businesses that we also like as investors. So like I mentioned, we spoke a little bit about the founder background. He was a chief scientist at ISRO, led all remote sensing missions for ISRO while he was there. Now is building in what is called Earth observation. So today that technology exists, but they're all optical technology businesses. CISR is using a radar-based technology. And there are 3 other companies literally in the world that have similar technology, not the exact same, but similar technology. And I think about 75% of all of their components, subcomponents are manufactured in India today. And it's obviously an early stage deal, it's a Series A deal, so still early in that journey. But the product has already been tested for 500, 600 hours now on a drone. They're also building their sort of buses as well as their satellite payload will go into space early next year. I think in all honesty, private space launches have become more of a conversation at coffee tables than SaaS investments, right? So I think we're in a little bit of a different ecosystem. But having said that, all of the space founders that I spoke about, there's a WhatsApp group with 800 people, and that's the ecosystem. There's obviously a very, very long way to go from here, but that's to sort of give you some context. And Hyderabad sits nicely at the center of it.
No, that's why I asked you for the example. Just a quick question for clarification. How much of this technology that this company is developing is hardware and how much is software? Is it, just give a ballpark?
So when any of these companies start largely, there's like anywhere from, I want to say, 3 to 8 to 10 years of hardware built out that's required. This company has been around for 4 years. That's when we invested in the company. So your first check might be a little bit later than if you were building a dating app. But, I mean, if you are wanting, and dating apps will give you quick feedback on whether your platform is working or not. But if you want to be a part of nation building, I think it's important to build in some of these sectors.
Fair enough. So, Ashwini, any examples from you that, really represents Make in India spirit in the startup world?
Absolutely. As we are an early stage investors, we come in, some of the companies, we come in at idea, right? I have a company called Lumas. They make nano factories. So whenever you build a product or a consumer product, for example, you can't go to, as a startup, you can't go to a big factory where you need to put 500 kgs of raw materials to get like a ton of, or 10,000 bottles, right? So these guys, Nitesh and Subhajit, they are ex-IISc MTech graduates. They came up with a nano factory where you have the ingredients placed and it's completely digitized, where you can put the proportions in and the processes, And it gives an output of a tablet or a capsule or a serum or a cream. So you can have small batch manufacturing, continuous manufacturing. Your cream and my cream need not be same because we are different. And you can do just in time. Because gone are the days where you need to have 6 months of shelf life, 12 months of shelf life. When you know when is your biryani coming to your place, whether it is across the road or not, when the logistic transparencies have increased so much, there is no need to produce large quantities of products and keep it in the shelves. So nano factories, if a country comes and says, we want to have it as made in Dubai, this factory can go and sit there, manufacture whatever is required, keep the ingredients fresh, get the output just in time and customizable. So this is a true just in time. They are doing contract manufacturing as of now as they are building the strength of the nano factory, and the future would be like selling these nano factories across the world so that you can have 10, 20 machines making the product of the same brand in the country, reducing the logistics cost. So that is one example. The other example I have is 3 PhDs from IIT Madras. They made a formulation on a phase change material where a Tata Ace container or a truck can be transformed into multi-thermal zones. You can have fish, which is minus 40 degrees, minus 23 degrees. You can have dairy, +4, and vegetables, +9, and so on and so forth. It is no more cold shock, no more using of dry ice. Completely mid-mile, last mile is taken care by them. We invested in them when they were doing 20 lakhs a month. Now they do 6-7 crores a month. And they can go into thermal solutions for data centers, they can go into HVACs, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple examples like this. I mean, for us, startups are like our babies. There is no favorite, but I had to give some data, deep tech examples.
Very nice. I mean, fascinating, both examples. But the first one, just pardon my ignorance, but I'm thinking that nano manufacturing or nano factories, is it additive manufacturing, 3D printing, or is it traditional subtractive?
It is traditional. So it is traditional manufacturing machine. Today, Shantanu, if you go and ask for a 10-head, 14-head packaging machine, it will cost 50 lakhs. A Bosch machine, roughly, don't quote me on this, but roughly 30 to 40 lakhs, right? But this entire machine, which makes you a serum bottle at the end, costs around 1-2 crores. And it is so simple and small. It is like a big photocopying machine. Because it is small and clean, your certifications are also very easy. So,
got it. So the business model is what? Manufacturing as a service?
To start with, till you build the expertise on the machine.
Got it.
And then you can deploy this and completely manage the manufacturing also, or you can do asset sales as well. You can sell the machine off, like how you sell a packaging machine.
No, I think this is a fantastic example. So thank you for sharing that. Great. So let's just switch gears. I know time is not infinite, so we'll switch gears a little bit. Clearly, there is enough here to say that, excitement. I mean, really, there is so much innovation happening in manufacturing, clearly. However, if you go back to the original points I was making about why Make in India has been struggling, I'd like to switch gears now and ask you the same question on a flip side, that why do you think Make in India has struggled as much as it has? Why are we not at 25% of GDP for manufacturing? Why are we not producing 100 million jobs? And why are we not growing at a rate that would allow us, this sector, to double every 5 years? Maybe I'll start with you again, Ashwini. Yeah.
See, I'll give a different view, right? Why did VCs invest in tech before than manufacturing? The reason is very simple, right? You have an app which is working. Before I finish this sentence, it can be deployed in Kashmir, it can be deployed in Kanyakumari. So the rate at which a tech can be deployed in technology is light speed, the speed of electrons, right? Or more than that. But in manufacturing, when you do a product, it has to go from GD Metla to Habsiguda maybe first, and then Bangalore, then Kanyakumari, and so on and so forth. So there is a inherent, in a physical world, inherent delays at which it progresses, right? It takes time. In software, if something goes wrong, you can have 10 people overnight burn the midnight oil and fix it. But in manufacturing, if you go and buy a wrong steel, you are done. You cannot sell it, your money is gone, and you may need to shut the company, right? So manufacturing is very tricky. Software cycles go as VC with multipliers. But manufacturing and product and IP, if you get it right, it will be a couple of times VC. After that, it is debt, strategic / VC kind of thing, right? It's a different view. The main reason for the delay in growth could be the nature of the business because it takes time. You can't build a factory in one day. You can't run a manufacturing unit from garage. It can start from there, but from there to the factory, it takes time. So that's one of the biggest reasons. The other, on the employment side of it, things have changed. To run a very huge factory, unfortunately or fortunately, you don't need a lot of people because digitalization has come into picture. If you remember, 10 years back, for a check to pass, 3 people had to sign, right? I mean, literally. But now you have maker checker, you have authorizations, and so on and so forth. So banking digitization has taken over. Factory automations have taken over. Real dark factories have come. When I say real dark factories, there is no light in the factory. It's completely run by robots. So these are the 2 factors where employment numbers will not see so much, even if it becomes very big gigafactories. And gigafactories take time to build.
Very nice. So you give 2 good answers. One is that for the first count of 25% market share, just wait. 10 years is not enough to expect to see that kind of result. So maybe the goal was not properly timed. So maybe another 10 years, 15 years. And the second one is like, there is no hope. That is not going to happen.
Yeah, and one more important thing is that if it is easy for us to build, it is easy for others also to build because we may be smart, but others are also smart, right? So what took China 40 years to really do that, it will take time. And there is enough tailwinds, fortunately, for us now.
Understood. Sachin, what are your thoughts? I mean, from your perspective, I mean, you talked about SME sector. SME sector is supposedly the long tail of manufacturing. It carries a lot of weight, but you know, in some sense, it's also a very large number of players offering small amounts of GDP add-on, let's say, right? So from your perspective, what is the real reason Make in India has not gotten us to where we should have been by now?
Yeah, so, you know, SMEs is the long tail. It's actually a very large contributor to the GDP. I think about 30% of the GDP comes from the SMEs, so pretty significant and one of the largest employers, of course. Yeah, so, you know, I was just thinking about some stuff that Ashwani said, very important. But from if you take a large-scale factory, you know, it's one thing to have a self-contained factory, the other thing to have that factory being fed by a number of other sort of component manufacturers, which all sort of comes from the SMEs, right? You know, firstly, I wouldn't necessarily say it's failed, it's grown slower. I mean, if you just look at absolute numbers, as I just said.
I think you're saying it's stumbling.
Correct, it's stumbled and, you know, could it have been faster in some sense? So one thing that we see, so I guess I'll talk about it from 2 perspectives, right? One, for the SMEs themselves to grow, I think, you know, there are 2 challenges that we see. One is the access to credit. There is a lot of credit going to SMEs, but they still, you know, I talked about the fact that, you know, there's been 8x growth in SME credit, but there is still about a 90, I think I remember my numbers right, about 90 lakh crore shortfall in SME financing today, right? So that still hasn't opened up. So which is required for some of that growth to happen. I think from an employment perspective, we need to do better at skilling and better at having labor markets work better. I mean, you know probably that a lot better than I do. But we see it on the gray collar, blue collar segment. There's, on the one hand, there's significant churn happening at the SME levels. On the other hand, there are lots of people who say we aren't employed, right? So some of that is a skill gap. A lot of that, I think, is actually skill gap. So we need to do a lot better, I think, on the skilling aspect of it and have labor markets work more efficiently, just from an employment perspective, I would say.
So the credit part of it is absolutely well understood, because I think if you talk to NBFCs today in this country, and there's so many of them really coming up, and they're so interesting, so many of them. So, and MSME credit, SME credit is certainly one of the big areas that people are trying to innovate. There is a lot of gap, like you mentioned. So I think in some sense, you know, people in the audience should start to pick up cues in the ecosystem where the gaps are, from what you guys are saying, that credit for small manufacturing is really one of the big bottlenecks to unleash this long tail. So maybe we can grow faster if those things were available in the ecosystem. But I think this point about skilling, I mean, both of you made somewhat contradictory statements, which is good. I mean, he's saying that it's not going to happen, and because automation is always going to run faster than human skilling. You know, the joke is that the world doesn't wait for people to get skilled. The world finds automation to bypass the skilling problem, right? So that's what's happening. Smart factories, I think you were referring to smart factories. So in that sense, I think this second part of it is trickier. And for a fund like yours, where livelihood, I'm sure, is one of the theses, manufacturing as a livelihood, I don't know if that's even going to be on the table for long. But I don't know. I'm challenging you. Please contradict me. Yeah.
No, so I don't necessarily, buy the story that we only want to have dark factories. Again, I don't have the stats, and I don't know how. If you look at, so if you just compare where China is today, where India is, obviously there's a significant gap. They are like some 27, 28% of manufacturing in the world. We are like some 3-4% or something, right? But even somebody as large as that, yes, they have these large gigafactories, but I understand a lot of that is still fed by the SME vendor system, which does need to exist. So not all products can just be made in a dark factory with just robots working. Maybe they will come a time. It's like, we've been talking about AI, and there's a thought that, AI will make everybody redundant, and there'll just be a few people, who will program how AI works, and everybody else will need to be given a role. Now, if you go to that level,
universal basic income.
Yeah, so it's like basic, if you get to that level, then you will have robots running all your factories.
No, point taken. It's not going to happen like that. You're right. So, I always say that you won't lose your job to a machine. You lose your job to a person who knows how to use a machine better than you. Right?
And one more thing, Shantanu, what happens here is, with all these examples, there are a lot of investment going in because of transparencies, and a lot more inclusion would happen. Right, thereby the numbers would increase. You can't expect a factory and to employ 1 lakh. Like even if you take the semiconductor fab, it may be $1 trillion investment. There will be 150 people working there.
I was going to say 50, but you're being generous. Yeah. 50 acres requires 50 people now, I think, of land, yeah. So Tessa has been waiting patiently for us to, stop doing this back and forth. No. So Tessa, what are your thoughts as to, I guess you're in what I consider to be like a rocket ship, literally, sector, both financially speaking, people think rocket ship investments, but you are investing in rockets. So double entendre. But having said that, in your case, do you think Make in India has been an unqualified success? There is no problem at all?
Absolutely not, right? I think nothing in the world is without problems. But just talking about, and obviously defense has been a fairly, like you mentioned, fast-growing segment, but no growth comes without some teenage acne. So I think there's some of those, right? Like procurement cycles can sometimes feel like a submarine in reverse, or your testing infrastructure access can, be similar to your buying a Coldplay ticket. So some of those things exist. And export compliance process, especially if you're a dual-use company, it's a tricky sort of business to be in. But I think that's one part of the problem statement. But just to speak a little bit about the capital allocators like ourselves, I think we need resilient domestic capital to invest in sectors like space and defense. We need capital that will stay in the country even if US interest rate changes. That's the capital that's needed because, like we spoke about earlier, deep tech hardware takes time to build. So you need domestic capital that supports that across VE, private sector or public, really. And you also need investors that will not ask a Series A missile guidance chip manufacturing founder why it's a SaaS pivot, right? So we also need investors that understand the technology, understand the business, and I think that's sort of where I land with this one.
All right, wonderful. So we've got 10 minutes left. Let's make it interesting because the audience of TiE is always an audience of past, present, and future entrepreneurs, right? So with that in mind, imagine we were having this panel 10 years from today, yeah? And we were looking back in these 10 years, intervening between now and then. And now you take into account geopolitics. We know what's happening in the world. Moving to a multipolar world, the US is sort of, abdicating some of its sort of senior status and allowing China to come in. China is asserting. So all that being the case, in that multipolar world, a lot of geopolitical stuff will shift. We know that. In the technology world, things are shifting. So far we've successfully managed to run 40 minutes without talking about AI. So for that, I compliment all of you. But having said that, AI is a real major, the disruptor of our lifetime, right? So in that sense. So you take geomerge in this 10 years that we would be talking about 10 years from now. And the reason for talking about that is that give people an idea of what is worth building. in other words, right? So Tessa, why don't you start with you?
You know, I think honestly today, if you're in the audience, you're a deep tech founder building, welcome. We've been saving a seat for you. This truly is, I think, been in, like the best decade in India's history to be building in these spaces. So today, almost, I want to say, all of the deep tech startups that I speak to, like we spoke about Sisir, is a combination of both hardware and software both. And a lot of the software is enabled by AI, which is generative in nature, right, in its intelligence. So that's, I think, the zip code that even all deep tech founders are sort of building in. But I do want to make sure that I'm, like, especially in the sectors that I spend time on, to just give you some thematic areas that I'm most excited about. You know, things like secure communications, propulsion tech systems, testing infrastructure. All of those are fairly interesting areas to be building in. And then general autonomy as a broader theme is, we can debate whether that will get built in India or in the US, but if the capital market can match the talent that already exists in this country, I think those are all interesting areas to build in. But I do want to leave the conversation with, just for any entrepreneur that's starting out, 3 broad starting points. If you're an early stage founder, start with a dual use application. It protects you against revenue cycles that is in the nature of this business. Build for ruggedization. So if you can have a product that works in the heat of Rajasthan or the cold in Siachen, global buyers will follow. Build relationships early in this sector. In defense specifically, relationships compound a lot faster than revenue could. So those may be like parting thoughts.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Ashwini.
I'll give a couple of examples before I come to what the future entrepreneur should look at. If you take SaaS 10 years back, it took time because you are pretty much building end-to-end modules in that solution. But today, if you want to build SaaS, you can pick authentication module, you can pick encryption module, you can pick payment gateway module, you can do, and just do the core business, right? So the time to market for SaaS was much longer last time, previously to build, but now a lot less. So you need to be a lot more quicker. So what learning, at least I see and I tell a lot of entrepreneurs, including myself when I was building, is that if you can't do anything in 2 years, then you are too late, right? Because the competition is catching up, because they can build faster and cheaper. The other one is build for something which is going to be there in 5 years, not today. Because then you have the early mover advantage, then you can do a little bit of pivots and so on and so forth. And especially for Indian context, with amount of monies, PSUs have been allocated directly, indirectly by government, the grants and the debts. Always look at what you can get as a grant, debt, or any shape or form from the government as well, because there is enough money sitting there. Obviously, the transparency has to increase and reach has to increase, but that is something which you should definitely avail, otherwise you are not doing justice to your startup. So these are the one. Time to build, keep a watch on it. What you're building, whether it is future-proof or futuristic, keep a watch on it. Third, are you getting the finances, low-hanging finances available? Are you grabbing them or not? Keep a watch on it. These are the 3.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think I'll just abstract out a little bit and say, look, if you look at the last, we talked about all these startups that happened over the last 10 odd years. A lot of the excitement has actually been around India as being a market for products and services, right? Yes, we build, B2B products which sell offshore. We build software which sells offshore. But a large amount of excitement has really been building products which can be sold to the large Indian market, the middle class, and now the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and so on and so forth. We as investors, and granted, we are not sort of really deep tech investors. We were not deep tech investors about 10 years back, but we were looking for people who would do more stuff in manufacturing, and it was difficult to find those people. I think we find a lot more of those people now, right? So if I had to look 10 years out, I would say, look, we will find a lot of people who are really building at 2 levels. Obviously, there's AI and all of that, which is in the software realm. We have always done that, and we will do that. Hopefully, we'll do that faster and better than other people in the world. But I think we'll build a lot of stuff more with atoms. people really building, real deep tech, physical stuff. I mean, so even in the AI domain, we are talking about, going from a generative AI to an agentic AI to a physical AI, where you really have robots working, right? So we see a lot more people coming up in that. I mean, space and defense tech is part of that, but I think we will see a lot more of that. So I mean, we'd love to obviously see that, but there are green shoots today. We need to do a lot more. We, among the VC circles, the conversation is, yes, there's a good, exciting pipeline, but, like she said, when I'm Series A and B, very difficult to find still people who have scaled up yet. It's going to take time. But hopefully in a 10 years time frame, we'll have a lot more people who are really building stuff.
Nice. So, all of you said very interesting things, and I felt like I should ask this question that, we talk about skilling. Do we find people skilled in our sector to build a company? That's a common question that people ask of entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs ask of others. But you guys are investing in entrepreneurs, right? Not investing in companies themselves or sectors through the entrepreneurs. With your lens, what skill, if you have to pick one skill that you're looking for in an entrepreneur you want to back, what is that thing? I mean, if you feel like you're not ready yet, that's fine. But whoever thinks you have a ready answer to say that, look, if I get this skill, I'm already interested in this entrepreneur. Yeah? This should technically be a rapid fire question, but I'm giving you time. Yeah.
I think one time a founder told me that, Tessa, you don't need to believe my idea. You just need to believe that I won't quit on it. And I think that's exactly what we look for with founders, right? That don't quit on their idea, that pivot till they find fitment, and they will all pivot. So
conviction?
Conviction and a little bit of resilience is there. And especially if you're in a market like India, it does take a lot of resilience to build here. And you want to back founders that are just that.
That have high conviction and high resilience. Good. Thank you.
No, it's a 360-degree question. I'll just give one angle to it. Everything is important. Personally speaking, I don't invest in any company where I don't want to quit my job and join their team, right? So it has to be that way. Where it comes to skills, people who are doing engineering for 4 years, MTech is much more serious. Skilling at semester 1, semester 2 is very important, right? Especially with the amount of hours and grind they go through in the 11th and 12th class. Once they come to engineering, industry adaptation is very important. Otherwise, the 4 years are kind of lost or not enough justice is done. Apart from the marks, studies and all fundamentals is fine. But I think skilling should start at the age of 16 and at a scale where India is, if that happens, miracles can be done.
I guess my question was, what skill are you looking for in an entrepreneur you want to back?
I mean, learning, adaptability.
Okay, adaptability, all right. Sanchan, yeah.
Perseverance. I think maybe restating the same thing as she said. Perseverance without a doubt. I think, we've been around 20 years. We've seen companies go through all sorts of cycles. The people who come out winners at the other end, if they've got everything else, of course, are the people who persevere and people who give up.
Beautiful. Our time is up. This reminds me of a sort of a very famous entrepreneur who I shall not name, was giving a talk in the city of Hyderabad in ISB, well before your time. And somebody asked him, like, so what is that skill in an entrepreneur that you will always back? And he says, look, in the history of entrepreneurship, only one set of guys make money. These are the guys who never give up. Everybody else loses money, right? So I think that's what you guys are saying, right? So with that, thank you so much. I'm sure we could have gone on for another hour given the nature of this conversation, but we are done. And thank you so much for being such a wonderful, insightful panelist and wonderful audience listening to us. So thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this very, very insightful, thought-provoking panel. Thank you to each of you. Please do stay on stage. I'd like to invite up on stage now Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, co-founder Upvisory. Mr. Banerjee was also the CM champion curating this panel discussion. And let's also welcome Mr. Kiran Chandra Kaluri, fund partner Dallas and TiE Charter member. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Deep tech, manufacturing, and now we move to a sector that impacts all of us, healthcare. India stands at the crossroads of a healthcare revolution where innovation, investment, and artificial intelligence is set to transform how we deliver care to over 1 billion people. So in our next panel discussion, we're going to explore what the next decade of growth and innovation will mean for us all. Let's welcome our moderator for this panel discussion, who is also the CM champion curating this panel. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Raju, co-founder and CEO, Achala Healthcare Services, and of course, our charter member of TiE Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Let's welcome our panelists. To begin, we have Kiran Gadela, co-founder and managing director, Oasis Fertility. A round of applause, please.
Good morning, everyone. Maybe it's a little bit afternoon. Full of energy for a high-level discussion on the healthcare sector. Come on, everyone. Okay, so today is a very interesting panel discussion, right? So if you open any news item or news today, it is more about something happening in the healthcare sector. Somebody doing some good innovation, trying to address some medical issues, or hospitals expanding in a very large way. So we have seen even in the Hyderabad ecosystem, we have, Oasis growing very fast, AINU, AIG hospitals opening new branches, then Kim's Hospital, Continental, Yashoda is going for an IPO. So you have a lot of growth coming in, right, from across the healthcare delivery sector. So today's panel, what we wanted to discuss is how is the growth coming? What are the different things impacting the growth? And really, what is the innovation? And at the same time, AI bringing some of the growth and how to sustain that growth. So that's the discussion today. Just to give a broad context for a few members who are not very aware of the healthcare sector, there are around 43,000 hospitals 43,000 hospitals in private sector in India, then around 23,000 hospitals in the public sector, with the total bed available in India is around 1.8 million. And around 1.1 is in the private sector and 0.7 million is in the public sector. And every year, approximately, I think 20,000 beds to 30,000 beds are getting added into the sector. So there's a lot of growth. And private equity investments, approximately 1 to 1.5 billion, is moving into this sector. So there's a lot of investment coming into the growth story. And so we wanted to understand today a little bit from the panel. I'll introduce the panel shortly. What is the growth and what is the innovation and how is AI going to impact the future going forward? So today we have on the panel Mahadevan Narayan Muni, or Mahad, is a senior analyst at TPG Capital, one of the world's largest private equity firms with over 100 billion in assets under management. He focuses on healthcare and lifestyle investments, including healthier medtech and care hospitals. Mahad also co-founded AknaMed, a tech-based driven hospital supply chain platform backed by LGT Lightstone Capital. He's an alumnus of IIT and also IIM Lucknow, and he brings more than 15 years of investment experience. Thank you, Mahad. Thanks for taking time to be on this panel here today. Kiran Gadela is co-founder of Oasis Fertility. Today, you are around 30 centers across India, 35. I think the number is increasing, which is good. 35 centers across India. He's a first-generation entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience. Kiran has spent the last 15 years building the Oasis business from the ground up into a premier, healthcare delivery center. Before founding Oasis, he led a large-scale technology transformation, projects for investments bank in London, and a background that fuels his passion for blending healthcare and tech. And I believe you also have a health tech company as well. So it's a delivery and health tech experience that he's bringing on board here. And Sandeep serves as CEO of Asian Institute of Nephrology and Urology. I think they raised a lot of fund from TPG Capital as well, and other firms, and planning to make it a 20 center very soon. So Sandeep brings a lot of experience on clinical side and operational efficiency. He's IIM Lucknow alumni and 15 years of cross-sector experience in healthcare and marketing, and has previously held senior leadership roles at Fortis Hospital in Delhi and Mumbai. And finally, we have Kinjal Saxena, who's CTO of AIG Hospitals. We work very closely with Kinjal on a daily basis. He leads the hospital digital transformation initiatives at AIG. He has brought in a lot of AI-powered solutions to AIG and brings vast experience from working at LendingCard, Amazon, and Oracle. So with deep experience in AI, I think we'll have a lot of thoughts and discussions today for the panel. So together, I think we have a great panel. Welcome to everyone. And all the panel members bring different perspectives that span from entrepreneurship to healthcare to innovation and AI. I think that is where our panel title is as well. And we want to get started. So, Mahat, probably I want to start with you. So seeing all the growth across the healthcare sector delivery, what do you see as the biggest driver? Why is it happening now? Is it the patient demands that have increased, or people are facing more health issues? Every hospital seems to be packed, right? It's like, if you go to any hospital at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's full, irrespective of which hospital you go. So what are the drivers for this?
Firstly, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Rajesh, I think it's a combination of factors, right? I think India is uniquely positioned considering, let's start with access. If you look back a number of years, just access to healthcare across forget metro cities, tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, and so on. I think there is greater access today. And we can talk about what's driving the access in a minute, but I think it starts with that. And that's continuing, right? And we've seen at least a couple of decades of that happening in the country. I think second one is really the disease burden growth, which is an unfortunate situation. NCD, non-communicable disease burden growth, is growing faster in India than many other parts of the world. Lifestyle diseases, oncology, and so on and so forth. I think that's definitely creating a demand for more infrastructure and service, and that's following through. I think third is really one where India significantly lags behind the rest of the world is insurance penetration, right? Actually, we lag behind several of the large countries on two things. One, insurance penetration, and second, the share of government spend in healthcare. So one, of course, greater penetration of private insurance is happening, but equally, there is a burden of care being moved from the state to the private sector, right? Which we have seen happening secularly over the last several years with Ayushman Bharat and so on and so forth. The states are basically saying, hey, we'll spend X amount of our GDP on healthcare. You as a private sector figure out how to organize yourself to deliver the care and make money out of it, right? So I think that's again a big factor. I think several cities would not have had 100, 200, 300 bed hospitals if not for the state insurance spend. Because that just at least helps you have a basic infra in a particular city. I think that's another important driver. Probably the last, but not the least, is access to capital. I've been looking at this sector, and Kiran has been operating in this sector for so long, for like 20 years. 20 years back, I remember one of the hospitals in Hyderabad, we spent 6 months negotiating with a tiny individual investor for a 30 crore investment into a hospital chain, right? 6 months, multiple negotiations, lawyers, diligence to get 30 crores into a chain. This is, I'm talking pre-2005 time frames. From there to the billion and a half coming into the country. So clearly access to capital is a big driver. I just feel one of the blockages still for the country is access to good project finance, because somehow healthcare is still not considered infrastructure in our country. Okay, it is considered a service. At least insofar as a hospital is concerned, it is infrastructure. So if you can get 10, 15, 20-year paper at 7, 8, 9% for solar farms and wind farms and so on and so forth, what hospitals have shown quite consistently over the last 20 years, once you operate a reasonable asset, now the ownerships can keep changing, as tends to happen in our country, but they continue to deliver, they continue to grow, and there's a basic level of cash flows that come. So I think that can be a further unlocking of capital and therefore growth over the next few years. There's also a couple of sub-trends, and I'm happy to talk about it now or later with respect to consolidation. I think there's a lot that's been written about consolidation in the healthcare industry and how that's fueling growth. I think there is I don't really like the word consolidation because I think it is more organization that's happening as opposed to consolidation, right? Because, I mean, one of the hospital boards I sit on, CARE, if you see our investments over the last 2-3 years and what we have planned for the next 2-3 years, 1,200 beds have been actually added, new beds, net new greenfield beds have been added or are being planned to be added in a 5-year period, okay, just with one institution. But it gets branded as consolidation, but really we're organizing it, standardizing the quality of care, standardizing processes, bringing tech, hopefully bringing AI in the future, we'll talk about it, but really adding capacity. And this 70 to 80% of this addition is actually happening in tier 2 locations. It is everywhere from Nagarkoils to Erodes to Vizag to Raipur to Ranchi. These are the cities that are seeing this capacity addition. No doubt, Hyderabad is a unique market. We have a new hospital coming up here every 6 months or 3 months. But keep that aside, majority of what you're seeing is actually in tier 2.
In this growth story, Mahad, one more follow-up question. Do you see any fundamental business models being changed?
So I think I would say it's very early days. The incumbent hospital operators are, I would say, hesitant/scared to change status quo business models. There's a lot of innovation on the periphery, right?
Okay.
It could be around doctor engagement models. It could be around using telemedicine a little bit better, radiology better, having centers of excellence and trying to do a hub and spoke model. There's sort of business process innovation on the periphery that's happening. But if you ask me, is there any path-breaking or fundamental attempt at innovation? So far, no. I think, hopefully, with what data panelists have to offer, there's lots that we can talk about there.
Sure. Thank you, Mahad. Kiran, I'll just shift the focus to you. Oasis has grown. You said you have 35 centers now, and you started on your own. I think audience would love to hear, how it started for you as a journey to get into that specialized space of fertility, and how do you see the growth coming in going forward?
Thank you, Rajesh, for this opportunity. So, I think it's now 15 years since we started Oasis. 15 years ago, I'll just first give the context of typically fertility was a very, very nascent field at that point in time. So there were the gynecologists and the obstetricians who were doing their deliveries. They had their nursing home downstairs and their house upstairs, and then fertility was just an extension of the practice. So this was about 2 or 3 centers in Hyderabad at that time. You could clearly see that it was a very, it's predominantly a science in terms of a bunch of steps that actually, that need to be done. And there was nothing at that point in time which was an organized practice. So that we saw it as an opportunity when we came in. And I'll just talk about just as an industry itself. So 15 years ago, it was 1 in 6 couples had some degree of infertility problem. Now, 1 in 4 by the latest WHO says that. And 65% of India's population is under the age of 35. So we see the size of the problem it is, So And it's always been that there was more demand than what supply was in the early days. Now it is completely changed. Now it's a highly competitive field the way it is. But again, within this, the interesting sort of what we see now there is that we used to treat the Gen Xs before, where it was all about, the doctor's reputation, the reference that actually comes from the doctor. But now we see a lot of the millennials and the next Gen Zs who look at more standardized processes and setups and, brands where all of it is actually properly delivered in all the single specialties, not just IVF. I think even probably Sandeep would talk about it. But I see that within the single specialty segment, with centers or the places who have strong processes and standardized protocols and things, which we will talk about it probably on the tech side, will really win over a period of time, and there's a huge opportunity in the country.
Okay. So to your cue, what you just mentioned, that standardized processes, specialized processes. So how do you make that as your differentiating point when you're looking at growth, when you're trying to expand fast?
I think technology here, I'm a technologist at heart, so for me, I'll have that slight bias, but I could clearly see that being the biggest differentiator and the moat for us to scale. We do have a tech platform on which all these workflows are mapped, and that's pretty much has been the backbone for us to really scale to different places. And with that, the feedback loops, the conversations with the doctors, everything else sort of falls in place. So it's more the workflow management that I would say, tech sort of comes as an enabler there. But that sort of process is where the biggest difference comes in for anybody who would want to actually scale the practices. So that's...
So it's more like, customer engagement, because you need continuous engagement with the customer. They need to come back again and again, right? As part of the fertility. That's where you differentiate, and that's where you build the technology behind it.
Absolutely. I think that's one key element, obviously, on the how well we actually engage with the customer through the journey, but also how the fertility is teamwork. So even how the doctors interact with each other and how do they we do have different tools that help them ease their workload and their jobs as they go on. And that requires within fertility specifically a lot of clinical interventions too that come through technology and process.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I think to Sandeep, I think AINU has been received the investment now, and I think will be on the growth path very, very soon. So obviously, AIG is sitting next to you. So I just want to understand from you, from a multi-speciality versus single specialty hospital, how do you want to differentiate, or how do you think the market perceives you, or market growth for you that exists?
Okay. So thank you so much, Rajesh. So yeah, I think that is that's kind of an interesting question, because the space in which AINU operates is traditionally, so urology, nephrology still largely, or I would say significantly exists within the multi-speciality ecosystem only. We are one of the very, very few players who are doing single speciality urology, nephrology care in a comprehensive manner. So we do everything from dialysis to transplants and robotic surgeries. So there are players who do only dialysis, there are people who only do stone, but comprehensively, this is kind of a space that we are, exploring now. We've had significant success in this space, but yes, there are some comparisons that naturally come up when it comes to, why a single specialty versus a multi-specialty. The way I see it, one of the biggest differentiators we are able to kind of display to the patients is in the focus that we bring to the specialty. So because we are able to live and breathe urology, nephrology, that becomes what our entire ecosystem is about. We typically say that dialysis is one of the toughest patient base to handle when it comes to hospital operations. A patient typically undergoes maybe 100 dialysis a year. So they pretty much figure out the ecosystem day in, day out. For them, they become part of the hospital. Hospital staff just sees a dialysis patient, they come, they go by themselves. So they are probably given the least amount of attention when you see. But in our ecosystem, what we try to do is try to make every single dialysis session for them like it is the first time they're coming into the hospital or it's the first consultation.
Sure.
So while we kind of claim to have the focus, making sure that the patient knows that and feels that becomes very important. AIG was one of the pioneers of single specialty actually. Now they've moved to multi, but they also kind of had this whole ecosystem built around gastroenterology and a center of excellence. So similarly, AINU also kind of is building this ecosystem about a center of excellence. And now our flagship hospital in Hyderabad, so now we are doing multi-speciality urology services. So we've broken down urology into 9 different specialties. So from a consumer point of view, from a patient point of view, we want to make sure that they know that we are just not the run-of-the-mill urology service that you get. In a multi-speciality, any department like us, even single specialty or any single specialty is just one of 17, 18 different departments in a multi-speciality. Here we try to kind of bring that focus, clinical excellence, patient centricity, all dedicated around one cohort of patients. So your nursing cohorts, your nursing is also that much more tuned to handle a renal care patient because it's cohorted in that sense. So I think there is a lot of advantages here. And I think more from an investor point of view, since you spoke about TPG investment, what we are seeing is that we are able to give faster returns in smaller boxes. Right? So that also matters. So we are able to scale up operations, or at least we are able to show value in scaling up operations in single specialty much, much faster. Because yes, like Mahad alluded to before, there is a disease burden that's increasing in India. There is a lot of need for quality healthcare services. Access is a challenge. And it's really not possible to go put up 200, 300 bedded hospitals in every part of the country. Well, that is the endeavor, but it's really not possible sometimes, right? Because there is sometimes a talent dearth. But what single specialty enables is, for that specialty, that talent is all you need. And then you can kind of move faster, quicker, scale up, and build truly national level platforms which can actually interact with each other. We have patients from our Siliguri center being referred to my Hyderabad center because there's no robotic surgery in Siliguri. So we are able to kind of give that value to the patients also. So you walk into an AINU, any part of the country, you still have access to the full suite of services that are there to be offered.
Sure. So as you are going to scale, do you see technology playing a very big role, and also expansion into tier 2, tier 3 cities, right? So
yeah, I think absolutely right. So technology, traditionally we've always health tech has been med tech. Investing in technology meant buying a new robot or buying a new 3 Tesla MRI or investing. Yes, those do give a lot of advantages in terms of patient care. But I think right now a lot of us are now focused on patient-focused technology and not just med tech. So enabling smoother operations, enabling more patient efficiency, enabling clinical efficiency, like Kiran was saying, how do doctors interact with each other? End of the day, all of this leads to patient satisfaction, because we want to make sure that not only are patients treated well, but they also have a wholesome, consummately thorough, valuable experience. So there is a lot of technological investment now that we do in terms of our operations and patient-facing operations. Right from managing patient flows in the OPDs to queue managements to allocation of our OTs to ensure that the waiting time for the patients is lesser. So I think that is an area where we can bring in a lot more efficiency and helps us also, move faster, scale up faster.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. So to transitioning to Kinjal, I know we worked very closely and we have implemented some of those operational efficiency improvements. So just wanted to hear your thoughts on how AIG is looking at growth, one. Second, operational efficiencies, what you guys have done. And maybe third, following up to that is really the challenges as a large hospital. What are you seeing and what can be done? Because that's where I think most of the people want to start companies to solve some of those challenges, right?
Sure. Thanks, Rajesh. First of all, I'll take the growth question. From a growth perspective, AIG Hospitals has been predominantly in Hyderabad, but now we are expanding to other geographies as well, going to Delhi and other places as well, which will very soon be in the news. The second, and with this growth, we are also expanding into multiple towers within Hyderabad itself, with getting very, very specialized into oncology, cardiology, and other spaces as well. Getting to operational efficiency and other technology, we try to, as we work closely, we try to keep things very, very simple. We don't, for example, in a setup of healthcare, there is predominantly a patient, a doctor, nurse, or a technician, and then there is the whole business aspect of it, right? So, for patient, most people think that, okay, let's give them a mobile app where they can view their reports and the job is done. If we want to really simplify it for the patients, we have to give them technology which is not just for one hospital. How we are solving the problem for them is we are giving them the tech, whether not just AIG hospitals, but anywhere they have gotten a reporting done or a prescription done. Now we are making it one-stop shop where everything gets uploaded. Now, even if they want to go out of AIG, maybe want to go to AINU or any other hospital, they have their entire data ready with them. So that's one aspect of it, like a health wallet, just making it life easy for patients. The second aspect is the business in itself, and as we have together done the work, is tracking the patients for resource optimization, using operation theaters better. Because even if you are able to increase one surgery a day, that is quite significant for a hospital. And I think that's what we are doing together with IoT-based trackers, where patients come in, come out, and we are able to improve efficiency on. The third and the most important aspect, I guess, which is quite overlooked in the industry, is the fatigue of doctors, nurses, and technicians. See, healthcare is a highly manual dependent industry. Every single aspect is dependent on humans. And you can't take them out. Even with so many AI you put, you really cannot take it out. But what you can truly do is reduce their fatigue. So, one simple example we have done is we have built a multilingual ambient listening solution. So, normally, about 10 years back, what used to happen is a doctor and a patient used to have a normal conversation with the eye-to-eye contact with each other. But now, if you go to a hospital, the doctors are just writing or typing on a computer because they want to enter the entire data in the EMR. Now, with this ambient listening solution, two things happen. Number one, the doctors and patients' eye contact is coming back. Now they are truly looking at the patient and talking to them, which gives a sense of assurance. The second thing that is happening is no more typing, because believe it or not, most doctors type with 2 fingers. They are not good at typing. So, with this, a lot of fatigue is coming down for the doctors. Similarly, for radiologists, things are coming down. And similarly, now we are trying to build that for nurses as well. The importance or the benefit of reducing this fatigue is, again, it improves operational efficiency, but it also improves clinical accuracy. Because at the end, if they are less tired, they will be providing much better care. So that, and challenge to all these adoptions is truly that all the clinicians or periclinical staff, they are used to doing the work in a certain way. They come in the morning, they do something certain way. They're just used to it. Now, bringing technology in, bringing a mic in the center of the room, which is listening to everything, does change a lot of things for them. And that adoption is the challenge.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Kinjal. I think there is a uniform theme here, right? So there is growth in the industry. Patients, I think the demand is high. I think lifestyle changes are coming in, and there's a lot of structural changes from private equity side coming in. So there is growth in the hospitals. Beds are increasing, and I think the common theme that I understand is technology is the way to go, and technology obviously is the way to scale, to help companies scale as well. So just want to touch upon one small thing. Okay, technology is important. Given having we working for the last 3 years with healthcare, the biggest challenge is data. It is extremely hard to get access to data. So how do we solve that problem? How do we, the data is not standardized. The data is not uniform across different software vendors. And data is not stored properly because, as you said, doctors don't feel like entering all the data or the nurses entering the data. So how do we solve some of these challenges? Maybe we can start with Kinjal and then...
So, very aptly pointed. The only thing is, while the data is not standardized, but the aspects of the data are always standardized. For an example, if you go to any doctor, no matter what they write, they will be writing the data into 4 or 5 segments only. What is your problem? What is the medicine? What is the test you want to write? And what is the plan of care that you should be doing? That's it.
Sure.
Right? So, I think that is where AI is going to play a larger role, and we are working on it, as you know, and this is for the startups as well, that if you are building a solution which can simply maybe just take a picture of the paper and fills that data and standardizes it quickly, rather than building very fancy solutions of, getting in SNOMED, etc. Just simplistic solutions which standardize the data the moment it is done. Mm-hmm. And if that is done, then everything is set at the source itself.
Correct. Yep. Thank you. Maybe based on that AI, I think that we are entering, because the topic also needs AI. So to Mahad, how do we, in your experience, either whether it is an AI problem or a data problem that is solved specifically for the healthcare side, can you highlight, because you will be listening to a lot of startup pitches, a lot of people approaching you, any things that caught your eye on how AI is coming into healthcare, and maybe some success stories or some failure stories as well?
Sure, Raju. I think firstly, it's probably too early to talk about failures, I feel, because lots has to be tried over the coming years. I think there are a number of good examples, right? In the US in particular, and even in India. So you have Tempus, you have Cure.ai, closer to home there is Visa. I think what's important to understand is where are they operating, right? Because there is a patient-centric, Kinjan was talking about, patient-centric data capture and response, right? How do you use AI for that? There is an internal 4 walls usage of AI, which is how do I use AI or data capture and therefore AI on top of it to improve my operations better, right? Mm-hmm. Nursing response times, nursing staffing, where should I staff better, and so on and so forth. And there are companies which we're looking at which are using image capture, right, for example, to smoothen the operations within the 4 walls of hospitals. So there is a lot of solutions going after the 4 walls. Then, of course, there is an aggregate level sort of usage of tools, which is for more directional, right? New drug discovery, precision medicine. What should we be looking at to, that's kind of cross between aggregate as well as the patient level. How do I use that information to bring something different to the patient which doesn't exist today, right? Crunching the time, and I'm going beyond healthcare into pharma, but crunching the timeline required for drug development, doing clinical trials more effectively, taking the patient out of the equation in a clinical trials till the last stage. So all of these are, we're seeing a lot of solutions around all of this. So I think there are names I mentioned are some interesting ones. But I think what would, I feel, drive success or failure is a clear focus of the entrepreneur on, are you a B2C business? Are you trying to address, so Visa, for example, started by saying, hey, I'm a mental health companion for you. Are you a geriatric care companion? So that's very B2C. Is that the problem you're trying to solve? or are you an adjunct to what's happening within a hospital, right? I mean, are you bringing the clinician on board with you and supporting? I think Kinjan mentioned a little bit, is it a co-pilot model, so on and so forth. So I think that is what I feel will drive success. Of course, the data problem is a problem across industries, honestly, and healthcare it's amplified purely because we've been 10 to 20 years behind all other industries on tech adoption. Okay, so I think that's where I see AI going in the industry. So.
Sure, thank you. So to Kiran, follow-up question. So obviously, at least what we see is everybody wants to get into AI bandwagon. Any solution that comes up most likely are using an LLM model today, and SLMs are far away. They'll take time. Every company has to invest time and energy. So the value add that comes in will come at a high cost, especially when you're using an AI solution. So you're a tech person. You said you're also trying to do tech within, Oasis. So how do you see this? Because a lot of startups, I'm pretty sure, will be building AI solutions on LLM to start with. Then if it's successful, then they'll try to get to SLM. So are hospitals also willing to spend that extra money and work with the startups in, taking these expensive solutions?
I think it's a great question, Rajesh. I think first to start with, there are far and few institutions where in the first place the data is clean or the data is available. I think first capturing of data, just say we call it digitization, then standardization. Then we would look at maybe automating the data, doing some predictable analysis and all that. That's when the fourth ingredient of AI would come in. So it's very, very early days. I think the people who are doing it, let's say, AIG, for instance, we guys are doing a lot of work with that. We'll have that clear advantage. So the two parts that Mahat talked about, one would be on the patient side, whatever the solutions on AI that would come. The other ones are within the four walls. So I'll give a couple of examples of the AI applications that we are doing. Based on all the past information that we have for specific parameters for the male and the female, for instance, we're able to actually get to a certain prediction whether the probability of them having a child, for instance. That's one use case, which is, as an algorithm, it's actually working quite well. Will this solution be able to be taken and then straight applied at other places? I think there is a huge resistance for. So that challenge we have in a lot of other smaller places. But that is changing, Sure. What I think in this case is, it's not necessarily, AI replacing doctors first, but doctors who don't use AI will be replaced by the doctors who use them. And I think that's getting there in the next 3-4 years.
They're talking about nudges to the doctor, right?
Yeah. So we call them, let's say you either call it decision support system, decision orchestration system and things like that. But the other one which we see a lot of, I think applications that have started to come because it's an easy plugin is on the image processing side. So for us, we are now able to rank and grade the embryos that would need to be transplanted in terms of how, which is the best embryo that will give the best possible outcome. So that sort of as a use case has worked very well. So these two, I can clearly see them working.
So you have adopted, you're already taking it to the next level. That's a great story to hear. Thank you. So Sandeep, from AI point, is there any specific use cases that you're looking at from AI adoption?
So, clinically, I think similar to what Kiran has spoken about, right? So there are a lot of specific advantages that AI gives, especially when you're looking at, very focused kind of a solution that you need. Like for embryos, like for us, a kidney stone analysis, right? So we have an AI-enabled tool which is integrated with our ultrasound machine. So ultrasound generally just gives you an information that what is the stone and what's the size. But the tool now is also able to give us the nature of the stone, the location, the composition. So that helps us make a better decision as to what procedure is needed to extract that stone. There are A, B, C, D, E, which is the most suitable. Before you had to do another procedure slightly invasive procedure to find that out. Now that is cut down.
Sure.
So there is benefits that are coming specifically into it, but I think as we go along, there is a lot more that can kind of be extracted from a value perspective where not just help in decision making, but also where AI can actually help us, I would say, grow. In terms of what more can we offer, what more can we offer to the patient, what benefits can we get as an organization to keep the services, the scope of services growing. I think growth-based initiatives are still yet to come in. A lot of it right now is more decision support and efficiency-based. I think so. That's the next thing we are looking forward to.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. So Kinjal, I know AIG has launched successfully a couple of, many AI initiatives. Can you, talk about at least one use case, which has been very successful, either in the gastro area or other areas, that clinical AI side?
Clinical AI. So we are right now in validation phase because clinical aspects, the biggest problem is we just cannot use them. We will have to wrap them up into, as Kiran rightly said, in some shape and form of CDSS, which is clinical decision support systems. So the most effective one that we have right now is the ambient listening one. We have already done about 150,000 plus prescriptions on that already. So it is also, and it can listen to, it adapts to 14 languages, all relevant dialects of India. So it is, and we are working with best of the LLMs as well. So that's definitely one most important. The other aspect of developing and using AI in clinical is we have to be very careful about the intellectual property, especially patents. I'll give you a very interesting example. We have built a large AI application in clinical, which is identification of liver diseases with just simple blood markers. Ideally, it can only be found with a fibroscan, which is a very costly test. But with a basic blood test, we are able to screen high-risk liver patients. So we have developed the algorithm, trained over 40,000, tested, validated over 15,000, all great. When we went to try filing a patent for it, we found that one of the top hospitals in the world has just filed a defensive patent on the same term. Now what it does is, it actually prevents even our freedom to use our own solution. So it is extremely important for all of us, especially when we are building it in India, to file patents so that at least if we are not licensing, at least we will have freedom to use our own technologies.
Correct. Yeah. I think that's a wonderful point, Kinjal. I think a lot of startups are working on many interesting ideas. So keeping that in mind about patent, how do you defend your patent, I think that has to start very early on, especially if you are focused on healthcare. So I think in the interest of time, I want to pause a little bit and ask a simple question. If you want to look into the future for the next 3 to 5 years, where do startups focus on? Because getting and working with a hospital is a tough journey. It is not that easy. Long gestation cycles, investment from team and effort have to be there to build the relationships. So just a minute from each one. Where should you focus? How should startups focus on? What are the areas they should focus on? What are the things they need to be careful? Any of those things?
Yeah, before actually coming to the startups, I think one most important thing is hospitals should spend a little more on these things. So that's investors would disagree with me, but it's time.
With you, Kiran.
It's time. No, we do it, and we can clearly see that being an advantage. I don't know how many people in the audience are from the hospital sector, but significant spend on technology will make a big difference. And I think startups are doing some really good work within this space. They're really trying to solve genuine problems, but it's only the adaptation within this is where the issue is coming from. But if I have to say, first thing, if there are clear pilots or use cases that they can demonstrate, show in how quickly they can clean the data and then show their outcomes. We had an example of someone coming who was, so we have this call center where we interact with patients. So recording those from those conversations to improve the efficiency of how the call center executive will speak to the patient. There's been an AI solution which has improved it by about 20% in terms of our patient's response rate. Things like that, if they can be demonstrated in say a week's time, it shouldn't be too complicated. It should be quite simple. Just coming there, okay, this is your data. This is what I'm going to show you. That will make a big difference.
Sure.
So that's one of the points. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go slightly longer term horizon because I think there's a lot of companies which are working for the next 3 to 5 year solves. But I think if you take disease burden, which is less understood, if you take anything neurodegenerative diseases, any of that, right? I just feel once the data part is sorted, there's lots that can be done which can be truly transformative in the sense that it's not additive, but it's be truly transformative, right? As an investor, I would like to see the additive side so that I can see the profit improvement or revenue improvement and make an exit and get out. But I think from an industry point of view, I would like to see people working on transformative ideas. And for the short term, I think as entrepreneurs, it's better to focus on agentic AI solutions, which it could be call center, it could be nursing stations, it could be ICU management. There's tons that can be done, which hospitals are not spending time on, subject to them willing to spend more money, but less on some of the data intensive and generative side, because that will take longer. The data buildup will take longer.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to take a little bit of a operations point of view here, right? As a hospital operator, right? As somebody who spends time on the floors, a lot of challenges from a tech point of view that we have is that we have a lot of systems, a lot of technologies deployed that make life a little difficult for the users. We have different users from different backgrounds, right? We have nurses, we have doctors, we have front office staff, we have service staff, we have security staff, we have managers, we have marketing staff, we have sales staff. All of them come from very different backgrounds, very different experiences, very different kind of roles they have to play. So we end up deploying technology that, is kind of for one process, for one person. And a lot of them don't talk to each other. And then we tend, okay, fine, I want to see your answers. Then I say, okay, I'll build a data lake. You come up with solutions that sit on top of solutions that sit on top of solutions. So over time, we end up with a very complicated network of technologies that we've deployed. And then somebody says, let's overhaul, and you start again. So it's not a very efficient cycle that we have right now. So if somebody would come to me as an entrepreneur saying, this is what I can do, the more the use cases, the better. The more it can be integrated into everyday operations, the easier it is for adoption, and even as an administrator, easier for me to just greenlight it and try it out, right? Because I have a nurse, a doctor, a marketing manager, a front office staff, a radiology tech, all of them use it. More value than, say, only one person in the department uses it. So I would like to see maybe multi-departmental, solutions which can actually maybe flow through or integrate with my HIS in general or my ERP in general. I think that's something that will definitely, it's a lot of value to me.
Sure. Thank you.
It's a very interesting question. I've been in multiple industries. So the reason why a lot of startups fail, and I'll be a little bold here, a lot of startups fail in healthcare is because engineers are building solutions for doctors. When they build the solution, they take to doctors, and doctors say, I don't need it. Step one for every startup, and this is practically we are doing it, that's why probably we have been able to get 1 or 2 initial successes, is if you have an idea, please go to the doctor, go to the nurse, go to the CXOs of the company, operations staff of the company, ask them, if I build this, will you use it? Or if you don't have an idea, just spend time with them and ask for an idea. Because only those solutions will work. And as Mahad also said, the ideas are not very complex. It's all out there, hundreds of them. So just please talk to your stakeholders first and then build the solutions.
Sure. On the same point, Kinjal, I just want to bring up, there is an ecosystem in Hyderabad, right? Especially for a lot of startups here in Hyderabad. I know that, AIG has partnered with ISB, IIT Bombay. I'm pretty sure you're tied up with some universities. So can you highlight just, what's the partnership about? And if a startup wants to work within that ecosystem, how can they be part of it?
Of course.
I'm sure TiE is also a part of it, but...
Yes, TiE is part of it. Yeah. So the reason why invest, whether it is Oxford, whether it is Stanford, Harvard, you name it, why you get successful solutions or startups out of spin-offs out of those places, because there is a hospital and an engineering college in the same campus, or just in the next building or on the same street. Take example of Harvard. Harvard and Massachusetts General are on the same street. They share the same leadership. So so they get to understand, experiment, and also build the solutions with the stakeholders very easily. This is an ecosystem which is missing in India, unfortunately. So what we at AIG have tried to do is we got with ISB and we got with IIIT. We said ISB will teach what to do, teach the doctors how to think about technology. They will get the ideas. Now we will take these projects, give it to IIIT as the thesis projects. Now everybody is trying to work in an ecosystem. Although these three are three large institutes, separate large institutes, but trying to work together. We have been able to generate 2 solutions, and we are working on 2 more groundbreaking solutions which will be patented, which are they're patent filed, and they will also be getting FDA de novo, which means an innovation as well. So these are some of the things. If we are able to build this ecosystem, I think it will be very effective.
Sure. Yeah, I think thanks everyone for the wonderful thoughts and inspiring thoughts. I'm sure a lot of startups learned quite a bit today about healthcare sector and how some of the solutions they can focus on. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for your time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a louder round of applause to our panelists. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I would like to request Mr. Rajesh Raju, who has also been the CM champion curating this panel, to please present our panelists with a token of appreciation. Sustainability. In this discussion, we look at how technology is shaping the future of urban India. Please join me as I welcome the moderator for this panel, who is also the CM champion, curating the session. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, Senior Managing Director, JLL India, and also a TiE Charter member. Welcome, sir. Mr. Patnaik, I believe I'll hand over the stage to you to introduce our panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think this session is going to come between the audience and the lunch. So he is the CEO of Prestige Developers, as you know, one of the top real estate developers, headquartered in Bangalore, one of the best listed entity out of the real estate developers in India, and they have a lot of exposure. And I have the fortune of working closely with Jaggi. He was the head of South India for JLL, some time back. So welcome, Jaggi, to this panel. I'll request my good friend Sundri to come to the stage. Sundri is founder of iSprout. As you know, iSprout is headquartered in Hyderabad. They have 30,000 seats in the managed office space co-working. You will heard. Way back in 2012-13, he owns a company, is the co-founder of PropStech and Japkey. Raja, welcome to this panel. Now I'll welcome Krishna. Krishna is the promoter of LSR Tudor and LSR Tudor is doing a huge IT park in Hyderabad in Kokapet. And also LSR Tudor is one of the main sponsor for this event. So thank you, Krishna, for backing this event, for being the main sponsor and also being part of the session. So thank you, panel speakers.
Yeah, so as you know, the topic of today's panel discussion is the future of PropTech. Sometimes I think even now, when you talk in this world of startups, if you talk of PropTech, people take some time to understand what PropTech means. The moment you say health tech, they understand. The moment they say you talk of deep tech, they understand. But PropTech, a lot of people don't understand what PropTech means. Then I say it's property tech, real estate tech. Then said, oh, okay. So this is the stage we are, where the awareness of PropTech is, I think not that much. So my first question, I'll ask this question to everyone. You can give your perspective. How do you define the current state of PropTech in India, Jaggi? And you can give your honest opinion, and then Raja, you can take it over, and Krishna and yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandeep. You rightly said PropTech is still, it's property and tech. But if you look at the way real estate in the overall life cycle has, pretty much, imbibed this whole technology environment around it. It actually starts from the government side, the way land records have been formalized today, all of that. With RERA coming in. So at every level today you see, and from occupiers, end users, even from your side of business, people who join DOTS, consulting companies, they all depend on data, and data and PropTech are pretty much hand in glove. So I think we are at I would say an inflection point from where we can only keep leapfrogging at every stage in the next, and I would say about last decade has been transformational in the way we are looking at this. And I think we are still scratching the surface, but many other aspects of our real estate life cycle can be, huge value can be driven from addition of PropTech.
So thanks, Jaggi. Before
did 5-10 years ago in every state, digitization of land records. Today everything is available, and I come from Bangalore, so Karnataka, you must have seen e-Khata and all of that. While people, even at every level, at district level, at ground level, find it difficult to adapt to technology, but the leapfrogging and adaptation of technology, if it comes from government, it becomes very simple. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now, adaptation of technology. Sorry, I just want to...
Thanks, Jaggi. I'll just, this question to Sundari, you are in the managed office space, right? And how do you see the prop tech influencing the flexible workspace or managed space? How are you facing in India? What are the major challenges?
So look, I think the challenges are not in India per se. I mean, it's global because of multiple reasons, because of the adoption, because of how real estate as an industry functions, right? It's very localized. You can't have a single solution across the world. I mentioned that it's got adopted in the construction world, right? BIM, and you know there are companies now who have introduced technology where there is satellite imagery, and the construction workers are roaming around with cameras. So 24/7, you are able to monitor what's happening at the site. Correct? Yeah, the project management. Now, similarly, you know, if you have sensors for your parking, there's an educational part, encompassing solution. So has reached a particular, whereas that is required in some parts of the business, we've found that customization, and it's working very well. For example, digitization. It looks very simple that we're just pulling out records and we are digitizing it, but I think it's common knowledge that records are not maintained very efficiently in government systems, right? In terms of the type of documents, in terms of the accessibility, every state is different. So we've just created like a proprietary technology which can ingest data and then, you know, abstract and productize it. But the good part starts now, because with AI, we can actually spill out intelligence. Intelligence without the correct raw material is hallucination. So our fun will start now, right? But coming back to why it's not getting adopted, it's 12 years since we've started our journey, and now maybe our moment has come, right? And if you see every other product or service which has been existing, they have been facing these challenges which continues. So it's got to evolve. Well said. I think that's where we are.
Krishna, your take on the challenges the prop tech sector is facing in India?
One thing, like he was saying, the adaptability, and a commonality for prop tech is, I think, operations and maintenance, where they can really enhance the efficiency. The existing processes.
You can, yeah? Can you feel warmth between your hands? Talk back to me, guys. Talk back to me. I'm trying to wake you all up, okay? Friends, right? You'll all like to think of that as Chinese call it chi. So no, you can clap, sir. No worries. It'll create more energy between your palms. So what I want you all to do now is take that lovely energy. Just give yourself a nice tap on one shoulder. If you have a friend, you can actually pat your friend's shoulder. Give them a nice little shoulder massage. If you're alone, pat yourself. The other side. Take your hands up, a nice stretch. Do a twist to the left. Not the best thing to do post-lunch, but twist to the right. Fantastic. And we high-five the people on the side of us. Let me ask you all again, how are you guys doing? Are you all ready for our post-lunch session? Only these guys are ready. What about everyone on the back? Are you all ready, guys? Fantastic. All right, everyone, thank you so much for cooperating. Please take your seats. It's time to get started. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive right into a very, very interesting panel discussion. For your attention, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to get started with our first panel discussion of the afternoon, post-lunch. And this one is all about, we have a truly eminent panel taking the stage. I'd like to begin by welcoming on stage the moderator for this panel discussion. National Security Advisory Board, former scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, former chairman, DRDO, and former Secretary, Defense Research, Government of India. Welcome, sir. To India's including DRDO, National Security Advisory Board, and President of the Aeronautical Society of India. Dr. Reddy continues to shape India's science, technology, to help the startup ecosystem. Our first panelist this afternoon is Dr. Shrima's interaction for DRDO. Let's give ma'am a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. She has made significant contributions to advancing India's strategic programs and fostering collaboration between production agencies and the armed forces, and pioneering the ecosystem for new entrepreneurs to enter the defense and aerospace segment through technology transfers to industry. Panelist, Commodore A. Madhava Rao, 23, an accomplished leader, has been instrumental in driving BDL's R&D production and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative in the induction of nuclear submarines, modernization of prestigious institutions. He holds degrees in engineering, defense studies, finance, and management. Our next panelist is, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 30 years of leadership experience across aerospace for driving innovation, operational excellence, and large-scale transformation. He brings deep expertise across business operations, P&L management, business development, sales, supply chain, manufacturing, engineering, HR, finance, and corporate affairs, and has played a pivotal role in setting up greenfield aerospace parks, managing complex aircraft and business jet manufacturing programs, and leading initiatives in missile systems and anti-drone technologies and UAV programs. His strategic and executional leadership has been instrumental in positioning multiple organizations at the forefront of India's aerospace and defense ecosystem. President, SIDM, and Chairman of Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited. Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia is an Army veteran and a distinguished defense industry leader with over 5 decades of experience. He currently serves as the President of as Chairman of Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited, Rafael and KSSL Bharat Initiative. Under his leadership, the group has forged strong partnerships with leading global defense and aerospace EO. A key contributor to National Strategic and Policy Task Force, he has shaped several defense and aerospace initiatives recognized for his creative leaders and was awarded Best CEO of the Year for excellence and leadership in innovation.
Hello, co-panelists here, very eminent panel. Firstly, let me thank the organizers, the TiE team, for inviting us to be here, particularly with a discussion on the defense ecosphere in the country and evolving situation in the world globally. And people have been friends to me, both in Hyderabad and Bangalore. We come across defense-related meetings and events. We always find new faces, new industries, new thought processes, new perspectives, and whatnot and all that. So that is how I always have an interest to come for a TiE event. And calling it as I may sit down also, whoever is standing. So that gives a better view for all of us and better feeling also. All the people who are standing may sit down. Coming to Hyderabad, and as an overall national perspective, the defense scenario is changing and evolving to a very high level, to a global leadership today. India today having a budget of $1.75 lakh crores of capital budget, remaining revenue and all that lot of things. The scenario was, in India we were producing bare minimum about 20-25 years back. Most of the things were imported, and was imported. That was the scenario. From that scenario today, we have come to a stage where last financial year, out of the 1.75 lakh crore capital budget, 1.5 lakh crore was produced within the country. 1.5 lakh crores will be produced in the country. And now the target given today to the country is, by next year, make it 1.75 lakh crores. This is the target. By 2029, the target is kept as 3 lakh crores. 3 lakh crores is the target. Similarly, when I said imports, we have been doing a lot of imports and we have been standing tall in the world as the largest importer or one of the largest importers of defense equipment. From there, the turnaround has taken place. We are now exporting. Last year, we have exported 23,666 crores worth of defense equipment to the world. 23,000. That is the change from being the largest importer. You have turned around and started exporting. The target kept now is 50,000 crores. 50,000 crores exports we should do in the next 2 years. That is the target given. So that is the way it is shaping. Many technologies are being developed indigenously now today. There are almost about 2,000 Tier 1 and Tier 2 industries are working for the defense today in the country. There are more than 20,000 industries are working as Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 industries for the defense today. And if you look at, there are a few thousands of startups which are working for the defense today. This is how the scenario. And particularly when you talk about Hyderabad, Hyderabad is an important epic center of defense. I'll tell you, today in Hyderabad, we have more than about 12 laboratories of DRDO. 12 laboratories of DRDO. In fact, I like to mention, more than about 60% to 70% of the budget of DRDO is spent in Hyderabad. Is spent in Hyderabad, more than 60 to 70% of it. Then we have the major public sector units. The CMD of the Bharat Dynamics Limited is sitting here, BDL. Then we have HAL 2 units here. Then we have Bharat Electronics Limited. We have the ordnance factory in the Medak. So there are so many units which are there, which are connected to defense. I am not talking about the Air Force Station. I am not talking about the Army units. I am not talking about the other establishments of defense-related quality agencies and whatnot and all that. So that way, Hyderabad is an important center. If you look at for you, as you are, many of them are outside the defense, many major systems are produced here. Talk about all the missiles, everything. Whatever it is, all the systems are developed and produced here in this city of Hyderabad. They are one. And majority of them produced. When I say Agni, it is Agni 1, Agni 2, Agni 3, Agni 4, Agni 5. These sort of things which are all developed here. And in fact, I like to mention the pride of the country, the mission what has been conducted, Mission Shakti, the anti-satellite test, the most secretive operation which is done in a world record time of 2 years is done from the laboratories in Hyderabad. And that is what Honorable Prime Minister came. We have Medhani. I forgot to tell about Mishradhat Nigam Limited. It is here. Then we have the electronic warfare systems here. We have the directed energy systems. That is the lasers, high power electromagnetics. That laboratory is here. There are strategic systems related things, laboratories here. So much of thing in Hyderabad. And so there is a huge number of, large number of the industries connected to these laboratories are shaped up in Hyderabad, where it is Balanagar, now today you talk about Hazibatla or elsewhere in a big way. So Hyderabad is such an important center for the defense of the country today. In this scenario, now the DRDO or the defense ministry, the defense production is opened up more and more to the private industry. Now today private industries are producing missiles, they are producing bombs, now today are coming up from private industry anyway. They are all coming from various industries. It is not said we are next year 1.75 lakh crores. There are huge opportunities which are happening in the country today, and that is why we are looking at people who are not already in the defense, people like you who can come into the defense and come out with more and more innovative systems, making the country tall in the world. So that is how the eminent panel has come here. In fact, I like to mention this is the top of the defense in the country, looking at the issues and all that related to that. He is the chair of various other Concord and other missiles and all that, and which they are producing many other missiles today, till age where unit in the world, and I can produce what is representing here. He is body. Ministry of Defense takes them. Now recently, that was the instrument, and they also give awards to almost about 60 people. But yet, so he is such a senior man there, born in defense. Adani is munition, armor. They have units in Bangalore, they have units in Hosur, they have units in Chennai, they have units in Hyderabad. I to give the opportunity. So, first I'll plan it in such a way that I'll have each of them to give their perspective with respect to the new entrepreneurs to come to defense. What are the various policy measures, or what are the opportunities, and how they can come in, and what it can be done. And those aspects I want to talk to each one of them in their own way. I start with Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, because R&D is the most important thing and the starting point in any, and establish them.
Good afternoon. To be the first system is for our industries, and that includes everyone, the young startups, MSMEs, the larger industries. We want them to partner with us in the development process itself. Or a missile system which has got multiple subsystems. Normally the partnership, let me assure, go on part of the supply chain during the production phase. We have come out with a concept of development cum production partner, where for every system which is partnering the development goes on to supply those systems to the armed forces. And not only to the armed forces, other security agencies, they also have similar requirements. So those requirements can also be met by the industries which are partnering during the design and development phase. So while DRDO takes the lead during the development phase, during the D&D phase, the industries are expected to take the ownership and the leadership during the production phase. So this is how the major macro programs and major systems are developed and productionized. Then we also give the transfer of technology for various kind of components, subsystems, system levels over and above the DCPPs, so that the industrial ecosystem can grow and co-panelists, or also our DCPPs for multiple systems that are under production and for induction to the armed forces. You'd be happy to note that roughly about 6 lakh crore worth of systems have been approved for induction by the armed forces based on the developments by DRDO. Thank you. And about 12,000 crore worth of exports, from what Dr. Reddy mentioned just now, that has happened in the last year is based on the systems developed by DRDO. As I mentioned, we have whatever technologies are developed, we are more than happy to share the expertise, the TOTs with our industry partners. And till date, more than 2,000 agreements for transfer of technologies have been shared with the industry partners. We have also come up with the Technology Development Fund scheme, where not only does the DRDO fund the development of technology to the extent of 50 crores, it also does the technical mentoring, hand-holding of the young startups and MSMEs which are participating more than 300 crores. The IPR portfolio of DRDO, which is again more than 2,500 IPRs have been filed. These have been made open to public. So if any young startup, MSME, any industry feels, and these are available on our websites, if you feel that this IP is of relevance to you and you would like to take the industry are capital intensive, and DRDO has a unique labs having different kind of test facilities. These are available on the website, and industries who need to make use of these can access this by checking on the details on the website. Annually, more than 6,000 tests are conducted for the Indian industries, which is helping especially the young startups and the MSMEs in taking their developments further. I'd also like to inform all the people present here that we have come up with a system for advanced manufacturing assessment and rating, where we take the help of QCI, quality, which kind of assesses the maturity level of the industry to see how mature is the industry for productionization and whether they can partner, where are they, what is the kind of level, and they also give suggestions on how to support and how to upgrade themselves to the levels which are required for partnering in the defense ecosystem. We have also opened a Defense Technology and Testing Center. It is available at Lucknow, where dedicated test facilities are available which can be made use of by various agencies. And that center also provides specific training on complex softwares, and every month to new suggestions that may come up from the industry, and all the details are available on our website. Anyone who needs to get in touch with any laboratory or with us at headquarters, please feel free to reach out, and we'd be more than happy to support you in whichever way possible. I think we'll close with
for giving later any clarifications will come back to you after the one of the largest DPSUs, Defense Public Sector Units. Normally probably what we are and we need to work separately and all that. It is not so. BDL works with industry in a big way. I'll just give one statistics and then leave it to Commodore Madhavrao. Akash is one of the large number of missiles produced missile system. And maybe more than about 15,000 crores or 20,000 crores worth of missiles have been produced. And I want to tell you, when BDL has produced a missile system, 84% by value has been come out from private MSMEs. BDL has taken from all of them, integrated, tested and supplied to them. That is what it is. So I request Commodore Madhavrao to give his perspective from BDL and DPSUs, how new entrepreneurs like you can come up and work with them. Mr. Commodore Madhavrao.
Thank you very much, sir. It's indeed a pleasure to be here, and I would like to open by thanking the organizers have a very simple answer that I make missile. In a lighter vein, when you want to say that some technology is unsurmountable or something, you say it's no rocket science. And we have inherited this to enable manufacturing of the missile. In 1983, the IGMDP program was announced in BDL, in ensuring that the product that comes out of BDL is absolutely the best in the world. Like they say, the missiles are associated with all those stakeholders who are into this business. So like Sir said, to start with, the designer here in most of our indigenous products has, apart from manufacturing these missiles, it is our responsibility to take along with us of the missile to find of the missiles 9. Whatever turnover of BDL, whatever business we do, 60 to 70% of it is available to the industry. And just to give a context of the figures, if we are talking, BDL order book stands at 22,000 crores. So we are of the size. Last year we did. We occupy all whole program categorized as an agency. We are wherein the partners who have been part of this occupies close to. We have been working with them right from 1970 of doing TOT programs, wherein we have got the TOT from the foreign OEMs and now they are all indigenously produced. When we started this, we were imported, 99% indigenous. So BDL has always been an encourager of various import. Almost done the complete missile ourselves. It is not just one missile, but many of the missiles we have been importing or doing it through TOT are now indigenously produced. The next one is lately we have started doing R&D ourselves to relieve the burden on DRDO for the technologies that are more critical and complex, and try to take on that is already been established, like doing some improvements to what products have emerged from the technologies developed by DRDO, or where there are gaps where DRDO is working on the larger projects, we take up on the smaller projects and do R&D ourselves. So we have a few products coming up in that, where again, we are doing it not alone. We are doing it with the complete support and innovative initiatives by a lot of startups. The last category is we are developing products along with startups. The ideas are of the startups. The innovative ideas have come from them. They are the initiators of the products. We are supporting them, and we are helping them to convert them into products. So that is the kind of role that we have been playing. We have been playing the second fiddle in many cases, and in some cases we are being the taking the supportive role. The Government of India has done a lot to encourage startups and MSMEs in the defense sector. We have the programs like HITEX, where the startups are funded. 50% of the project cost is paid by the government, 50% by the startup company, and there is a mentor organization like BDL which supports them to take their ideas into products. So the latest on that HITEX scheme is the Aditi scheme, where the amount that the government is giving is 50 crores per project. So that is the kind of initiative that the government has taken. And all of us in the defense sector, primarily the government companies, we have listed the various components, subsystems that are imported on a portal called Srijan portal. On the Srijan portal, all of us have listed what are the items that we are importing, and therefore these are available for import substitution through your innovative ideas. And it has been a good program that we have year on year, we are cutting down on the list, and many of these products are becoming indigenous now. With respect to the USP of the startups of being innovative and agile, I can only tell you that the DPSUs are no longer the erstwhile white elephants who take a lot of time to move. We move as quickly as you are. You take one step, we are ready to take 4 steps. I can tell you proudly that within a month's time, BDL has funded one of the startups 140 crores to take up a project. And the money was dispersed in 1 month's time. So, if I had to summarize companies like ours, DPSUs and the larger companies, the role we play is to synergize the efforts of the industry to make Atmanirbharta a true reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Commodore Madharaji, for giving the details of whatever the activities being done by BDL, what are the production activity, and how they were working with industries, what are the opportunities, how they're collaborating with startups and everything. Now I move on to Colonel Rajendra Bhatia, the President of SIDM. As I said, SIDM is the largest industry body in the country. It's taken very seriously by the ministry and the government in multiple ways, in the policy generations, or working out with the industry-related aspects, industry-related problems, and whatnot. So I think he's the right man who understands the industry aspects, perspective today in the country the best. And he also has been, of course, as I said, is the chairman of the board of Bharat Forge. And so that way, as himself also being part of as an entrepreneur, he knows everything. So I request Colonel Bhatia to give his perspective about what are the opportunities now in defense, how various new entrepreneurs can join.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy, and thank you for a very nice introduction, which I don't think I deserve. But let me start, since it is an entrepreneurship summit, let me give you a perspective for the future entrepreneurs sitting in this hall. Dr. Reddy mentioned that our last year budget was approximately 6.75 lakh crores, out of which acquisition budget was approximately 1,75,000 crores. Interesting part is that the defense budget has been increasing approximately at 9 to 10% year on year. So this budget doubles every 7 years. And if we look at Amrit Kal, and when we say 2047, by which time the India should be a developed nation, we are looking at a figure of the defense budget in the tune of 40 to 50 lakh crores by that time. And the acquisition budget attracts a unique opportunity to the entrepreneurs. And that's the area where I would like to dwell. This is one business which is dependent, like many others, on 2 facets. The first facet of that is technology development. Technology will be the key to winning wars. It was the key, it will remain the key. Now, how do we go about developing technology? If you take a look at facet of the technology, there are 3 segments which fall into it. Research and development, which will primarily remain state-funded, state-oriented function, where Dr. Chandrika really explained the role of DRDO. We do not see any change happening in that role. The second part in technology development is what we call innovation. But innovation at best is a progressive or an incremental increase. The third part of technology development is what we call disruptive technologies or the breakthrough technologies. Now, India probably has made rapid strides in last 2 decades, but we are still behind in that technology, I would say, domain behind the Western countries. So if we have to jump into that queue, into the higher level of technology development, what we need is breakthrough technologies or what we call disruptive technologies. Word over, these technologies have been developed by small enterprises. And I think that's the role which startups in this country can play. I think a lot has been said about the kind of funding availability, the kind of availability of opportunities, but I think the time is right for a nation like us to have million startups working in this domain so that you can become a startup nation for technology development, to give us a leapfrogging into the technology domain in the world. And that will be the key to our success. The second part, and with which I'll conclude my argument, is on the manufacturing end. It's also very heartening to note that the defense will always have a tierized structure for manufacturing. There'll be large-scale integrators, there'll be tier 1s who will do system work, there'll be a tier 2 who will do subsystem work, and there are tier 3 who will do component work. So it opens opportunities for everyone at various levels. So whatever level you are, with your enterprise, you can make a start. But only thing I would like to say, remember, defense is not a sprint, it's going to be a marathon. If you're going in there, plan with the idea that it's going to be a long haul. But advantage of running a marathon, that very few people end up running marathons because it's a tough thing. So the entry barriers become that much larger. So with this, I would like to conclude my argument and hand it back to Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, Bhatiaji. I like to mention here one thing. He is from an industry called Bharat Forge. All of you know, India never had a gun. We have been importing, and you all heard about Bofors and all that. Then DRDO worked with the industry, Bharat Forge and Tata, and they have produced now an indigenous Indian gun called HITEX. And I want to tell you, a very proud moment for our is the HITEX is the world's longest range gun. No other gun in the world has the range of an Indian gun which is produced by our country. And now these people are exporting now. We imported and we had a lot of issues, and we have gone to the exporting stage now. That gun is produced by one of the industries, is Bharat Forge technology from DRDO. Now I moved into Mr. Sampath Kumar. Mr. Sampath Kumar, he has grown in the industry from very small, young man, from that stage to a CEO now. And also, he worked in Laghu Udyog, SMEs, MSMEs, and large industry CEO now. And he worked with the DRDO and all the industry and DPSUs and Ministry of Defense in a big way. He knows all the related issues, and let me see how he encourages you to join into the industry and the defense industry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Attention everyone, please kindly be seated.
Chairman of the day, Dr. Satish Reddy sir. The session, large industry representatives among the audience. Thank you, organizers, TiE, for giving an opportunity to share my views. Like you, not very long ago, we have seen how defense industry has evolved for over last 30 years today. I completely agree with them. It was not so easy 30 years back when we started. All the Indian industry who are in MSME or the mid-sized companies, we were always allowed to do only the small components and never a system. Believe me, of course, I interacted with BDL for last 30 years. Whenever we used to go to BDL, as a young engineer, I used to love to see Akash missile, Prithvi missile, Agni series of missile. You know, it used to be very, very nice and encouraging things to see as an young engineer. A complete the missile system that has been done in this country. But today, 30 years down the line, the government has opened up, I would say Ministry of Defense, especially the DRDO has opened up the encourage industry to come forward and participate in many programs. That encouragement has helped the young engineers like me, or young managers like us, to start. Whether we will be able to touch that, we are able to produce it. I will tell you one example, gentlemen. Operation Sindoor happened May 7 to 10. You will be surprised. Almost all the defense equipment that were deployed in the border were either having a design defined here, product produced here. All components that has been used for the subsystem, the complete system has been delivered by MSMEs of Hyderabad and also few other places. So, virtually in Operation Sindoor, it is Hyderabad which protected all of us, millions of life, and our motherland. Let us give a big round of applause for yourself. With the policy changes that are being made over the last 30 years, in fact, you'll be surprised to know it is Dr. Reddy sir. From 2000 up to, DRDO has been founded in 1958. Up to 2018, before he took over as a chairman, only around 537 TOTs were given to the private industry. So here is a man from your own city who has given in less than 5 years more than this. I think 736 TOTs to the Indian industry. Let's give a big round of applause for all the galaxy of the people who are on the dais. Now to talk about how to encourage the youngsters or a young entrepreneur, not only young entrepreneur, even people with deep pockets, you will definitely face a challenge where to enter, how to enter. This is one of the challenges, even when we were there, since we have grown, as Reddy sir said, from the small MSMEs to the large companies, we went with the flow. I will give you one very important document which Government of India has published. Only in September, last month they have published, TPCR 2025. It's called Technology Perspective Capability Roadmap 2025. To play how you can enter a business. So thanks to Ministry of Defense, they have published TPCR, Technology Perspective Roadmap document, which highlights next 15 years procurement, what armed forces is listed. 141 page document, space sector. To read this document, lot of product has been listed out. You can start working on it. Another thing I will tell you. In fact, we all started, as I told you, Class C, Class D, HITEX, HAL, BDL. We were system integrators mentioned in this document. Just for the benefit of the audience here, let me just read out 3 or 4 areas that Government of India has emphasized. Probably if you play in these areas, you can definitely get into the aerospace sector in a big way. The focus area for the next 10 years is hypersonic weapons, 5th generation fighter aircraft. In fact, AMCA is the aircraft which Government of India, Ministry of Defense, in fact, it comes under DRDO, they are building it. Get into that, that is going to be the product of the nearby future and it will be there for a long time. Of course, artificial intelligence, battlefield awareness and predictive logistics is one of the area which is going to be coming up in a big way. And the third focused area of the Ministry of Defense is cyber warfare and space resilience. So work on these areas, I am sure. In fact, I met some of the startups who are working on AI already. My sincere suggestion is to look at how AI-driven battlefield aware gain immensely from that. I will also highlight some of the major program under the modernization program of Government of India, which is going to happen. Probably the startups may not get a chance here. Modernization program, initially the bigger companies would be playing. I will highlight some of those. Start working with companies who are working in this area, and definitely you can get benefited out of it. The key modernization programs which are going on are going to be happening in the next 5 years. The BMP-2 Compact Vehicle Upgradation Program, incidentally, there are about 6 companies working on it, like the Tatas, L&T, and my company, HFCL, is also one of them. So, in fact, we are sourcing a lot of subsystem for the BMT upgrade already from Hyderabad. Anybody new coming, also volume is so high, it's going to be around 911 vehicles. So please associate with larger companies and look at it. Tejas LCA expansion program. In fact, I heard they are already building the 3rd assembly line. There are 2 in Bangalore. The 3rd line is coming. That is where you can get a maximum business focus on it. The T90 upgradation program, especially the cockpit, is also happening. We are not at it, but companies like Tata, L&T is working on it. So please concentrate and join work on that. The C295 Airbus program. It's a very big program. Currently 47 aircraft, but I heard many more aircrafts are going to be given to this joint venture company. So associate there and work on it. And one of the, in fact, maybe Bangalore is more associated. SDR going to be the software-defined radios is going to be one of the large program of the country. Vehicle-mounted SDRs, there is an RFI going on for about 10,000 vehicles. The software-defined radio, the handheld device, we require in India more than about 1 lakh pieces. So please work on these activities. You can be benefited most. Also, I wanted to tell you, because a lot of young entrepreneurs are there, just get into the component level manufacturing. There is a reason why I am telling this. 2014-15, in the same hall here, I was one of the speakers for a Boeing conference because I was working in big way those days for Boeing program. Boeing in 2014 had a zero sourcing from India. Today, just 10 years, it's not a long period for defense and aerospace. Today they are sourcing $1.25 billion worth of component and major Hyderabad. Same way, friends, Airbus is sourcing almost 1.5. Work on it, give an advice. Time you know how difficult is the defense business. The Government of India, DRDO, even one can grow. Mr. Shivkumar is laughing, he is here. He knows how difficult. Don't have these two, don't come to us grow. Next 20-25 years, it is going to be defense and aerospace.
To mention, Mr. Sampath worked with DRDO when he was there in the previous organization. And DRDO with the industries has developed, BDL is one of the important industries, developed with the two industries jointly together in a mode what Dr. Chandrika mentioned some time back called DCPP, Development Cum Production Partner. That means when you start the design, the industry is involved. Together the scientists, the engineers of the production agency work together. First time in the world, a missile on a drone is developed in less than 1 year and tested and produced, and Army has ordered in 1 year, and that is what these two great gentlemen are produced with the technology from DRDO. Operation Sindoor, because you are all have come from different fields, with all the eminent organizations, eminent people who are present here, who are representing the great organizations, these organizations which have produced indigenous equipment here, first Nirbharata and completely indigenous weapons. Completely indigenous weapons, clearly. We could attack the terrorist camps. not touching the next house also, the pinpointed house. We attack the Air Force stations, runways, radars, bunkers, important sites, all very accurately, pinpointedly with various missiles like BrahMos country. And here we have Akash missile, we have MRSAM missile, we have our radar system, we have our integrated network, Iron Dome and everything. But this country has not allowed one to come our side, whereas we could attack everything, whatever we wanted to do. That is the great thing, whatever I think require a big applause, a standing applause to all the people. Please get up and of you, anybody has got any
bring together such as Rajendra Singh, you mentioned kilometers are 56 kilometers. You mentioned kilometers are 56 kilometers which you are running, and I want to understand from an entrepreneurial point of view, for a young entrepreneur, are you trying to run 3-year marathon or a 5-year marathon or a 10-year marathon so that the sustainability becomes? I just want you to shed some light into that aspect of it if I'm starting the absolutely latest venture today.
So it's a very interesting question to answer, but I'll try and answer to the best of my abilities. The issue here is that what we were trying to say, that defense development is a long drawn out affair, because it has a developmental phase, it has a testing phase, it has an acceptance phase, and then only it gets inducted, unlike a normal commercial product which may not go through these phases. Now coming to some of the high technology products where the changeover of technology is very quick, the acquisition cycle has to be shorter. Where the technology, if the equipment has to be large, complex, technically advanced platform, the period will be much longer. Let me give you the word data on it, and then we can take a look at what happens. For complex programs, world over, including advanced countries like United States of America, the time lies anything between 60 months to 10 years. For less complex programs, the period lies between 36 months to 60 months. And today, in communication, highly digitally or AI related or quantum computing related projects, the time will be much shorter globally. The best countries to emulate in this are South Korea and Israel, which try to finish their development and acquisition in a period less than 3 years. India's figure, which you would be wanting to know, lies anything around 7 years. But there is a very sharp focus to at least cut it down to 36 months or 24 months, and that's where SIDM is working very closely with Indian government to try and do that. Let me also give you an example of HITEX, which Dr. Reddy mentioned. The first prototype came out in less than 16 months. It is different that the trials took longer period, but first prototype came out in 16 months. So complex equipment can also be developed in much faster time frame, and I think everybody is working towards that. But aim is not to discourage, aim is to tell people that it's a long haul, but take a look at the advantage. Entry barrier for the next chap is that much longer. So you're going to be, if you have developed something, you'll have 10 years of free run before somebody comes in. So please take it in that manner. I hope I have answered the question.
Please.
Very good afternoon to you, all the lady too, and the Satish Reddy sir.
A little louder.
No, I'm giving the one. I'm coming to you the question. This is a question regarding about the one before the Operation Sindhu took place. Correct me if I am wrong. Hats off to the ladies which have been took the parade at the Rajpath. The outstanding, the parade they took, the lady was an officer. Then hats off to that lady and all the contingent at the time. Then comes to the one before the one attacking the enemy by the Indian armed forces. Hats off to them, to the two ladies. Again, my question to you, I will take the one permission from the one, the TiE, all the committee members, and also the one to you, Satish Reddy sir in particularly. This is the one relating to the one Operation Sindoor and post-Operation Sindoor. Is a politically related one. Can I ask the one question to you or not?
Politically related, please don't ask. You ask us technology related things, we will answer.
Thank you very much.
Madam.
Yeah. Very good afternoons. So I have just one simple question is, I represent TiE women and at India as well as the global level. And for the women entrepreneurs, I do understand that there is a kind of GOI or whatever where some amount of procurement by the defense will be done from women entrepreneurs. So I would like to understand what are those so that we can encourage our women entrepreneurs in that regard. So thank you so much.
Commodore Madhav would like to answer that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, since I represent the government company and we are very particular in following the directives of the government, apart from the ensuring that we do the business in the right way. As far as women entrepreneurs, the government said at least 3% of our procurement should happen from women entrepreneurs. And it is a sad state that we have not been able to meet this criteria many times. So I was just discussing more about each other and how to approach each other, like what some time back was discussed. I'm sure there are very good companies run by women entrepreneurs and we are very keen to work with them. Therefore, there is a policy, there is an encouraging government which wants more and more women entrepreneurs to participate in the defense industry. You're welcome. And I've shared my card with some of the people. We look forward to getting more interaction from you.
Very good. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Like I am aware that DRDO has very good relationship with Computer Society of India. My question is, American Department of Defense, from that internet has come and like all business application and all. Okay, like that, I really commendable, like all Sindoor, precision, everything and all. Okay, the same integrity definition standards that is essential for if all the missiles struck the targets. It is essential for the integrity of liberalized global economy as well. The Washington Accord partnerships, Department of Defense partnership with Texas A&M, that model, maybe our IITs and all, that is for production of missiles we are partnering. We need to partner with, take advantage.
With R&D and manufacturing experience, but not in this barriers of entry are high on complementary products. I think it's kind of related. Complementary products or industries that one can enter through and sustain for the long run. I hope my question is clear. Especially
portions. If you look at an industry, whether it is every industry which is in the manufacturing side has various things required. So if you look at real sustenance, I was speaking to somebody about SAP. We are now, the Government of India and the Ministry of Defense has moved to Zoho for the mail. We are looking for more Atmanirbharta in these kind of products that you are making. We are keen to absorb them, and these will give us long-term association and partnership. Require a lot of things that are required by, this is one model. The other part, like sir mentioned about the AI and data analysis, which is going all over, is definitely going to be consistently required by the defense industry. Though I would like to say here artificial intelligence and neural networks. So the defense is very much into it, like what he talked about, the internet coming from the the research and development of the defense. But what has come in the industry today, the packages on AI, etc., are so much available that you can easily plug in, make things happen faster. So the application of decision support systems is always there in the defense. The knowledge and the entrepreneurship that you have in these sectors which form part of the seekers, etc., are an area where we are looking at more people to work on. There are something on the new missiles which we are working on is the long-range missiles, where there is the small turbo engines are going to be the engines for these missiles, as well as the certain drones and loitering munitions, etc. These are some of the areas that are coming up where, if you are interested in working it, I'm sure you will have a sustained relationship with the defense industry.
Thank you. I only wanted to mention here, coming to the women entrepreneurs, there are general incentives which are given by the government of India for the women entrepreneurs. Otherwise, as women entrepreneurs, when they enter into the defense, there are no other special privileges. There are many incentives. Let's say there are 4 men-based organizations and 2 women-based organizations compete for a tender, they are equal. There is nothing. But whereas, as an organization, as an industry, when you have an industry coming up, there are many Government of India schemes which are supporting women entrepreneurs. That is the same common for every ministry also as of today. This is generally interesting. Anything else you have, you sit with me separately, I'll tell you. She is a here.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is Ekta. We run a chain of co-working spaces, Co-Karma, in Hyderabad, and we deal with a lot of startups. So I would like to know from you, have you come across any startups in the defense sector, and have they helped us in the Indian Defense Department?
To answer your question is a very emphatic yes. A large number of startups have made a headway. Not only they have made headway with their technologies and products, they have also reaped the benefit of development. Their market caps have really shot up. So they have also been able to get the dividend both on financial side and on technical side.
This gentleman here.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, panelists, everyone. So I have a question. In defense industries, they get technology advancements every day than the market, right? So about the additive manufacturing industry, how is it useful for the defense industry, and what scope does it have in future?
Additive manufacturing has got intense applications in defense. There are many critical parts which are actually unable to do in the normal process of regular machining process. The additive manufacturing is the only one which can provide. Like example, take critical parts in an engine.
Yes.
They are all very extremely difficult. Some of the parts which go into the aircraft, some of the parts which go into the missile are difficult. So this is where we are also to come up. So additive manufacturing has got a major role to play in the industry to come up in the future, not only for domestic, even for exports, as a supply chain in the globally supply chain also. Yes. If anybody is interested, should go ahead with the additive manufacturing units to come up, metal additive manufacturing units to come up, including the powders. Somebody makes the powders also, they will have a good industry, and they will have a good market.
Yes. We have indigenous companies like Matronanic.
Yeah, please.
So,
go ahead.
And one more continuous question about that, sir. So, as a startup who is focusing on the additive manufacturing and low volume production, so what is the path I should choose, and what type of products I have to be focused to get into the defense in the initial stage?
Basically, additive manufacturing, there are a lot of parts of a particular system or mega system it has to be. Yes. So you have to get in touch with the laboratories, get in touch with the industries, and see what are the parts and how you will be able to make faster delivery, quicker delivery at a lower cost and all that. Yes. And so you have to go and touch upon the people and try to see what are those units. It is difficult in a forum like this here to say what are those items, very difficult to say here.
Okay. Sir, I think I'll just help him. Ready, sir? One point, sir. Here.
Sir.
Gentlemen, I think Sir mentioned, probably you didn't get it. Go to utility, you will directly get an inquiry.
So one last question, I was told. While we have after Sindoor, I think the patriotism has gone up 10x now. But we don't see much of encouragement for the youngsters to join defense forces or defense labs, right? IITs, IIMs, or voluntarily than by giving them incentives, giving them,
So far in India, business has taken more than 500 people in our company. So I'm sure, and like the canvas has explained, that it is 1.75 lakh crores of manufacturing that is going to be there in the defense industry. Now, this is itself encouraging. The special things is that the defense expos and the kind of, I think on a average every month, we are exhibiting our products in various parts of the country. And there's a lot of the college students here about a couple of months back. We had, I think, more than lakhs of students participating. That is how we're trying to, that is much before even Sindoor. So there are students to come and see what we make.
Okay. Madam.
Sir, one.
Hi, my name is Srilekha Kalvakunta. I'm the author of Thought Process. So I just want to understand that does a thought-driven leadership or anything that's related to thoughts has a connectivity with the defense industry? In terms of new innovation or artificial intelligence, because we see this kind of relativity and connectivity happening with the defense most in our day-to-day lives. That is what is the observation. So I just have.
You want a question, and rest of the questions will be offside.
You say new thoughts, new ideas, which are both for civilian and defense-related applications. Those thoughts become very, very relevant for the defense and enter into the defense in a big way. There are a couple of AI companies in Hyderabad and convert F and all that in the Ministry of Defense. There are where your own ideas also you can project and give it to them as thought processes. They will be evaluated, they find real ideas. But the idea should be really very much open in defense, and more actually is encouraged in that better system strategy. So we'll, as we are running out our time right now.
Let's have a huge round of applause, please. So terribly sorry. On stage, thank you to each of you. Pagadala, President TiE Hyderabad, Mr. Murli Kakarla, Vice President TiE Hyderabad, and Mr. R. Shivakumar, bringing this panel to the stage. Commodore A. Madhava Rao, Mr. Sampath Kumaran ST, and Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia, and of course a big thank you to our moderator Dr. G. Satish Reddy. Let's give them from them. Let's just capture a quick group photograph. And I request our panelists and everyone to please stay on stage. A special surprise coming up next.
No, you all can leave.
He's a global guy.
No, thank you, Satish Reddy Garu, very much. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you at the TiE Global Summit. And maybe you can put up a similar panel for the larger audience. Look forward to it. Thank you. Rajesh, you don't go anywhere. Stay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Friends, today is a very important day, not because of we heard the eminent panel. All of you, please don't leave. Guys, come here onto the stage, please. Rajesh, please come here. Bhargavi. Huh?
on to a keynote address on session forward. We are pleased to have with us Mr. Shailesh Kumar, Chief Data Scientist, Geo, ML, Reliance, and a visiting faculty of machine learning at the Indian School of Business. Prior to this, he worked as a distinguished startup researcher in the Google. Dr. Kumar has 20 finance, fleet management, healthcare, agriculture, education, computer vision, knowledge graph, natural language processing, and conversational computing. He has published over 20 international papers and books and holds more than 30 15 and top 10 most influential analytics leader in India in 2020 by Analytics India magazine. He also holds a master's and PhD in AI from UT Austin and BTech in computer science from IIT Varanasi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and give a
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We had a wonderful session that I was hearing, and is the theme that I'll talk about, which is what we call the integration mindset, right? So today what I'll talk about is, huh? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone who is towards the front of the stage to eminent speaker on stage, and let's give him the due attention he deserves. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly take your seats, and let's give Dr. Kumar due attention. Waiting to take his session forward, and we would like take your seats so we can proceed with our next session. We down and maintain the decorum in the room. Thank you.
All right, so let's continue. So, some new news coming about AI, but it's a very difficult journey, if you will, which is how to AI-fy an organization, how to build an AI-first company, how to AI-fy a country, right? And that is the struggle that we are all dealing with. So today I'll talk about three big themes, and hopefully some of them will resonate with you. The first is, but what does AI first mean on AI? But the third thing I'll talk about is, a collection of use cases does not give you an operating system for something. Imagine if we had built use cases for electricity only, if we had built a bulb, or a question we have to think about, which is electrification of a country is like the AIification of a country, and we need to think both bottom up and top down to get there, right? So we'll talk about some of these themes. Now, these are my last I believe these are the last 4 digital platforms the world is going to build. The first one is the life operating system. This is like the super app for everyone, right? And we'll talk about that. The second is the work operating system. Now think about how our farmers, our teachers, our lawyers, all these people are working today. They're all using a collection of generic products to lead their daily life, right? So if you think about, we all use calendar and email and WhatsApp groups and ChatGPT and Excel spreadsheet, but nobody has built teachers just for principals. So that is what I call the work operator, looking for big either browsers or chat window. App is the final frontier in a B2C product. Whoever is going to build that first is going to be the next Google of the world. And Elon Musk recently announced he wants to build an everything app. So now Elon Musk has announced, so you can see where this world is going. So what is for food, some apps for media, some apps for travel, some apps for booking tickets. And it's a very broken ecosystem. It's not integrated for you. And the world is now ready for integration, right? So we know how to do commute well. We know how to do food delivery well. We know how to do YouTube and Netflix well. But we are doing them separately. Now the time has come to integrate. So we obviously need bottom-up life experiences of people. And today, what do? You open 3 apps, Rapido, Ola, Uber. You check prices, you look at, suggest that, hey, you should go home, and you say 30 minutes, and everything should just happen, right? It realizes that it's a commute agent, and it has to know all your needs terms, and get their input and connect the dots and book the final ride, right? You should not have to deal with the chores of booking an app or ordering a pizza or booking an airline and go through all these hundreds of apps that we are talking about, right? So there is a meta workflow which is true for all these things, right? You have to trigger a workflow, you have to enrich the workflow with additional information, you have to explore options, you have to optimize the best option for this user and this context, you have to execute, and then you have to learn from feedback, right? So how do we think of this meta workflow? And I'll come back to this again, all apps in one places. It's not a UI game that everything is together. It's a lot more than that. And this is a real life experience. YouTube, right? So now YouTube knows that this person, Shailesh Kumar, is following this artist, and Book My Show knows that this person each other. They are sitting next to each other on your phone, but they don't talk to each other. So there is no integration happening. Super app is an integration of multiple domains together. Say, what is your cholesterol? But now imagine a super app can say, hey, you are saying, hey, I'm hungry, get me my favorite pizza. And first it consults your health a real super app can do. And if we spend 1 hour negotiating which movie, what time, which theater. And now imagine if our super apps start to talk to each other and say, what is the best alternative? And by the time you hang up your phone, it has already booked your tickets and your cabs. That is the new possibility. So the point I'm trying to make is the future of technology is integration, Swiggy company, but how do you integrate all of them into a single super app? So this is one theme that I wanted to talk about. The second theme is, so that is on the B2C side, right? This is the last product in the B2C side, whoever will build that. The last product in the B2B side, if you will, is what I call a domain operating system. So if you think about how products have evolved, right, we started with physical products that have very limited intelligence, programmed intelligence. Then last 20 years, we invented intelligence. And where we are going next is what I call emergent intelligence. So think of a whole city as a product. Think of Amazon as a product. Think of, retail or telecom network as a product. And these are the products of the future. So somebody is building one who is integrating all these existing things together, sort of building a grid for the electricity is a different kind of a game we can play. So what is the complex system? Our AI thinking is not ready to say, how do we build an operating system for agriculture? What does it even mean? How do we think about an operating system for healthcare? So we know what is an operating system for a device or a cloud, but these are also very complex systems, and they deserve that kind of a thought process, which is, what does it mean to build an operating system for this? Today they are all broken, right? Some doing their own little things, like building a bulb and a socket and a wire and a thing, but nobody is coming together. And that is what will take us forward, coming together of all the startups in a coherent manner, and that is when we'll reach the electricity level maturity in our world. Now, to build a complex system, you need to think about systems and workflows, right? So these are the systems typically in any domain, right? If you think about the data coming in, what are the different types of data coming in, what are you storing, what are your AI models you are going to need, what are your system of interactions with people, right? Building a farmer app or a drone based camera, these are all system of operations and system of integration. So how do we think about systems that bring a complex system together, right? Like in an airline industry, the systems are, how do you fuel an aircraft? How do you train a pilot? How do you do airport security? All these systems have to come together to create an airline ecosystem. So what does that system thinking mean in domain after domain after domain is something we want to think about. A few months ago, I was with the Western Command who did the Operation Sindoor, and we were talking about what are the systems in the military domain. It's a very, very complex system. What we saw today was manufacturing for military, but the operations of military is even more complex, right? So unless it is all integrated, left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Another way of looking at, the other way of looking at any complex system is workflows. So what is the workflow in an airline industry, if you will, where we can break down any domain into the systems and workflows, and we can integrate all of this together to create an operating system for that domain. So my call to entrepreneurs is, yes, you can keep thinking about improving a point solution forever, but now we can also start thinking about integrating and building domain operating systems as the new thing. Right? Sorry, this is not coming up correctly. And now harmful and normal actions can be detected and alarms can be raised, right? Why is this not happening? Why is still crime against women happening all the time in spite of all the cameras? The reason is we never thought about integration. We thought about camera as a separate company, face detection as a separate company, action detection as a separate company. Nobody is integrating them. And we are keep funding bottom-up companies after companies, but nobody is building a grid that says, we can do face detection, alert authorities and all that. So one of the mindsets we want to bring is how do you think about automation as a mindset? Sorry about the slides, I think they did come out. What is the critical problem in education, for example? Again, the big problem is we are teaching in a very factory way, right? We are mass producing test takers, but what is the fundamental principle of education? We should be thinking about mastery learning, right? Is a student ready to learn a concept? If he is, then we teach him the right content with the right content, the right concept. We do the right assessment. We must let them master the concept at their pace, and then they have to teach it to 3 other kids, and then they can move. So this is a journey mindset. This is another kind of workflow where state of things are changing, right? And how do you think about state of a student, state of an employee, in HR world, state of a customer, and how do you think in a stateful intelligence manner? Another example in the agriculture domain, again, sorry about the animation should have come. But now imagine, today we in Reliance Foundation and many other foundations, we get 1 lakh calls per day from our farmers in different languages about different crops, different issues. And we cannot handle more than 800 calls. So it's a big problem in agriculture, for example. Now, how would we go about building it? Again, we think in terms of a workflow, right? We say farmer has called. What should we do first? Understand speech to text, text. So, next slide. Next slide. Hello. Next slide. Yeah. So now, if I think about this, right, then the idea is this is
for backing this event, for being the main
interaction. How is the human interacting with this? Is the speech-based interaction. That's why there are many, many projects going on in the country on languages, 22 languages of India. What are the system of records? We think about every farmer profile is stored every day, every farm, we know what's going on, and the entire agriculture knowledge base. What is the system of intelligence here? Is the speech models and intent models and agriculture AI expert. And what are the system of sensors? Are all the sensors necessary for agriculture? And the system of operations is what we deliver. So you understand that a workflow is made up of things from different systems. And this is how we will create workflows after workflows in every domain and integrate all the great work that each of the companies is doing, right? Another example, if you think about For example, a farmer takes a picture of the crop. One AI startup says what is the crop stage. Another AI startup says what is the stress level. Another AI startup says I want to do irrigation advisory. Another AI startup says I want to control the tube wells. And another AI startup says I want to build fertilizer advisory and so on, and pesticide advisory. So the problem is not that we don't have all the orange boxes. We have all the orange boxes, but we have not integrated them. And if we could integrate them, we have reimagined how agriculture should happen. Because now the farmer doesn't even have to take a picture. There are 3 drones in every village. They're taking the picture, they're sending information, and AI is telling the other drones what to do, right? So the labor shortage, all that goes away, productivity goes up, right? So what I'm trying to say is we have the building blocks among different startups doing different things. We don't have the grid in which everything can be put together. So that's what I believe the next 10 years will be. We'll think about integration and not just think about, accuracy. Another example of this is healthcare, right? So today, most of India does not have good healthcare doctors, right? We live in a very good city. We can have second opinion, third opinion, but tier 3 India doesn't have enough doctors. So now imagine we have built a preclinical diagnosis system, and preclinical diagnosis is one set of startups. That alone is not enough, and there is a doctor oversight. Now imagine if there is an emergency, we have to integrate a diagnosis system with the emergency system of the local area. We have to integrate it with the investigation and labs. We have to integrate with appointments and in-person and medicine systems, right? So you see, again, the theme is we have built the building blocks in all domains, healthcare, education, agriculture, but we are now ready to integrate all them into an operating system. And the reason we are not able to integrate is lack of standards, right? If you think about 4G, 5G, why does it work? We have standardized, so anybody can build those. So interoperability is the real problem to be solved. Intelligence is already a solved problem in most domains. Yeah. Healthcare, imagine again initial symptoms you have. You have an AI that gives you the preclinical diagnosis, top 5 diseases, and doctor looks at that. Then, AI suggests what are the investigation. You upload the results, AI looks at the results, gives you the final diagnosis, doctors looks at that. AI generates a prescription, doctors looks at that, and then you get feedback, right? This is also a workflow thinking. Now, this is different than before because behind every orange box, an AI box, there is a green box, which is a human doctor box. And this is what we call augmented intelligence. How do we bring experts and AI together so we work together as a team instead of one fearing the other, right? And the idea here is that the role of the human in the next 20 years is going to shift from a creator to a curator. A human doctor will never do the first diagnosis, AI will do. A human pathologist will not look at the blood reports, and AI will do. And all that, they will look at it from a curation perspective, make sure everything is right. So that is the new world. This is true for doctors, pathologists, software engineers, music directors, actors. Everybody is going to go through this kind of a transition as we go along, right? So keep this in mind that we are building a curator economy now. Creator economy is handed over to AI, right? Final slide, I'll talk about ecosystem thinking. Now, if I think about retail as a complex system, some of you may be working in building a great recommendation engine or a demand forecasting engine or a supply optimization engine. But if I think about an operating system of retail and list down what are the top 5 workflows in retail, right? How do you collect orders? How do you build demand forecasting models? How do you deliver products? How do you build profile from the same order? And how do you do supply optimization? Now, this is the new skill that we are teaching in ISP and the new world, where people who understand digital technologies, data, AI, and compute, and people who understand domain like retail have to come together to create diagrams like this, domain after domain after domain, right? So now this can be done in all domains. Whatever is your favorite domain, we need to be able to think and say, look, system of operations is there, system of intelligence is there, system of records is there. Today we think of them as separate. I want to buy this database stack. I want to buy this AI stack. I want to buy, this delivery company. We are broken in our thinking, and that's why we are creating, broken systems in the back and all that. Now, and this is the new mindset I want to develop in our next generation entrepreneurs, technical students and business students, that think about operating systems in any domain and think about how will you create them, and you cannot do it in your own silos, right? Obviously, all this leads to, well, LLM and agentic can do it. So, you know, why LLM and agentic will not be able to do it, and why we are wasting time. They are not ready. Recently, we saw an interview by Karapati who said, this is not a decade, this is not a year of agent, this is a decade of agent. So we are still a decade away from agents becoming commonplace. So these are my thoughts on why agentic is not ready to do all this yet. One is, you know, a lot of times agentic is very useful to discover a new workflow or a new thing, right? A new process, do reasoning over 5 things. But 99% of the workflows in most domains are already known. We don't have to discover them again and again every time somebody does a prompt. So therefore, we don't need to take an expensive route of agentic. We can actually build these in a different way, right? Traditional IT. Second, we don't want probabilistic workflows. We want deterministic workflows. Imagine if an Ola car has to come, that car has to come. It is not something probabilistic, right? You know, agents are still very probabilistic. They propagate the error from one node to the other. So agents are not ready until they become deterministic in nature. Third is, I think a lot of systems are built not for human productivity in the future, but they will be built for automation, right? So we are heading towards automation, the way we have achieved automation in the world of electricity, for example. So the idea is, you know, imagine that we do Ola like this, that somebody does a prompt and says allocate cabs to people. Or somebody does a prompt and say, you know, change electricity in this place. This is not how real world systems work. There is no human in the loop in majority of the cases. We don't run complex systems with humans in the loop, right? So therefore, we don't need LLMs and natural language. We need events that can talk to other events and functions directly, right? So, and finally, you know, the cost is still very prohibitive. There are estimates that said today we have spent $500 billion in AI companies and made only $35 billion. And this gap is going to continue to grow. By 2030, this will be $800 billion of gap between what the cost of AI is and what the benefit is. So I think the current way we are doing AI, getting FOMO'd by the Western ideas, is too expensive, right? And we need to rethink, sit down together, think about domains, think about our digital technologies, and how do we create operating systems out of that. Yeah. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have.
And Dr. Kumar, please do stay on stage for a little bit longer. I'd like to invite Mr. Murli Kakarla, Vice President, TiE Hyderabad, and Mr. Kiran Babu, founder, Rava AI, who is the champ who enabled this fascinating keynote to happen. And let's put our hands together one more time for Dr. Kumar as we present him with a token of appreciation. Thank you, Dr. Kumar, once again, and thank you to Mr. Kakarla and Mr. Kiran Babu as well. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into our next panel discussion on titled Family Offices and Startups, Capital and Beyond. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Prashant Joshi, Partner Advisory. Let's give him a warm welcome. Mr. Joshi, Legal and Growth Advisory Solutions. He has a sharp understanding of entrepreneurship and unlock their true potential in today's competitive landscape. I'm going to hand the stage over to Mr. Joshi to introduce our panelists.
Hi, good evening, everybody. And happy to see it's still a lot of crowd out here for this session. So I'll like to introduce our first panelist with us, which is Sridhar Gadhi from Quantella on the stage. He has been in the startup space investing from a long period of time, and happy to hear his views on that. Next, I'd like to call Rohit from Darwin Box. Again, somebody which is known in the circles, and definitely looking forward for their views. Next, I'll call Aditya on the stage from VC Mint. It's a family office based out of Hyderabad looking at investing into the startup space completely. And last, I'll call Monish from Mike. So I think we'll start. Hello. I'll check. So guys, I think we'll start the session. First, a very warm welcome to everybody on the Saturday. So coming to setting the context on the topic family office, startups, capital and beyond, let me break it into a very simple term and make the context clear. What is capital and beyond and family office and startups? Startups needs no introduction. I think this word is pretty much well known across. Family offices, many know, but I'll quickly take a few seconds to give you a description of it. Any family which is coming into liquidity or has liquidity and sets up a professional team to manage its investments across asset classes, be it equity, debt, startups, IPO, pre-IPO, real estate, so on and so forth. Office. So predominantly an investment, professionally managed team set up specifically for the purpose of family. I think with that definition, let me also set the context of what has family offices to do with startups. Obviously, we have heard about a lot of venture capital funds, startup funds, when we talk about startups. So what is this context? So traditionally, family offices have been the custodians of the assets of the family. They have known to tread with caution because their goal has been to preserve the family offices. But 10 years back, the narratives changed globally and India caught up to it. And now the family offices are getting into the startup space, investing with commitment and with capital. And that is where we have this tremendous panelist. I'll quickly have one more round, and it's a very unique shades of panelists we have. I'll start with Monish on the other side. So Monish basically comes from entrepreneur looking into setting up the processes and families. Very interesting to have his perspective. Aditya, somebody who has built up businesses, sold off businesses, run the startup cycle completely, and now is completely helping through VC Mint in Hyderabad, setting up the ecosystems of family office startups in Hyderabad. We have Rohit. Rohit is somebody who is involved into businesses, yet keenly taking time out to invest and kind of mentor in the startup space. And that is a unique perspective we get from him, somebody who's doing business and also helping startups. And we have Sridhar, who has been investing from a very long time, almost a decade plus. Again, managing his own business. He brings a very unique flavor of doing strategic investments and also startup investments. So I think we will have a very good round of discussion covering various shades, facets of family offices and the investments. So I'll start with the first question. I'll keep it open for all, and I would like to start in whatever preferably a chronological order from there. How are you seeing, each one of you seeing the relationship between startup and family offices in terms of quality, deal size? How are you seeing the relationship changing over a period of time? Coming with the perspective that Sridhar is from 10 years investing, Aditya from 10 years investing, Rohit almost from 7 years, and Monish almost from 5 years. How are you seeing this changes and the new relationship?
So firstly, thank you so much. Really honored to be a part of this panel.
when I first started the idea of creating this family office, I realized that 95% of our net worth is stuck in our core family business, and the idea was to start diversifying. And I believe that startups, though the risk is massive, I think the most important thing here is also definitely the number of family offices in India are also growing right now. They've grown 5x or 6x in the last 7-8 years, and really boost the entire AUM of the family office.
So for us, you know, I built businesses over the last 15 years, and 2 years ago, we sold our business to private equity. And as Prashant mentioned, that is when it was an event of liquidity for us. Basically, we got a large pool of capital. Said that you need to be very careful how you invest this money, right? Which meant that the whole pool of capital started to look very defensive and very timid. Oh, I need to find a way to preserve this capital, right? I need to be able to hand it to the next generation.
But are right now supporting, collaborating each other. Also, a lot of companies are not, they're growing in revenue month over month, but they're not able to hit that specific valuation. And we ourselves have seen that out of the 28 investments we've made, we've taken 5 exits and 2 partial successful exits. But from an HITEX standpoint, we're still not seeing that upswing. So typically, I do see that there's still a lot of collaboration between different VCs, between different angel communities, where they can support each other and grow together.
So this is to Rohit and Sridhar, since you are investments, or are you seeing collaboration there?
In a couple of funds, as well as we have friends who run venture capitalist firms. If they see a very good company, but they are not VC funding ready, they say that, hey, this company looks good. In 6 months, if they meet the numbers, if they deliver, there is a possibility that we can invest. You know, we get the opportunity to invest. And they have to see in value in us that you know what Aditya mentioned, you as a founder, whether you can add value to that specific startup. So that way we get many opportunities. And second thing is, when we have done acquisitions, recently we have acquired 2 years back ILFS Technologies. When we did this large acquisition, the fund came to us because they wanted us that we can also operate for them, right? So many strategic ways. There is a funder, founders as well as who are operators, who are investors. There could be a strategic alliance with VCs and PEs.
Yeah, I think it happens a lot, Prashant, like you said, right? I think either when you're an LP in a fund and they're bringing for follow-on funding or co-investing. The other way is, like, we have about 6 institutional investors investing in Darwinbox. And when they have seen us in operations, these investors, they find that, hey, Rohit could be good at this, Chaitanya could be good at this, Jayant could be good at this. And they bring that individual person and actually make the ask saying, do you want to be a part of this round? And you can help these guys, right? And for whatever extent you have time for. But you've exactly done this, you've solved this problem, you've done this GTM, etc. Why don't you join the cap table? Is something that comes very often from the investors that we have on our board or our cap table who bring deals to us as well.
So Rohit, coming to you, since you mentioned that you have raised a lot of money from the institutional investors and family office, what does Rohit prefer to? If you are redoing the same journey and you have both a pool of capital available, which would be your preferred pool of capital, a fund or a family?
Right, so you're a Sequoia funded company or Lightspeed funded company works a lot better in some contexts, right? A phone call from a family office to another founder or their network works very well in some other context, right? Like I said, if you go into a Philippines, it doesn't matter to them whether you're Sequoia or Lightspeed funded. They don't know.
Nice.
Right? Like most of those businesses which are traditional businesses there don't understand that. But let's say the JG Summit Holdings, Lance Gokongwe, who was a family office which invested in Darwinbox, when he picks up the phone and calls 2 conglomerate heads, they give me a hearing, right? Like they give us a chance to present. I don't think anything that I could have done with an institutional investor could have got me that, right? Because, I mean, at least that region and in that context, conglomerates are fully run by families which are well connected with each other, etc. So again, it's a context thing. It really was helpful when we launched in Southeast Asia, etc. Right? But if I have to now go into the US and say I'll have to solve with one family office, I don't think there is one or two family offices that can cover that market for me. And maybe a VC is a better answer.
Got this. So that gets me to the next part, and I would like to understand from each one of you, what is the thesis, what is the investment thesis you currently have, each one of you, in the startup space that you are looking at?
So I'll first start off. For our family, I can speak for our family office, and we typically do a 20% allocation to startups. About 30% is into VCs, hedge funds. This also constitutes our public market portfolio plus wealth managers. We've allocated about 50% to doing NCLT deals, pre-IPOs, organizing structured debt, etc. So as Sridhar was just mentioning, our focus, or my focus as a second generation entrepreneur, along with my wife who's a part of the family office, is to set up strict processes and governance rules. And we believe that investing is a science. So we basically have 20 different business parameters that we check before doing each opportunity, whether it's a startup or not. And we would like to categorize it as our own investment thesis, which is a 5M principle. The first most important is manpower. And how good are the founders? What are their educational qualifications? Marketing. So what are their unit economics like? We personally would like companies. Is the person able to understand how they market it? The next is market access. Is it a local product or is it a global product? Do they need any licenses to go foreign? Fourth is mentorship. Who are their advisors? Who are their mentors? And are they taking good constructive criticism to grow or take the feedback loop from the family offices? The fifth and the most important thing, as everyone would have guessed, is money. How many fundraising rounds have they already finished? Who are their other investors? Do they have a solid path to profitability? And how will they give us an exit strategy? So this is basically the investment thesis that we are following currently.
For me, the early stage investing is actually quite emotional. Why I say emotional and not financial is because I'm hoping that whatever we said, right, that multi-generational custodian, wealth preservation, and all of that is happening on the 85%. I think the 15% is me as a founder having gone through that journey, saying that if there was an investor that really believed in my passion, my vision, will they be able to support me? Right? I'm not saying that it's not financial, this is not charity, right? But at the same time, if I were to put everything in an Excel spreadsheet and take decisions, I think it takes away the X factor of investing in startups. So I've done 40 investments over the last 18 months. We write 2 checks a month, 100 to 200K. Good founder, large TAM, and for me, it's very...
Right. And for me, I think the stage probably defines it a lot more. I do only early stage. So, right, it is probably 80% on the founder and 20% on the TAM category, whatever you might want to call it, or the technology. So predominantly on the founder who I'm excited about, who I believe can build a large company, is how my decision making is. So I think a combination of execution rigor, ability to articulate, sell is where my right. Generally, or could be intuition, right? Their vision, I think, is what I look for.
For me, mostly strategic investments. Wherever I understand the business, where I can help, either with technology or go to market, with whatever if I can support them and if I can help them and fully understand, that's one. As Rohit mentioned, so when somebody comes with an idea from 1,000 feet level to 100 feet level, lots of things will change. Positioning and all, the real pain point, what he is solving. If the founder is good, he will figure it out. The third is if somebody whom I know, whom I trust, if they are investing into it, I just put co-investment and don't really bother much.
So I'll give it back to you, Sridhar, quickly. Since you are talking about strategic investments and coming from the tech space, AI era and the changing landscape of startup. Quick one from you. Rather from everyone, I want to understand, what are you seeing around?
I mean, AI is crazy. I mean, maybe $1 trillion worth of investment in last 1 year, and it's only going to grow. You're talking about couple of $1 billion investment every year, and most of the money is going into 7 top players. So in the era of AI, one, as a company, the world is changing so fast. You build an amazing SaaS product, it can become a feature of OpenAI or Gemini, right? How you differentiate, right? I think you have any privileged data, you have a very specific domain experience, do you have access to the customers, do you have the channel, right? That's actually, I think, extremely very, very important. And, as an investor, when I wear an investment hat, I always wanted to balance between, how much I wanted to invest in. Even, let's say, as an investor, I think the days are gone that, certain things and you're going to invest into it. Because the world is changing every 3 months, 6 months. Either as in a family office, if you have some knowledge and you're just betting on it, may not work, right? You should know what AI can do today, what it can do disrupt today, and what is going to happen in 6 months, where it's going to disrupt, and are you betting on the right company? I think we are going at AI speed. As an investor, you have to go at AI speed if you wanted to bet on the right company.
No, I think it's exciting for sure, because business which is growing at a certain point, and you needed something like a AI to say, hey, now can this take you to next level or throw you down? So definitely super excited about.
I think it's going to take ages. I think the big shift is going to be the technology, the AI, which is going to become part and parcel of the government systems, are going to be the big shifts. So I think if I were to invest, I would invest in AI, take it to the government so that there's a big shift, and from that we can create multiple activities, multiple jobs, and I think multiple effect will happen. I think it's going to be the technology play in the future, and if governments are, in a way, they're very, very fast in adapting technology, but slow in trusting people, and slow in introducing revolutionary policies. But they're pretty good at embracing technology. Now, WhatsApp, the big decisions are taken over WhatsApp.
Oh, yes, that's...
So if all of
approved,
us know, within the government system, big decisions are taken over WhatsApp, but the policy shifts are going to take years together. Have become old. So I think technology is going to be the way forward in public system shifts in the country.
Great, thank you so much. Srinath Garu, this question is for you. When you started, it must be like a startup, big projects, you have done it. Can you give me one example to these startups over here? What could be that magic trick that they have to come back? I don't know, what do you call it across them? How do they go and back that order? Is there any process that they have to go through that? Tendering process, a lot of things there. Can you give me that little magic word? Because you've been there, you've done it.
So, I mean, there is no one straightforward answer, but most of it, in my experience, is any of the tenders or any of the RFPs that has come out, there is already there is a kind of a requirement analysis, and the probable players who are going to bid is being identified. Typically. So identifying that, and if you are small businesses, identifying the tender and identifying the probable competitors to that. And the option one is like, if you are able to win on your own merit, that is one way of doing it.
Okay.
And if you can't, associating with one of the prospects and bidding it together.
Okay.
Improves the chance. So in our case, 60% of the bids which we won is through consortium and joint ventures.
So you're talking about consortium definitely work.
Yes, consortium and joint ventures do work, especially when you're at a small stage, when you don't have 100% of a capability at your end.
So you need to search the system integrator, the bigger guys, and work with them.
Absolutely. Not only system integrators, it is about the complementary partners who could bring together so that your winning chance improves.
Fantastic.
That partner could be a partner who has a good clout in that particular area, or he could be a financial partner, or you could make operations of the executing of the project smoother.
Much smoother. Thank you so much. I think, Chari sir, this is a question for you because I've been there to ask you many times, and you have chosen small businesses people and given opportunities. Most of them, you just mentioned that more than 200 companies you have done it. And I've seen those companies growing from small to bigger right now. How did you choose them? How do you know that these guys are pretty good and you have taken that challenge, which nobody could not be able to take it?
I think we were clear about the problem statements. As my role, I was working with the governments. I know exactly what the problem statements are. For example, for Hyderabad, pothole is a problem statement.
Absolutely.
Okay, lakes are a problem statement.
Melinda Gates Foundation also you have done, Bosch.
We identified the problem statements and then we strongly scouted for enterprises, especially agile enterprises. There could be big companies, but for them it's not a big thing.
Yes.
Whereas we need to identify agile enterprises, gave them seed grant, risk capital, and a lot of seed grant raised from philanthropy and through even Government of India grants and Telangana also. And then we nurtured them and then we tested the value out of it, and the public sector really embraced those ideas and scaled up. So there is a cycle. We need to build that
So you were
trust.
the bridge in that.
Yeah. So, but I think if you want to institutionalize this sort of process, I think we need to have a smarter way than dependent on an institution or an individual. But we need to find a better way. I think Bangalore is a great example in this case. I think I would like to state here openly about it again.
Please.
See, Bangalore compared to Hyderabad is 10x ahead on certain fronts, because I'm deliberately making this statement because we are in Hyderabad. I'm a Hyderabadi. There is a very strong philanthropy and high network individual in Bangalore who are deeply committed to changing the way Bangalore works. So they provide that ecosystem for innovations to nurture and come. And they provide that safety nets of working with the governments, both from policy, and they actually direct the government to initiate right kind of policies, and they provide the seed capital for them to succeed or fail. Now, that ecosystem in Hyderabad, the philanthropy and the so-called HNIs, high network individual ability to transformational innovations doesn't exist in Hyderabad as compared to Bangalore. Whether you take Nilakanis, whether you take all the names, all of them come together, what is called Bangalore Development Agenda Task Force. They created a task force to take Bangalore to a different level. I mean, these are challenges, but they're also moving forward.
Great. Who doesn't stop that? We can do same thing in Telangana here.
Absolutely. We should be doing it. I think we need a convening power. We need somebody like Mr. Reddy or TiE or some of those entities to convene these sort of and create an ecosystem for innovation to move forward.
Fantastic. I think over to you, Srinath Garu. Listening to all these things to B2G, I wanted to talk a little about iCollab. What does iCollab does, and what is that you're bridging here, and how are you solving the small businesses to come to your place and get things clearance? Like, what does that do? iCollab, what does iCollab do?
So, iCollab is a public foundation primarily to help small businesses who are interested to work in the public sector, that is primarily in state, central and PSUs, the business. And iCollab is a revenue accelerator, meaning iCollab provides opportunities for the small businesses to win those contracts by mentoring, partnering and advising. And we bring the translator who could help improve the chances of winning.
Okay.
Winning. And so, and also educate them, and specifically we guide them on what not to do. That is very critical in B2G space, and understanding what not to do is what is critical. And also when they are in the execution and when they face challenges, and what are the steps that they necessarily take. And for example, like if they wanted to look at, I give an example where recently there was
I wanted one example.
Yes.
What you have done it.
Yeah. So recently a small business who came to us, and they have a capability, and they're not meeting the necessary qualification criteria.
Okay.
So we help them.
But you just heard that qualification is not necessary, EMD is not necessary.
Absolutely. So in the qualification side, most of the time the pre-qualifications are set such that, okay, for MSMEs and startups, they do qualify, but they don't qualify on technical grounds. So in such case, they need to partner. We help the businesses to identify such partners so that, okay, they
handhold them.
Handhold them, and also they get that particular, they are more suitable for that contract, one. And sometimes like the people might have worked in a POC and they don't end up getting the works. So in such a case, what are the options that they have? So these kind of mentoring and advisory services, as well as
So do you fund them?
So we as iCollab as a revenue accelerator, we do connect to them who are the interested investors for that particular project, case-to-case basis.
Okay.
iCollab is not an investment organization. It is more about helping the small businesses to scale up their revenues. So in B2G space only, not in B2B or B2C. It is only B2G space.
Great.
So that's and it's a foundation where the companies who are in the B2G space are partnering to take the step forward, so that the opportunities are created for the small businesses.
Great, thank you. Charlie sir, this is a question to you, but you've been delving with a lot of, with the government, both central government, state governments, many governments have been done. In fact, one of the greatest projects that you worked with Melinda Gates Foundation and done a lot of good work over there. So while doing such big projects, there's an opportunity for the startups and there's a process there. Can you just delve on that, how these small businesses should come, how they should follow to come over there and clinch these orders?
So I think, as I said, you need a good translator for them to understand how to navigate the jungle of public systems.
Okay. Jungle mein to bahut saamp rehte hain.
So jungle mein sher rehta hai, saamp rehta hai, but there's also a lot of wealth in jungle.
Very good.
So you need to know how to navigate the system.
Okay.
So I'll give you a small example, the tiniest example. I think very close to this place, we organized an event like this for a lot of climate tech startups. One of them is on rainwater harvesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now that company started in 2019, around 1920, just before COVID. And now the company is about a 50 crore turnover company in rainwater harvesting space.
Wow.
Now, how do you do it? You work with national highway authorities. You need to give them what are the areas that they need to target, which government departments are looking for what. For example, metros, there are about 25 metro stations are coming up, metro projects are coming up. Every metro project in India requires rainwater harvesting to make sure that whatever water is getting accumulated goes back into the ground. So there is a sustainability requirement, but there's also flooding requirements. Okay. So the cities where this is going to be happening, like Delhi, Gurgaon, including part of Bangalore, Chennai. So we need to really guide them how to navigate, how to prioritize, which department to reach to.
Who is that guy? Who is going to navigate them?
I think in this case, we have done it as an institution, as ASCII, we have done it at that time. But I think we need to create such Arjunas or called Sherpas in hundreds and lakhs in the country.
Excellent.
And that's, I think, we need an ecosystem for Sherpas itself. We need to have 100,000 Sherpas in the country to navigate the public system. That itself is a business.
Fantastic, sir. So now, due to the constraint of the time, but I wanted to delve into one most important point is, these many startups who are actually working in many different sectors, are there any core sectors in the government they should focus upon at this juncture? It's very crucial because they cannot go and waste their time, very important at this juncture. So what are those vertical segments which they should focus upon?
I think, that the verticals keep changing from time to time. At present, the verticals which are in really, there is a large government spend that's happening is defense is one, maritime is one, railways, and...
I'm talking about these local governments, anything?
The local governments, lot into urban development,
okay,
a lot into energy transition.
Okay, great. Great.
So energy
I think
transition.
the message is time up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Great.
energy transition is one big space.
Great.
And also like in, as I said, urban development and energy transition, both are space.
Great. Sir, over to you.
So I'll just keep it quick.
Yeah.
I think we are at a 30% urbanization right now. India is going through a massive urbanization transformation. So we'll be about 55%. There's a massive demographic shift. If I were to bet, the biggest areas for startups and ecosystem is a circularity and sustainability space.
Okay.
Water, sanitation, waste management, the climate, all of these issues are going to be the game-changing areas. That's number one. Second is the data. These are the two areas in the public systems realm which are going to exponentially grow for small and medium enterprises.
Thank you so much. I'd like to ask any question from the audience. Anybody? One question, not more than that. Anybody? Great. I think depending on the time, time is up. I could able to see everyone over here. Thank you so much, Professor Chari Garu and Srinath Garu.
Thank you, Bonu.
Great opportunity. At least we're able to talk about how B2G works actually with the small businesses. Thank you once again. Very kind of you.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause, please, for our panel. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's welcome also, with a round of applause, Mr. Rajesh Pagadala and Mr. Murli Kakarla to present our panelists with a token of our appreciation. Big thank you to Professor Chari Vedala and, of course, Mr. Srinath Reddy. Keep that applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a big hand. And a big thank you to Dr. Banu Prakash Reddy-Varla, who is also CM Champ and curated this session. Let's give the panel one more round of applause. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and a big thank you to Mr. Pagadala and Mr. Kakarla for doing the honors. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to a very exciting moment of the day, something that a lot of women here have been looking forward to. It's time for the TiE Women Winners to be announced, and to take the session forward, please join me in welcoming Ms. Nikita Maheshwari, TiE Women Chair and Board of Director, TiE Hyderabad. Let's welcome ma'am with a huge round of applause, please. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together and make some noise. Could we have mic 35 on, please? 35.
Hello. Hello all. A very warm welcome to all of you here. Finally, the moment has arrived. TiE Women Regional 2025 finale results are going to be out soon. And we have also our guest over here. Before we start, women who take that first step into entrepreneurship aren't just building businesses. They're rewriting narratives, They're showing the world that innovation, leadership, and resilience know no gender. With that, I would like to request our team to put up TiE Women video. What is TiE Women about? Why do we need to launch the program of TiE Women? Okay, looks like we are not able to play the video at this moment. No worries, we're gonna play it after a couple minutes. So today morning we had TiE Women pitching competition where 11 of amazing women entrepreneurs who were chosen after tough rounds of screening had put up their businesses ideas to the eminent juries. And out of those, 3 topmost women have been selected. We also have a special jury award today. And very soon we will be releasing those names. But let me tell you, this TiE Women it's more than a competition, it's a movement. It's an ecosystem, a network, a bridge to scale, to mentorship, to investment, to networking, to education that TiE Hyderabad chapter is committed to build. As I talk about it, just for your knowledge, I'm sure most of you know what TiE Women is about, but TiE Women program is being held at 46 different chapters across the world in 16 different countries, and there are thousands of women who are participating for that. Hyderabad chapter has recently done our finale here, and the other chapters have also done against other winners at TGS Jaipur, which is going to be held in January of 2026, TiE Global Summit. So each of that journey today, what we saw is an act of inspiration, not only for other women, but for the world at large. Because when women rise, communities grow, economies strengthen, and the future becomes brighter for everyone. With that, I would also like to invite our chief guest and our guest of honor here. I'd like to make an introduction. Our chief guest, Ms. Sudha Reddy, Director, MEIL, Chairperson, Sudha Reddy Foundation. Sudha Reddy is a visionary entrepreneur and philanthropist whose influence spans corporate leadership, global fashion, and humanitarian impact. A director at Mega Engineering and Infrastructures Limited, she spearheads the company's CSR initiatives and also serves as the director at Andhra University. Through the Sudha Reddy Foundation, she drives large-scale initiatives in healthcare, education, women empowerment, and sustainability, impacting thousands of lives. Under her leadership, the foundation has facilitated over 10,000 life-saving cardiac surgeries for underprivileged children, transformed government schools with digital learning infrastructure, and empowered women through a skill development and safety program. She's a UNICEF International Council member, and we all know this very well. In 2025, she became the first Indian global ambassador for beauty with a purpose. The philanthropic arm of Miss World, advocating for global causes in healthcare, education, and women empowerment. A recognized cultural icon, Mrs. Reddy represents India on prestigious global platforms such as the Met Gala, Paris Haute Couture Week, and the Global Gift Gala. Her contributions have earned her several honors, including the Telangana Government's Champions of Change Award, Asia One Women Pioneer of the Year, and the Fashion Forward Development Philanthropy Award. A connoisseur of art and culture and a believer in purposeful elegance, Sudha Reddy continues to inspire as a true embodiment of compassion, leadership, and global impact. My true pleasure, ma'am, to have you over here. We really want to thank you from the bottom of our heart so you have spared your time over here. Thank you so much. I just received a note that our video is ready. Please. So we'll also play the video in the meanwhile. Please start.
Guys, what are these Q3 figures here? It doesn't make any sense.
Of course it makes sense. We have that. Guys, just a second. Design and implement more robust trading models by the end of Q2.
Oh, no.
and hire a new quant team that complains a little less. Alok, I can't hear you properly. Can you check your network?
I think the problem is at your end now. Can you hear me now?
Get a fancy new office in Financial District. And ASAP. How do I juggle all this alone? Oh God, it's just too much. Get myself a co-founder. So many variants for different needs. That's something worth thinking about. Develop 2 new investment and stock advisory services within the next 6 months. Oh, everyone has multilingual support. Maybe we should as well? Expand services to more languages in 2 years. But how do I make it all happen?
Introducing the TiE Women Program, an initiative of the global TiE Women Network. It's an incredible opportunity for early-stage female entrepreneurs to pitch their game-changing business ideas on an international stage. You also get to connect with investors and industry captains and learn from well-respected mentors as well. With up to $50,000 in grants to be won, this is more than a competition, it's a movement.
Start dreaming even bigger.
The TiE Women Program 2025. Let's build your big think together. To know more, visit tiewomen.org.
A big round of applause for TiE Women, please. With that, I would also like to invite Ms. Srividya Reddy, Vice Chair at G. Pulla Reddy Education Society. Mrs. G. Srividya Reddy is a dynamic and visionary educationist, entrepreneur, and social activist known for her enthusiasm, warmth, and leadership. An engineering graduate from JNTU with an MBA in HR and marketing from ICFAI, she hails from the illustrious G. Pulla Reddy family. Her grandfather, late G. Pulla Reddy, was a renowned philanthropist and founder of the GPR Charities Trust, which continues to impact countless lives through education and social initiatives. As a daughter of Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Srimati Ji Bharati Reddy, an active BJP member, she carries forward a rich legacy of service and excellence. Under her leadership, GNITS and other institutions under the GPR Charities Trust have emerged as centers of academic excellence, earning national awards for innovation and employability. A member of FLO Hyderabad, the Telangana Censor Board, and CII, Mrs. Srividya Reddy combines modern vision, administrative acumen, and a deep sense of purpose, inspiring others through her dedication to education, empowerment, and nation building. Thank you very much. And a very important piece of information that I would like to say, GNITS had very graciously supported TiE Women Program by providing their facility, and this is the first of its ever kind of residential boot camp that TiE Women Hyderabad chapter has organized. And from the information that I have, none of the chapters, entire world, have done something like this. This is all from the support that GNITS have given. Amazing hospitality we received for full 24 hours. Our women entrepreneurs spent the night over there, full of cultural activities, amazing food, and everything was taken care of it so well. Thank you so much. We would also like to thank our sponsor, Mr. Subramaniam Kota. I'm not sure if he's here, but yes, without your support, it would definitely not have been possible at this scale. So thank you very much for supporting TiE Women Program. With that, I would like to request if we can put together another video that tells us about the journey of TiE Women for last 6 to 8 months. There have been series of events, panel discussions, boot camp I just talked about, a lot of mentoring, other networking events and all. So we would just like to go over a quick journey of our last 6 months. Thank you. Please, would you like to have a seat? Anything is fine. We would like you to speak few words. And about the sorry? After the award ceremony? After the award ceremony? No, after the award ceremony, everybody would go away, so it's better.
Yes.
Yeah?
No, because I have to speak about the women, right?
Right.
I want to congratulate and speak about.
Oh, you want to do that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Would you like to take a seat? Please have a seat. This set of the 11 women participants today, our contestants, those who participated in the finale, they were all mentored by our TiE charter members. A lot of one-on-one mentoring took place. And they were chosen from a pool of 150 women entrepreneurs after going through various rounds of screening. So they have come to that level. I'd like to congratulate all of them. And I would also like to thank our mentors, our juries today. Vaishnavi Raju is not here. Mr. N.V. Subbarao, he's also one of our jury. Shrikant Peripu and Vaishali. So maybe they are not here right now, but we would really like to thank you for all your time. It was a tough job for jury sitting there for 4 hours, and I'm sure they had a tough decision also coming up with the winners. So finally, the moment has come. You're all excited? I have the names here. I've just been given the names. And here we hold our breath. Let's start with the first award, the Elevator Pitch Award, or that's called the Jury's Choice Award. This is something jury picked up because they really like that the woman entrepreneur who has presented her business idea, and that's a special jury award that we have introduced. And that goes to, any guesses? Well, it goes to the Boring Foods Company. Woo! Big round of applause, please. Is there a music? The Best Elevator Pitch Awards goes to the Boring Foods. Thank you, congratulations. Boring Foods, yeah, the name itself is so interesting. Very Here, any guesses, or shall I just reveal the name? Well, the second runners-up goes to Rare and Authentic.
Hi everyone, I'm Vaishnavi, the founder, and Shailja also the founder of Rare and Authentic Extracts. So I'm very happy to be part of TiE Women because they are so encouraging, and in every step they have mentored us. Though our mentors were not available, they have taken an initiative and they have encouraged each and every step and helped us to this stage. So coming to our product, we came up with a product which is an alternative for traditional single-use plastics, which is water soluble and which dissolves in water within few minutes, like cold water within 3 to 5 minutes, and it is if we consider hot water within a minute. So we are creating a game-changing alternative for traditional plastics. Thank you, everyone.
It's a packaging material.
Yeah.
It is edible and water soluble. Edible and edible. And yes, packaging is used for food material. Food, pharmaceutical. There are many applications. Yeah. It's based out of Hyderabad. Based out of Hyderabad. Yeah. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much.
Tablets, gelatin is made up of animal bones actually. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Time for first runners-up now. All right, hold your breath. I'm going to tell the name soon. The first runners-up goes to Presinos Tech. Product.
Yeah, so my company name is Presinos Tech. It's very unfamiliar word, which means green or sustainable. So we are majorly working on sustainable technology to address one of the most pressing issue, that is water or contamination of our freshwater bodies. With that, we have started from lab scale from IIT labs, and till date we have commercialized multiple products to treat both our industrial effluents and natural water bodies, which is the need of the hour. With that, we have come up to this stage. Thank you.
It's about water. Drinking water and freshwater as well. How is their revenues?
Aditi, your revenues? Have you started making revenues? Yes. We are
And how
revenue
much
positive.
you doing?
This year we have made already 3.5 CR.
With 3.5 CR revenue already clocked in. Amazing. Very nice. Congratulations.
All the best. Will you be able to take it? Or we can keep it here somewhere else.
Time to announce the winner now. Moment has come to put the spotlight on the winner. Any guesses, please? I would really want TiE women sitting over there, speak up. Yes, I see a couple people talking. Well, all right, I'm going to say it soon. I just want to see if you have any guesses. Well, the winner award goes to Avinya Neurotech. person, but from what I know, it's an amazing, a lot of innovation has gone into that product, and how it detects the neurological disorders in the brain. I think it's better you speak about it.
Great. Warm good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for this honor. It's very, overwhelming. Thank you to the dignitaries on the stage and off the days. So we are Avinya Neurotech, and I'm Soumya. I'm one of the co-founder. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So we are a medical startup. We deal with brain signals mostly. So in ICU, every second counts. So because clinicians will be rushing everywhere to save the every part of a body whenever a patient is admitted in the ICU. So we took one part of the body, that's brain monitoring. So what we do is we generally acquire the brain signals and analyze them to see what kind of neurological disorders are patterns. So we started with NCSE, which is almost affects 30% of ICU patients. If we talk about NCSE, it's a non-convulsive status epilepticus. Generally, we term it as prolonged seizure attacks that happens in the ICU, which lasts more than 5 minutes. So if this condition is not controlled at the instant, it may lead to permanent neurological damage or paralysis for the patient. So that's where we pitch in. We have developed our flagship product, NeuroPahi, which will acquire your brain signals, and it is integrated with our web-based platform, NeuroAstra, which is AI-powered, and help you detect, timely detection of these seizures that are leading to NCSE patterns. So yeah, we are happy to collaborations, and currently we are undergoing the clinical validation at various partnered hospitals. Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you, and congratulations once again. With that, I would like to call committee members, our president, vice president, please come on the stage with all the winners as well for a picture. Please, all the winners, runners-up, jury award winner, please come over here on the stage. TiE Women committee members, Rajesh, Murli. Thank you. And with that, I would like to request Ms. Sudha to...
Can all the winners please come? Why?
There's another panel that's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So I would like to really have the honor of hearing from you now.
Let's wait till all of them come, or let me start? No, I think we'll start with your Namaste, and very good evening to each and everyone who is present here. I hear about this, but I don't have much information about what this platform is doing since all these days. But since 2 days, I'm going through the articles, and I'm doing research on this as I'm attending the event. They're really doing a great job. These kind of platforms are very important, especially for women entrepreneurs in India. A country's economy can be determined by the growth of the
women entrepreneurs in the country. I believe it strongly, and I think India is lacking and we are far behind in coming to the women entrepreneurship. But we are far ahead compared to earlier years. Since 5-6 years, we can see a good growth with these kind of platforms working really very hard. And it's a great honor to share this stage with this incredible woman who is a part of India's economy and entrepreneurial growth story. Entrepreneurship is all about courage and risk-taking. And all these women have that spirit, which is very inspiring. The platforms like TiE Women, the mentorship and access, all this makes the dream of being entrepreneur come true for all these women. So all these women is a part of our economic growth and boost the Indian economy, and they inspire a countless number of women and girls coming up with new dreams. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you, and all the best to TiE and HES. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Srividya, just a few words from you.
Good evening, everyone, and namaste to all. Such a joy to be here, and I've been associated with TiE for a couple of years now. I've seen firsthand what TiE does, and congratulations on putting up a spectacular event. Today, I know the events that you do throughout the year, the mentoring, the competitions, the networking. You've set the stage very well for this year, I must say. And also, I'm honored to be here because it is women entrepreneurship, and it's a topic which is really close to my heart because one of the colleges that we run, Naranama College, is an all-women institution. And let me say, coming from academic circles, we've now understood and identified that having the mindset of an entrepreneur is not just for founders, but literally for school kids as well. So, I mean, I'm sure TiE has also tied up with many, many institutions to bring that flavor into universities, colleges, and schools, and that's how we're associated with you as well. And I always say this when I have founders or entrepreneurs in front of me, that they are the most courageous people that I know because they have a lot of risk-taking ability, and they choose to come out of their comfort zone and do something creative and, do something, try to solve a problem, So wherever that hunger comes from for you entrepreneurs, I think you're doing great. And for all of you who've won the prizes today and who are going for global competitions, all the best. And for all of you who've attempted, really you are at a level where I really respect all of you. So all the best for all of you, and do more, try more, because I believe that for entrepreneurs, the time taken to see success can range from 4 to 14 years. So keep at it, and all the best.
Thank you. I would like to call Rashida ji here to, there's a token of appreciation. And Rajesh also, please.
I have a request to the chief guest here. I know you are a very strong proponent of women and also support of women. I would like you to consider adopting TiE Women program for the next few years. I would like you to consider and also help these young entrepreneurs to reach the next level and under your wing. Thank you.
Ankit and MV, can you please come on the stage? Viras, please, you can also Can we get the memento also for Srividya, please? all.
Like I requested in front of the media, is there anything that inspired you what we have been doing? And anything that our request can be considered, maybe last few words.
Yes, I'm truly inspired about the winners and their innovative thoughts. The most attractive thing is the girl who is doing the scanner machine that is going to detect the seizures before they occur in a patient and the changes that is happening in the mind. And she said they were under clinical trials and they were about to launch in few hospitals. This kind of healthcare advancement is very important because health is wealth these days. So we'll definitely go in depth about that concept and we'll try to support if it's really useful to the people and to the hospitals and if it is really benefiting, because brain scan is not an easy thing. It's very expensive thing where at later stages of the age they ignore elders to get scanned because of the expense, because of it, how expensive it is, MRI and all. If it could help really to the all sectors of people and give good benefits and results, then we'll definitely support her innovation. Thank you. Where is she? I think she left. And we'll definitely support her research and innovation and try to take it forward. And as ma'am is mentioning, the product is 70% successful and they're trying for 95%. We'll definitely help for it. Congratulations and all the best. I'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
Really appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
Thank you all. And so with that, we close the TiE Women program once again. My heartfelt thanks.
Please come.
All our awardees. So ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to get the stage set because up next we have our final panel discussion of the day. And in our next panel, we shall explore how startups and corporates can join forces to unlock global growth, navigating partnerships, strategic alliances, and the evolving role of the global capability centers in driving innovation at scale. So just bear with us a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll align the sofas on stage and we'll welcome our panelists.
Let's begin by welcoming our moderator. Please put your hands together for Mr. Hari Bhardwaj, partner, Summit Consulting Services. Let's give Sir a warm welcome to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, everyone, let's put our hands together and welcome our panel. Our first panelist is Peda Redappa G, Senior Director, India Site Leader, Nasuni, India Innovation Center.
Sir is currently the Senior Director of Engineering and Site Leader at Nasuni's India Innovation Center in Hyderabad, and in this dual role, he drives the product roadmap, release management, and quality assurance, delivering secure and scalable cloud-native solutions, and oversees operations, talent strategy, and culture, aligning innovation with organizational growth and strengthening Nasuni's global leadership in file data services. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Gaurav Mahindra, Co-Head of Global Operations and Services Technology, Wealth and Investment Management, Wells Fargo. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to welcome Mr. Mahindra to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Kiran Kuchimanchi, Engineering Leader, AI, ML, Gen AI, FICO. And Mr. Lakshmi Narasimha Murthy, K, AI Founder Fellow, InSeed AI Venture Lab, Co-Founder and CEO, Niche Brains. A round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. Don't miss out this session because the reason why we kept this at the end, because you guys are going to get some partnerships with these guys. That's what we are here for, right? So if you have any colleagues outside, please get them back into the room because there might be a huge business opportunity right here. So that's why we kept it at the end so that nobody goes out. So watch out, it's your opportunity to lose, right? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. GPR, what we call it lovingly, and Kiran and Lakshmi. I know, sorry, first of all, apologies to the crowd as well as to you guys for waiting for so long. I know these things take time. The topic is about how GCCs partner with the ecosystem and also along with the startups or otherwise, and how this can increase or initiate the growth overall, right? And recently we've seen one of the biggest acquisitions which Capgemini did with WNS, right? It's about $3 billion valuation, so it's a huge win for both. It's a huge operations and BPO organization, WNS, which is acquired by Capgemini, primarily for the AI capabilities, right? So they want to bring that in and take it to the clients. So those kind of large partnerships are kind of coming out in the market, right? Which are enabling the GCCs, large GCCs, to take them to the next level, right? So I want to go to each one of you, introduce yourself for a 30 seconds or so, and also talk about your journey in your corporate life, what kind of partnerships you have experienced in your current role, how you are experiencing the ecosystem maturing into the being a partnerships. GPR, you might want to start.
Thank you, Hari, first of all, for giving the opportunity. And it's a pleasure to be here and sharing the stage. I'm GPR, and I'm a site leader for Nasuni. We started the Nasuni here 4 months back as a GCC. We are into hybrid cloud file storage infrastructure company. Coming to the question, I think it's GCCs, if you see for last few years, it's an ecosystem expanding. And why do any GCC comes to India? I think the primary reason behind it is to expand their business and grow. One of the ways of growing is obviously partnering and see the opportunities for partnership. It could be technology related, it could be some process oriented, it could be overall company expansion growth. I think that's only going to increase. I was just thrilled to see the youngsters who are here and who are award winners. And probably over a period of time, you may see more number of startups with the value-driven outcomes, with the small investments. If you compare with outside, the number of investors available here is small, we could say that. And the innovative minds are there. And people are hunger to do the innovations and initiatives. I think that ecosystem only going to grow. And it's going to help the GCCs to find who are those niche areas who can partner with for their expansion, for their growth. That's why I see it as an ecosystem growing.
Yeah, well said, GPR. I think GPR is a local boy, settled in Bangalore, but I think the homecoming for GPR. So Hyderabad is fortunate to have GPR back from Bangalore. So he used to work in NetApp, and Nasuni brought him to Hyderabad. So we are lucky to have GPR. Welcome to Hyderabad, GPR. So our local boy, Kiran, so he had large stints in large organizations, and currently is with FICO, right? So FICO, I don't know how many of you know. So if any American citizens here, they know FICO very well, right? So Kiran, what's your experience?
Can you hear me all right? Okay, cool. I think, first of all, thank you, for those that have stayed long to listen to this. I hope we'll be able to give you some nuggets that you can use. But specifically, to answer your question, I think we at FICO use partners for sure. Not everything that we want to do is core to our business. There are certain things that we believe are non-core, and therefore it is better done through partners. And we're very clear about it. In the world of AI, my opinion is that time to market is probably going to be the biggest differentiator. In a sense, AI is not a technology per se. It's some sort of a phenomenon that sort of enables even a startup today to sort of compete with some of the majors that are out there. And there are enough companies that you can see across the world already doing it. So in that sense, we are very clear that we are not trying to do everything. Time to market is probably speed to market is probably the most important thing in the current day and age, and therefore we look at partners partners that can help us scale in whatever we do, and while keeping whatever is core to us with us at this point in time.
Yeah, absolutely right, Kiran. Because you see, every services organization now has a GCC vertical, primarily to enable GCCs to work with them, and it will kind of win-win for both of them for scale much faster and quicker. And not just the talent-wise, I mean also other ways as well. Even functional capability they can bring in. Something which is, as you mentioned, to go to market becomes much faster and quicker as well. So a lot of pharma companies, I've seen them using partners to make their molecules come out into the market much faster and quicker. So thank you, Kiran. So Lakshmi, your experience. Lakshmi is an INSEAD grad and also been a corporate leader for a long time. Now he has your own startup, right, Lakshmi? Yeah, your experience, please.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. Again, thanks a lot for all of you for staying back this late to listen to us. So let me bring a perspective from a startup where how the startups are seeing the collaboration with the GCC as well. So when we really see that the capability-wise, there is no gap as such. The intent of collaboration is also there. But where the challenges that we try to address is about collaborating or mutual orchestration. So let me choose also why I said this, the orchestration is a challenge is that the language that the priority of GCCs and the priorities of startups are different, because the GCCs looks at solving a problem and they have their own governance and risk management processes, while the startups looks at novelty and then speed of execution. Now, because of the structural differences, though the intent and the interest exist, there is a delay in terms of collaboration. And that's exactly what we are trying to address through Niche Brains in terms of clarifying the need, building the trust so that the clear outcomes can be achievable in a short term. So when we are able to have that common operating model between the GCCs and the startups, the scalability starts to happen. That's our experience of working here.
Yeah, very well said, very well said. So, Hyderabad is becoming a kind of a core of GCCs over the last couple of years, so to say. It was Bangalore earlier. Before that, it was NCR. now all the kind of things are moving towards Hyderabad. As you've seen, every other day we see a new GCC being opened a shop in Hyderabad. And in the journey, Nasuni also happens to be a new kid in the block. So to that extent, I think these partnerships, so to say, in Hyderabad ecosystem per se, the startups or mid-sized organizations, it's a huge opportunity to partner with these upcoming GCCs or existing GCCs to work with them and ensure that they become partners in their scaling up as well. So if I may go around again, GPR, if you have to partner with someone in your growth, not just the talent, talent is a given thing, in your engineering side or in your technology side or product development side, if you have to look for a partner, what is that key top 2 or 3 ingredients or a criteria you look for a partnership, and how do you think that could be sealed going forward?
Yep. Great question. See, anytime when you wanted to do the partnership, there should be mutual interest, there should be mutual trust. As in, these are the 2 things very, very important. It can start from the partnering with the universities and colleges in building something, initiatives and innovations, or it could be a small startup which is already working and working together to see what is the mutual interest of the each to make each other successful. I do see that is one of the major ingredients to be there for the partnership to build. Then comes what is the synergy between the 2. So I'm having certain initiatives or the vision for the company, and if I have to partner with somebody else, how their vision is going to match with the vision of us, and that's where you see the collaboration is going to enrich itself. So one of the things which we are doing since we just started, I'm a big proponent of having a great partnership with the universities. You have plenty of talent and good number of universities. And I just went and visited a couple of universities in a couple of weeks back. I'm planning to visit a couple of more. Working with professors, I think when I went and met one of the professors in the college, they're preparing the students with readiness to the industry, and they're very happy to talk to us, understand the requirements, and get the students aligned with our requirements and prepare them 6 months before they can come and join us. I think that's also a collaboration. That's also, the working together. There's a lot of ideas. You may want to try and see which one works for you. Best place for you to go and then collaborate and leave the projects and bring the interns in there and start those projects and talk to the professors to see which ones you wanted to work together. Only thing is, you have to be very clear about your NDA and what kind of initiatives you wanted to, do with. So I do see, keep my answer shorter, the multiple places you can do, the universities, or it could be small startups, or it could be already a small company which is, operational for a few years. But as long as you see the synergies and you have the vision and the goals matching and you can trust each other, that's where the partnership can work.
Yeah, Kiran.
If I may add to that, I think great points. But I also say that typically when some of these GCCs are partnering with increasingly, you can't, as a provider, be at all places. You'll have to pick and choose your battles. So what I have seen is the ability to sort of master domain and be able to play in that for the purpose of a GCC or someone like that is becoming increasingly important. The other factor that I see now partners are beginning to do a lot more is to sort of come up with models that are increasingly a lot more amenable for GCCs. They're coming up with outcome-based models. So if a GCC were to sort of create an innovation lab, they would probably have to put a decent amount of budget to do that. Whereas they could sort of outsource to a certain extent to a partner of choice. That I see is also another model that is encouraging some of these GCCs to sort of get involved with partners.
Wonderful question. So Lakshmi, I'll reverse the question to you. You being a startup, if you want to maybe work with any of these 2 gentlemen, they are the GCCs here, how do you want to pitch for them?
Right. Thanks for the question. It eases thing. So I would like to see three things actually as to how I can fit in their areas of work. So I call this as three kind of a fitness. One is a strategic fit. The second one is a tactical fit, and the third one is a cultural fit actually. Strategic fit is about, as a startup, I have a vision for the organization. Now, how does it fit in the long-term goals of these companies as well? Now, can this strategy can go in hand on hand, or it's going to be one of a problem or a project that will drift my goal? That is one thing which I'll see. If there is a alignment is there, and there is a long-term alignment, I would definitely want to go and pitch about how we can add, I would say, added value to this organization. This is one. The tactical fit is more about how I can build the capability to fulfill the strategic needs that is arising through this kind of a collaboration, in terms of building the resource capability, building those infrastructure capabilities to leverage their already existing strength, and as well as my own value proposition as well. The third, which is very important, is about the cultural fitness, because as a large organization, they you have a different way of working. And as a startup, we have a different way of working. So how this agility, experimentation, quick thinking can fit into more governance, risk aversion one, and then still kind of meet as a two matched puzzles. So these three things are the main criteria I would like to look into it. And then if as any startup scaling and collaborating with any of these GCCs, if they are able to find these kind of three fits, it will be easy for both sides to talk and then work easily.
Wonderful. Very well summarized, Lakshmi. Thank you. So in summary, I think, as I mentioned, there are tons of partnerships going to be much needed as we scale to the next level, particularly the GCCs, the large organizations in Hyderabad in particular, or in Telangana, so to say, as the tier 2 cities are also growing. Our government is encouraging tier 2 cities to take it to the next level. So tons of opportunities in the pipeline, guys. So with that, and as the panel mentioned very clearly, so they look for companies who can match their culturally, who can look for opportunities where they meet their requirements and pick up some use cases where they're already working, existing, so that they'll get a quick uptime. So those kind of a thing. So we need to look for opportunities, see how best we could utilize the existing opportunities within the corporate system. So thank you all for coming in. So any questions from the crowd? No questions? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's good that they already stayed. That itself is a big thing.
True. I know. Thank you very much for staying back. And looking forward to your next session. And over to Rebecca. Thank you. Thank you, GPR, Kiran, and Lakshmi. Kiran, you want to say something?
Thank you and pleasure to be here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bharadwaj. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, and keep that applause coming as I invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Pagadala and Mr. Murli Kakarla. They need no introduction. Let's give them a warm welcome to present our panelists with a token of appreciation. Now it's time for us to announce the regional final winners of the TiE U, I beg your pardon, the TiE U regional final winners. And to begin, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome on stage the TiE U committee. Please put your hands together for Dr. Banu Prakash Reddy Varla, partner and director, Plural Technology Private Limited. Keep that applause coming as we welcome all the TiE U committee members to the stage. I'd like to also welcome Raghu Babu Gunturu, founder, Simply Biz, Dr. Nandita Sethi, founder and director, TES Solutions, Gaurav Mathur, CEO, Cred Era India, Srinivas Sridhala, co-founder and chief strategy officer, iSprout Business Center, CV Sharma, ex-EVP ITC, and Raj Samala, founder, Pushpak AI. Please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Dr. Sriram Venkatesh, Secretary, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Let's give sir a warm welcome, please. And I'd also like to welcome the judges, Dr. Vijay Kumar and Mr. Sunil, to the stage. Get started announcing the TiE U winners regional finals. We just get a group photograph of our dignitaries before we begin. Our first award is for Best Elevator Pitch. And the award goes to, give it up please for Pick Up Second runner-up of the TiE Regional Finals goes to Drug Paradise. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is for the first runner-up. Put your hands together and make some noise for Mindrip. Gentlemen, it's time for the big one. The winner of TiE Regional Finals is Smart Synergy. so much, and congratulations to each of you. Requesting all our dignitaries to please stay on stage for a little bit longer. A small request, sir would like to say a few words.
We would like to thank, as a part of Sri Vishnu Educational Society, I would like to thank TiE Hyderabad and my mentor, our team mentor, Raj Shamla sir. A special thank for Raj Shamla sir for being us, making us standing on the stage. So 100% effort we would like to dedicate. Sir is having some meeting, important meeting. And also I thank Subbaraju Pericharla sir for giving this opportunity. And Devarakonda sir and Bhargav sir for giving this opportunity. And it's not all about winning the competition. It's all about the journey. And also we have a very lovely journey from last 3 years. Last 3 years, I'm proud to say we are winners of TiE Grad Hyderabad last 3 years. And also I thank TiE Hyderabad sincerely for giving this opportunity. And also I thank Gautam, who is the coordinator for this event. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request all our dignitaries to please stay on stage. Requesting the winners once they're done with the photograph. It's your shining moment, but if you could please, we would like to take this moment to request Rajesh sir, Murli sir, and the TiE committee to please felicitate our chief guest. We shall just hear from Dr. Venkatesh right now.
Okay. So I feel it is an honored and privilege to be the chief guest of today's grand finale award ceremony function of TiE Hyderabad Entrepreneurship Summit. I always encourage my young engineers to become entrepreneurs. At least in a class of 60, 10% entrepreneurs will change the country and state at large. As per the vision of Honorable Prime Minister, the Viksit Bharat, and also our Honorable Chief Minister, Rising Telangana 2047, you have to work hard, and at least the development should take place through only the entrepreneurship. And the key elements of this Viksit Bharat and also Telangana Rising for 2047, basic elements are development, employment, and also skill development. So in this case, so I think I congratulate all the three teams who have come forward, and also continuously this particularly first team is successfully winning this third time, they were saying. So this is a Bhimavaram Engineering College. So I congratulate on behalf of Telangana State Council of Higher Education for the TiE Grand, TiE for conducting a successful event. The government side, we are willing to have a MOU with TiE so that they can connect all EDCs, Entrepreneur Development Cells of Usmania University or all other universities. We have 13 universities under control, and we have 2,485 colleges, out of which 175 engineering colleges are there, and 1.1 lakh students are coming out every year. At least 10% of them should become entrepreneurs, so that we will go for third world country, third world economy by 2028. But if you are changing the 28 by 25 also, because it all depends upon how many entrepreneurs are coming out, how many employment creations are you creating. So with this, I thank you very much for organizers for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh.
Sir,
Sorry, sir.
Sir, with what you just mentioned, I really appreciate we take the lead and come forward. In a week's time, we would like to work on an MOU with the department and also with our TiE program based out of Hyderabad. And it's a global program, very much, and it would give access to all these 1.5 lakh potential students or young graduates, the entire program itself, and visibility into this. So we'll take the lead, and we'll make sure that we'll conclude it very soon.
I want to talk about Dr. Professor Sriram Venkatesh Garu. Both of us were sitting there. We were just casually chatting about what he can do. Right? By the way, he's a secretary for Telangana State Council of Higher Education, right? As a government dignitary, honoring this stage is really, really important for us. And then you have done it, sir. You patiently waited for a few hours for the entire process to be completed. Thank you so much on behalf of TiE Hyderabad. He voluntarily came and said, we have these EDC cells and we have to do something about it. And coming from a government, right, announcing on a stage like this to get into an MOU, really, really honored to have that, sir. We look forward to partnering with Telangana state government, look forward to empowering more students and making them entrepreneurs to meet your vision of Telangana Rising as well as the vision of Viksit Bharat. Thank you again, and really sorry for getting the delays out there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Rajesh sir, Murli sir, and the TiE committee to please felicitate our honored chief guest, Dr. Sriram Venkatesh. Dr. Venkatesh, thank you so much for joining us here this evening. We truly appreciate your presence and you gracing this occasion. Congratulations to all our winners of the TiE regional finals. And before we close, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask Murli sir to please say a few words to close the formal part of the evening.
Good evening, gentlemen. I see a lot of crowd thinning down, but then thank you so much for people that have stayed back. Just want to reflect upon what we have done in the last 2 days, right? Just one word that comes to my mind in the last 2 days, overwhelming. I think we were overwhelmed by the amount of response we have received yesterday. We are overwhelmed with the response that we have received today. Right? That would be one word if I have to describe this whole event. We started off with announcing MOUs with the government of Telangana, with the departments like MSME department, which is a great honor to be in. And then we are closing with another MOU announcement, hopefully coming up from the State Board of Education, right? Very, very proud to have this kind of announcement going on. So thank you for that. This year, this is the first inaugural session of HES, right? Thank you, Rajesh, for making this happen. I know we did a lot of groundwork to get here, but then HES, here we are. We have started, we have kick off, and then I'm sure we will run for multiple years and then make a lot of differences. We have done many programs. HEEC, a great another initiative kicked off on the same platform, 20 different partners across Telangana trying to work together to bring founder into the center and then work around it. Thank you for kicking off HEEC. We have had good response for our awards. We have done distinction awards. Thank you, distinction team, to putting that entire awards together. We have launched TiE 50 on the very same stage. Couldn't have been better experience for the entire TiE team today as well as yesterday. We have done awards, outstanding achievement awards, lifetime achievement awards. We had great dignitaries stage. Look at this stage. Have so many people come here and receive those awards. It was a wonderful day yesterday, closing off beautifully with a lot of these dance numbers, dance beat. Kudos for that. Today was another amazing day, right? We have had 5 different places, lot of action, ecosystem track, industry track, main stage, right? We have had pitching competition, TiE, big kudos to the entire TiE team, TiE women. We've had masterclasses, we had TiE 50 launch. What an action, so much of happening on this day. Lot of energy, we were supposed to close at 4, now we are probably sitting at 7. I lost track of time, we are probably at 7, 8 p.m. right now. So many dignitaries waited to complete their tasks. People in the government, people traveled from Bangalore. Thank you, everyone. This would not have been possible without the overwhelming response that we have received so far. Thank you for that. Now, a scale of this event is not possible unless the entire ecosystem supports us. 400 members of TiE Hyderabad. Kudos to all of you. Charter members, associate members, 400 members have to heavy lift this job. This would not have been possible without the help of a secretariat. We have a very strong team of secretariat. I want all the secretariat team to come forward here, and then I want all of you to please put a hands together. Big round of applause for all the secretariat team. They have not slept for probably a week. Their legs are hurting, right? Their mind is getting numbed. Please come up. Big round of applause for everybody in the secretariat team. Please request all of you to come up onto the stage. While they come up onto the stage and we continue the applaud, I also want to thank all the sponsors. You have big title sponsors from there all the way up to the small letter title sponsors, every single one of them. If they have not sponsored, we would not have made this a grand event like this. Thank you so much for all the sponsors. Thank you, mentors. We have had probably 100+ mentors worked on making this program successful. Thank you, all the mentors. Thank you, all the jurors. Probably about another 100 jurors worked on this to make this event happen. Everything supported from not just the 400 members at TiE, but the entire ecosystem.
Call Narendra.
So we have announcement. Narendra and Bhargav, if you are around somewhere, please show up on the main desk. You will be missing action. I see Shriya running up. I see all the secretariat staff, please come up onto the stage. This is the last time we're going to ask you to run, walk. After this, you can relax. Right? Before I let all of you go, I would request Rajesh also to say a few words before we say bye to this year and then maybe welcome the next year. Rajesh, over to you.
Yeah. Murali, it's now goosebumps time. I'm getting the goosebumps now. Okay? So it's an inspiring journey and a lot more to reflect, but I'll tell you one thing, right? We would have not pulled it off if I didn't have a partner like Murali. Right? So without Murali's presence or Murali's support, I would have not had the courage to be able to pull this off, right? So I had a full support no matter what. We're always in sync from day one. He got onboarded as a vice president, and I'm so happy that we have moved into a model where it's not a year leadership, it's actually a 3-year leadership. In the sense, our next leaders will come as vice presidents and then get induced into the system, be active in the system, and also take the leadership role. And also as we move out, we're going to convert into a pastoral former role where we're going to still continue to be active. So it's a 3-year leadership commitment. And I believe, thanks Murali for coming on board as quickly as possible, as early as possible, and making the entire chapter more vibrant and then kind of convert this into that kind of a momentum. Thank you. Official record between yesterday and today, we have crossed 2,000 plus. Big round of applause to all of us, right? And to all the entrepreneurs who have touched us and who we have touched, and the mentors, the investors, and the incubators, the ecosystem partners who have come here, got inspired, and who helped us inspire ourselves to be able to deliver what we want to deliver, right? And this is a lot of 3 months of continuous effort. And last month has been excruciating, very difficult. It's not, most to the entire team here. And this is not possible without their presence. Each one of them worked so hard
So hard, you won't believe. And at times I know they are pissed off with me, but that's okay. All the time. Oh, thank you, Hari. But this would not happen without each one of yours hard work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know how I can tell you. I feel a little emotional, but okay. Now I would want first Bhargav to talk a minute, and then Narendra to talk 1 minute, and then Shantala to talk 1 minute after that. Just an experience here.
Thank you so much, Rajesh sir. First of all, I feel privileged to be as an events director for this kind of national conference, which is with a crowd of more than 2,000 plus, which is almost nearby to TGF 2022. That is something like overwhelming thing. And standing before, I'd like to convey my gratitude, thanks, whatnot to the entire team of the Secretariat and the interns who worked very hard. Thank you so much. I know this is my third summit which I'm doing in TiE Hyderabad. I know how much pressure it would be, and I know how much heat we must take. So thank you so much. It may be seniors or juniors. You pour your sweat and soul. Thank you so much. And thank you, Kakarla sir. I mean, I disturbed you a lot of times at odd timing. So I know, everyone are so sweet to me, and they guided me, they helped me, and they even pampered me at some times. Thank you so much. And thank you to the charter members who supported this continuous journey of 3 months. And we'll definitely stand together, and we'll come once more in 2021, 2026, hopefully. Thank you, sir.
100% 2026.
With Bhargav. It has been a great experience, and it's been an honor to be part of such a large-scale event. In the year beginning, when I had a discussion with Rajesh sir, we felt that such an event, annual event for Hyderabad. Hyderabad deserves such kind of event, a bigger platform where which we can enable startups to realize and to achieve their success and growth. So when a month ago we were discussing in our board meeting, and things are not in place. We were wondering whether we can pull it off. But a lot of our charter members, a lot of our volunteers and leadership, came together, had sleepless nights, to give back to society in some form, to help entrepreneurs. Always it is in their heart and soul to do something for the society. And, we are here, with our team, everyone with that, one thing in mind, only one thought in that, in their mind, and work together to achieve, what we have done today. And, under your leadership, we are all privileged to be part of this event. And thank you, Murli sir. You have been a great support throughout the year. Thank you so much.
Okay, next, Shantala.
Yeah, thanks, Rajesh. First, I would like to, show my gratitude through an action to this amazing group. Thank you. I should say, in 22 years of my career, this is the best team that I have worked with, and I love them from the bottom of my heart. And this has been really, this wouldn't have been possible, for the kind of thing we have pulled off. This stage should have been full, that kind of a team we should have had. But, with the size of the team, what we have achieved is tremendous. And for that, every charter member who was involved in that, of course, your leadership, Rajesh, and driving us literally has, had the effect. And Murli, you too. And, my ranting calls to you and everything, bearing with that. Thank you so much for the support, both of you, that you have given me. And also, a special thank you to all our associate members. They have owned it as their own, and they have been volunteers. They have taken up every small little thing that we have asked them, and they have been there. And this wouldn't have been possible without any one of these people and our amazing interns and volunteers. This wouldn't have been possible without them. And we had some great partnerships, some great, amazing partnerships. So, one thing that, I think TiE exemplifies and embodies is collaboration and cooperation. I think this summit has proved that, it can be done and what can be achieved if it can be done. So I hope this is just the beginning of it for Hyderabad, and the ecosystem comes together. HEC, the way it started, was great, and this is going to be something that we are going to carry in our hearts for a long, long time, no matter how many things we achieve. So thank you so much for that. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Shantala. Thank you very much. Definitely, HEC is going to be going forward. The true theme of this summit, transforming tomorrow together, I believe the theme has come into action. Now we have to see. Now, before I give the mic back to Murali, there are a few people that I know. There is one guy here called Mohan. Okay, he's like, I want you to come up, right? Okay, and there's another guy next to him called Subraju. Okay, these two are always in the war room. We call it a war room, where we come together and then make sure all the hiccups are taken out. They were always in the war room, next to me or front of me, and just a kind of moral support they have given. They themselves don't know. Okay, but just thank you so much, guys, for being there. For all my stupid bouncing of ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, and this is not possible without the entire list. Thanks to Government of Telangana for being the title sponsors, and thanks to Tudor, LSR Tudor, for writing the first check and encouraging us being a platinum sponsor. We could never have done it without your initial encouragement. That really appreciate that. Thank you. And obviously EIPL Awards sponsor, and also our MSN hospitality sponsor, who has, even though onboarded towards the late end, but I'm sure will be creating the value. They've seen the value in this. And obviously TiE 50 sponsor, Qualcomm, Sashi, thank you very much for supporting. I know we are always there, and then we'll ensure you will continue to support us the next 5 years. Okay, thank you very much for that. Happy birthday, Sashi. Yes. Oh, yeah, we share a birthday, right? And then TiE Women program sponsor, name Kotas. So, yeah, Kotas Foundation. It's by Subbu Kota Garu. He is one of our earlier charter members who lives out of Boston, supports entire TiE Women programs globally. And then I was able to tap into, his foundation to be able to get a sponsor out of, a sponsorship out of that. Thank you for that, sir. And also the ecosystem panel sponsors. IKP, Grade 4, thanks Pradeep, for honoring my request. Just a call. I know I had to get that money out of your pocket, but thank you. And then Pawan, thanks again. I know we could have had a stronger relation, stronger engagement. I'm sure we will get there pretty soon once you raise your money. And Achala, thanks for paneling, sponsoring a panel. I appreciate that. And I'm missing somebody. Please. No. Annual sponsors, all our annual sponsors, right? And then associate sponsors, media sponsors. Thank you, RTV, iCube, and eZone for outreach partners, HRN Next, Academia partners, eThames and Rockwell. These two business schools have been a backbone for facility support for us. Thank you, guys, for both of us for being there whenever is required. And the last and least, Events Titans, they are our ticketing partner. Thank you guys I know there is a little bit of hiccup, but I know you need to improve, but thanks for being there, in this journey. Thank you. Murali, back to you. One more. The team Traditions, who has been with us quite for some time. And Arun, you are here. Please come on board. Please come. Please come. You have to come up, Arun. Come here. You have to come here. Extremely great job. Thank you very much for supporting us. He's being there for every time. Every time he's here, whenever he's there, I don't need to worry. I know that. Okay. So, great work. Great work. I know we pulled it off. Little hiccups here and there. We have a great time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Anything else? Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anyone? Catering partner, Beer Cartel for Toshedan, Beer Cartel Toshedan, Ashwant Reddy. Thanks, Ashwant, for taking up a little larger job than you can handle. They're making sure the food was great. And the most important thing, the charter members who are still sitting in the front. Okay? The charter members still in the front. Prabodh, don't hide your face. Thank you very much. Raghu, thank you very much. I know you're our moral support. Board, what are you saying? Come here, come up. You have to come as a board member. You have to come up. And really appreciate the board support. We were there. And not last but the least, Hari, thanks for being a charter member. I know you pulled off a jury. Hey, come on, Hari, come on. Please come. We'll take a yes. Thanks for Hari for being there. He always guides me, nudges me slowly, little bit, so that I know the things are not covered. Prabodh, Raghu, please come. Prabodh. So, Donna we recognize from TiE 50. Yeah. So, yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Over back to you.
Back to me. Guys, this is the team that is left out here. There are many more people, associate members, charter members, a lot of them supported us. Thank you, everyone. One group picture before I call out my next. Thank you. Before we end, there are few people, right? They call themselves volunteers, right? They don't belong to TiE, right? They don't probably, belong to the entrepreneurial ecosystem yet. But there are massive load of people, right? Massive amount of people. All the interns, please, can you stand up? They're not entrepreneurs yet, but I see a lot of aspiration in the entrepreneurs, right? All the volunteers, they're still in the college, some of them in the college, some of them out of the college, right? All of you, if you can just walk up to the stage, we really appreciate your commitment. The volume of work that you have done, right? Handling the collaterals, handling the media, running the logistics, what a massive load of work that we see, right? Completely silent, invisible people. But then, if this event is happening, it's just because of your volume of energy that you have put into this event. Thank you so much, all of you. We have had volunteers from different organizations, right? We have had volunteers from institutions. We have had volunteers from Rockwell, from eThames, from Novation. We have had invitation from
the volunteers.
All the volunteers. They have they don't belong to TiE, right? But they all have entrepreneurial spark. I've even had a few people come up and talk to me about entrepreneurship. Told them, come back and meet me later.
All volunteers.
Really, kudos, guys.
All volunteers. Go further there. Further.
Gentlemen, I'd really love to see some of you become entrepreneurs tomorrow.
May I request Rebecca also to come and join us, please? Rebecca, where are you? I know. Come here, please.
All right,
Rebecca is the one who
group
came
picture
from
with
all the way from Bombay,
our volunteer
Mumbai.
energy here, please. Guys, one silent picture and then all the energy back from the volunteers, okay?
Only I have one more partner I forgot to recognize. Okay, while we wait for her to come, there's one more partner we forgot to recognize. The partner who always stands in front of us, who is Charan. Creative. Captures all the moments and the videos. I see so much of action. You will see that back into... Where is Rubana? Of course, Rubana ji. Where are you? Few phone calls, she made 400 people sign up. Banu, why are you sitting down? Come up. Can you come up here? You need some help? Huh? He needs help? Hari, can you help him? Oh, you also need help?
Just because your birthday today, I'm letting you go.
A lot of people are kneeling down.
I was just talking about Rebecca.
Sorry.
I was talking about Rebecca, who's come from Bombay. First time for TiE Hyderabad. She's been doing it for TiE Bombay, I understand. So thank you, Rebecca, for coming all over. Your energy is fantastic. So your tone has not changed for 2 days. Thank you.
Oh, we have changed the agenda a lot of times, but our tone did not change.
About Dr. Rubana's team.
Yeah, here.
Oh, right. So I have to tell you what I really liked. She's always right there. Next, be there. Get it done. Get it done. Really appreciate that, fast work, and I believe that made all the difference in getting, the needed sign up from a student's perspective. I know that's a model that we would want to work. Hopefully, we'll work faster. Huh? What, me? You're talking about me? No, I'm going to go in the middle. Okay. All right? Okay. Picture time.
Hey, TiE! Thank you.